And welcome back to Flexible Games, where we are I am showing you progress on the Vintage Engineering mod. You might recognize the machines in front of you as not the Vintage Engineering mod. I assure you, these are all now the Vintage Engineering mod. So the extruder is mine. The log splitter is mine. There's an LV generator that is mine, and the metal press that is mine. I want to clarify really fast, right at the beginning, that Quentin and I had a meeting, and because he's not really interested in updating and maintaining the QP Tech code base, and so we had a meeting. And he agreed and gave me permission to use whatever I can, whether that's models, textures, whatever I can from the QP Tech mod, because he will no longer be updating that going forward in for future versions. Vintage Engineering will take over the role that QP Tech has, and down the road, once we have a more final set of machines and everything like that, we will work together to bring users an upgrade path to minimize the amount of work that they have to do to, if they have a world that's set up as QP Tech, to transition into Vintage Engineering as easy as possible, or to give people the option just to start over and kind of explore my mod in a new, with familiar things. So a few things. This will be available. This is an extremely, I can't emphasize this enough, an extremely early sort of look, a snapshot at the progress so far, right? So anybody who wants access going forward, the snapshot will be up on the ModDB and will not be updated until we have a more final tested version down the road. If you want access to that version, you got to sign up to be a channel member or patron and be on my Discord, because that's where I post the weekly builds. Every Friday I try to have a new build with new features and new things, and if you want access to that, I need to keep that circle small and communicating, together. So if you find a bug or something like catastrophic, then you can message me directly on Discord in the members only channel, and I need to keep that circle small. So if you want to use the early version of it, which is the version I'm showing you right now, just know there are no recipes for crafting the machines. The machines are in there. If you do a search for vintage, you can see there's a bunch of stuff in here: generator, log splitter, metal press, and extruder. The sawmill, while it's here, doesn't do anything, and I believe if you place it, it uses the metal press, all the metal press stuff. So yeah, so you can't. It actually, this thinks it's that, because I don't have any of the code. Plus the 3D model, the shape is just bad. I have a saw blade. You probably saw it in there. I have a saw blade model in here, and I'd want to incorporate that somehow. But if you are good at 3D, if you're good at that, it's one of the reasons why QP Tech, Quentin and I had a meeting, because I had a great code base. I have a fantastic code base, but no 3D models. And 3D stuff is not my, that's not my skill set. And so, yeah, he was like, yeah, go at it, have at it. And I've implemented several features that he didn't in his machines. So I've had to sort of edit these a little bit. But as you can see, the metal press here, if I take the mold out, it disappears out of there. So you can actually see at a glance which mold is in there. And there's two different molds right now. There's a plate mold and a gear mold. But you can see at a glance which mold is in there, as well as a animation that plays. So when you're actively crafting something, there's an animation that plays, and as soon as it's done, the animation stops. But as you can see, my machine here gave you the plate, but it also has a variable output. So that's a hallmark of pretty much, well, not all of my machines, but many of them are going to be very flexible in terms of what you can do with them and the recipes that you can do with them. And so the log splitter, as you can see, will split logs. I mean, obviously it is going to craft firewood, but it's crafting. There's the animation that plays. It plays once. This one plays just once and is done. But you can see you get a little bit of sticks. That's a random chance, and then you get firewood as a better thing because it's a machine that makes it. And then the extruder here uses a die. You can see the front of this gives you the die, and if you want to change it, you can change it up. And the die cast is what is used to set the gauge of whatever it is that you're extruding. So to make LV wire, which is the wire that you have, the wire that you use to wire everything up, connected onto these little gold contacts here. That's the change that I made. Is there's a specific place that you connect all these, and the generator is no different. There's one right there. So all of that is set in JSON. Yeah, QB. I tried to explain that. You know, that was earlier on. I'm going to be putting this little beginning of this video out as a clip, but I am live streaming all of this as well. So all of these now work. Again, the animations work just fine. I added an animation onto this one. It only plays it once. I haven't quite got the timing yet. It is basically a proof of concept. You can see how the power draws down because this LV generator generates half the amount of power that all of these machines want, and so it actually draws. It actually is only capable of 32 power per second, and these are all 64 power per second. So the LV generator is meant as a very, very early game, very early way of generating power, and should be upgraded as soon as possible. And there are definitely plans on where to go with this. I'm going to try to make a mechanical power iteration that is an upgrade from this. So once you have a small subset of machines, you'll be able to craft some more advanced things more efficiently. Yeah, I want to have a mechanical power system. And I saw a great inspiration that the Create mod has. One of the add-on mods for Create in Minecraft has a electrical power like turbine thing that works really good. I definitely want to investigate doing that. But you know, I just this extruder here. This is a metal rod, so I can put a copper ingot in there, and this will craft the metal rod. So this doesn't have a secondary output. So this is just a 1-to-1. It's more efficient, but it gives you 4 rods. And if you want wire, we're going to swap that out. So now you have this one in. So you can see this is now this one. It's a different material even. And you can also see that there's durability in the die cast, and that's an option with the recipe as well. But to get the LV wire, you put the rod in there. This has an animation, as you can see. I have no idea how to animate the add-on. Like that is I don't even just the thought of that makes me shiver. But yeah, now this is good to go. And it looks like there's a bug. The animation doesn't stop. It's weird. That's a bug. So yes, the preview version, the community preview, will have 3 machines. These 3 machines, and a generator, and the wire, and the wire relays. I have the other relays and wire in. This is part of a different mod that I'm going to be submitting to get added. These are the HV right? This is the HV wire and HV relays. These all work. I tested all of the relays and all of the wire. So you can stretch the wire and it's fine. It just doesn't do anything right now, right? It actually made this a network ID. So this has a network ID of 51, as well as you can see this one over here. So all of the systems for the higher tier power are all ready to go. I just don't have any machines or generators to use that yet, nor do I have the transformer. The transformer is going to be one of my next tasks to get done, to transform high level power to low level power. But right now I was more concerned with getting all of this working, and I do not know why that didn't stop. I'm not sure why that didn't stop, but that just keeps going and going and going. That bugs me that is a bug. That hopefully will be a fast fix. But anyway, the gist is QP Tech Quentin gave me permission to use as much as I possibly can, and I took that, as his word, and I have kind of tweaked this a little bit, edited the textures. There's definitely some efficiencies that we're gonna do. I have a pretty high standard when it comes to efficiency, and I have programmed everything here to be very, very efficient. As you can see up on the top, it says sleeping, right? A machine that is idle, right? A machine that is idle, that is not crafting and is on, is sleeping. And it ticks much, much slower, right? So a machine that is on, this one is also sleeping. Again, the animation is bugged. But because I just got this in like 1 a.m. last night. A machine that is sleeping ticks every 2 seconds. A machine that is on and crafting ticks 10 times a second. So, once every 2 seconds, and then if I put an ingredient in there, boom, it turns on, crafts. Once it sees it has nothing to craft, you can see the tooltip at the top, it goes right back to sleep. And so a sleeping machine it takes much, much less. And it still can receive power as long as it's on. So every machine also you can turn off, right? A machine that is turned off is invisible to the system. Like it does not really tick at all. It doesn't process anything, nor does it receive or send power. So you can make this much more efficient as well. And all of my machines are automatable with chutes. So you can push a chute, you can have a chute go into here, and a chute coming like out of the bottom into a chest, like one of those elbow chutes, and you can put material in there and it will automatically output. It'll output primary first, and then it'll output secondary when primary is empty, right? So it doesn't round robin. It's just output, 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 and then output, output, output. And it does that across the board. If any machine has more than one output, it always outputs primary first. Now, there are some advanced or more flexible fluid and item movement that is planned, but again, this is an extremely early community sort of snapshot of what I'm doing, and expect bugs, expect odd behavior. I was out here testing. There's one bug that I know of, and I can't quite figure out why, but when you stretch a line like that, and you can stretch the line over to here, but you cannot stretch a line over to here because it's too far, right? You cannot you can't stretch the line. But the problem is, for some reason, you can see it didn't actually take the things out of my hotbar, even though that slot should have resynced with the client. The server did not take that out, so that's a bug. Because you get the wire back when you use the wire cutters on the node, you get the wires back. So you basically, it's a dupe. It's a dupe bug. You can double your wires. That's obviously a bug that I'll be addressing. but I discovered that yesterday. It's just one thing after another. But my path to add machines is fairly fast now. I can basically copy and paste the majority of code from one machine to the next. And there's probably some efficiency there that I could have base classes. But the problem is a machine that has a UI is very, very different than a machine that doesn't, right? So this block entity has a UI. This block entity does not. A relay, a toggle, which is a switch, and say a transformer are not going to have UIs. There's no reason to have UIs. You can see whatever information is by looking at it. There's no need for a UI. The node 0 has 5 cons. That's network debug information that I put out, just so I can make sure that my electric network system is working as intended. But you can see this has 5 connections with ID 53. And I only see 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why does it say there's 5 connections? Oh, see, bugs like this just bother me. But anyway, this, I promised on Wednesday's stream that I would do a sneak preview. After our stream today, I am going to upload this version, maybe look to fix 1 or 2 bugs, and figure out why this says 5 connections. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 connections. I do not know why this says 5. So there's something else going on there that I'm going to have to debug which connections that's actually seeing. But anyway, now you can see. Oh, days go by so fast in this game. Especially because this is my test world and it's August, so days are getting shorter. But yeah, this has power, it delivers power, and these all use power, and the networks, as long as all the network IDs are the same, which you can see they're all 53, they're all ticking on the same network. And then the electric network actually ticks 4 times a second. It does not tick very fast. So the tick rate, the power per second, recipes, these are all the recipes are all in the recipes directory under the vintage engineering domain. You can edit, add, change, and just get a look at how I'm building the recipe system. All of the recipes that these use, are pretty self-explanatory with what I'm doing. So it should be pretty easy to learn everything that I'm implementing. And I have a lot of work and a lot of machines to add. So if you're sitting there watching this going, ooh, I have an idea for a machine. I have an idea for a machine. It's like, okay, hit the brakes. This is very early days. I am just now adding a lot of machines. It's gonna get crazy. And I'm fixing bugs as I find them along the way. But I have plans for a lot of machines. This isn't by no means the end of what this mod is going to be capable of. This mod is going to not only be capable of having a long chain, and I'm hoping to get all the way into like nuclear power, like way down the road, bridge it with like crude oil power, refining I want to do all of that. So, if you're patient, it will happen. But I just wanted to put out a preview and let everybody know that lots of progress has been made. And thanks to Quentin at QP Tech, I am now able to kind of smash in machines. And I still, there still needs to be machines that need to be worked on. This sawmill, is really sad. And, I want to incorporate the saw blade somehow. Now, I don't think I want to spend the time of doing something like this. So I have this mold here that you can see appears, and the same thing for the die, right? If I take this out, it disappears out of there. So I'd like to do that with the sawmill to show the blade, but I don't know how to animate that, like, while it's I would rather have a static saw blade from the model that I made and have that animated, and then just have the saw blade slot like I did here. But anyway, yeah, this poor sawmill is in dire need. It doesn't look like a it doesn't look like a table saw. I was hoping to make it look like a table saw or something, but anyway, yeah, that is the mod thus far. I've worked long and hard on the metal press, and then boom, 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 I'm popping in the machines like crazy. So yeah, I'm able to go really fast. I just added this. It took me, bug and all, it took me about 2 hours to add this machine, get everything. I basically copied all the code from the MetaPress, pasted it in here, went through it line by line, making sure it all, was referencing the extruder and not the MetaPress, and bing, bang, boom, it actually worked. And I got that thing added, that thing took the longest. Getting that rotated and scaled and transitioned, because if you put down another one of these, facing a different way, because each block faces northeast, south, and west, and if I took this out and put it into here, you can see that it rotates it based on the direction of the machine. So that was some extra code, let me tell you. That was a lot of code. Oh my goodness. Can you check Discord? Mod developers quick. Ping everyone on your stream. Oh, let me read it on there. I can ping everyone on your stream if you like that announcement. I put there. I can check it really quick here. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know it's kind of last minute when I know you didn't know I was going to do it today, but one of the things I've been frustrated with over the last 2 weeks, since I started folding in and incorporating a lot of QPTech's assets, was I wasn't able to put out fresh screenshots, right? I got the log splitter working, I got the animation working, and I wasn't able to show a video or a screenshot of it because people would recognize it immediately as a QPTech machine, and they'd be like, well, what is this? You're stealing his stuff, right? And so I was like really frustrated over the last 2 weeks that I couldn't, as I was adding machines and as I was adding features, I couldn't actually tell anybody about it, right? The members only channel on my Discord for channel members and patrons, they're the only ones that have been seeing updated screenshots. They've been only the ones seeing like what features I've been implementing. So the wider community at large has not seen any progress, and I'm like, I have to say something. I have to put it out there, because it's like it's just too frustrating. I'm making too much progress, being able to add machines pretty fast now, and kind of butting my head up against this silence, and I'm like, I gotta get out there and I gotta say something. So I am recording this video as well, and I will be processing and uploading it as a video and posting it on the ModDB or linking it on the ModDB as a video, as well as uploading this snapshot, the one I uploaded to QPTech, uploaded to you so you could look at it, Quentin. That will be, hopefully I'll fix this bug. This is bothering me that this doesn't stop. But I will be uploading that to the ModDB as a extremely early version. Do not use this mod in its current state on mission critical servers. Don't do it. If you do it, and then you tell me, hey, blah, 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 I crashed or whatever, I'm going to tell you, do not use this on mission critical servers. If you want to play around with it in a test world, if you want to just you want to just like work with it and just see what it does and how it works, that's great. Check out the recipes, check that out, experiment, get ideas. That's what I'm wanting to do. I want to spark ideas. And as I add machines, I will be putting out screenshots and stuff of, oh, here's a new machine, here's a new machine, here's a new machine. I have already several recipes in the game that aren't even loaded yet, right? So there's a lot of things to do. And yeah, it is going to, I'm hoping to kind of spark a new kind of revolution with the power system I have. I've already submitted my universal block entity interface to Tyrone as a pull request on the Vintage Story survival code base. And I will be eventually submitting the Catenary mod once I have all of the bugs and the weirdness, because that's misreporting number of connections, which is frustrating. There's only one, two, three, four connections on that, and it says 5, and so I got to debug that. So once I iron out, a few more bugs off the Catenary mod, I'm going to be submitting that for base game as well, so everybody can use it, because I have more if I just do a wire, you can see wire relays, all of my wire relays and all of the wire, right? LV, MV, HV, EV, all red, green, and communication. Those are all the wire types that are built into the Catenary mod. And if you want to build a mod that's signal, I include those wires here. All you need to do is detect that in the event. Like, I'm going to have technical, as the mod gets closer to release, I'm going to have technical videos. Once the API is set and ready to go, I'll do videos on how do you add your own machine. It's going to be very, very simple, right? You're going to require my DLL, vintageengineering.dll, and then you're going to inherit your block, right? Your block will be inherited from electric block. Your block entity, if it has a GUI, is going to inherit from electric BE, and then you will automatically have, you'll be 90% of the way there. It's just a little bit of JSON after that to get it all to work, but it will plug into this system without any further work, right? It's a very, very simple system to plug into. So once the mod is done and all the machines are kind of set, then if people are like, "Ooh, I want this machine or that machine," then they'll be able to add that to the mod all they want. And then once the game is fully released, or once the mod is fully released, I'll make the GitHub repository public and allow people to submit issues, submit bug fixes, pull requests, feature add-ons. Like, it'll be more of a community thing, but I want to have tight control of the code base now, while everything is sort of in its infancy, and then go forward with a more of a community sort of bend to it. So anyway, the system is going and is working. Everything is everything is working. The animations are working. And it's just, everything is working, and it's beautiful. It's crazy. It's 9 months of work now. We're on the 9th month of work. It's a lot of work, but everything is working as intended, except for that. That bugs me. And if you want to experiment, you have to use the give command, but obviously I've standardized. So when you're holding wire in your hand and you're looking at the wire, you get a little collision box, right? So you just right click that and you're saying, oh, there it is. And now this thing is wired up and it should be getting some power. And now this one is broke. Why is my thing breaking? Y'all broke my mod just by watching. Why are none of my animations are stopping right now? Anyway, this ran out of fuel, which is why that is doing that. So this starts generating power when it hits 100C, and then this should be getting a little bit of power right there, because this does not produce. This produces half the amount of power as a machine needs, so you'd need more than one of these. So none of the machines have recipes, right? That is the balance. The balance of the game, the recipes, the progression. That's the fun part. That comes the very last step. That's the last step. Is all of the progression and all of the cool things is the last step. And I'm not worried. I'm not getting lost in the weeds on that, because that is literally the last thing you do, is making sure it all works. And I just can't believe this thing broke, because literally I've tested it many times, and it's never broken on me. So I blame everybody. I blame y'all. I blame y'all for doing that, for breaking that machine. There's a little bit of debugging. Like I said, there are bugs. But you just have to use, if you look at the wire relays, those are blocks. The actual wire is a block, and I do that for texture reasons. There's a reason behind that. Making them blocks allows you to control a little bit more. But the relays, obviously only LV. All the machines are LV. They're all set to LV. And so only LV relays and wire will work with them. You can put HV, MV wire or relays and wires down, but they don't connect to anything right now, right? I don't have transformers in. So yeah, all of that stuff is good to go. I am going to try to fix those animation bugs. I do not know why that animation is still playing after it gets done. I'm sure it's just a single line of code. That's what it usually comes down to. But anyway, that is it for the preview. I want to thank everybody for coming by and saying hi. Quentin, it has been fantastic working with you and getting access to all these great machines, and all this has allowed me to jumpstart and get into the getting the machines added a lot faster than I normally would have. I'd still be struggling trying to build, something presentable. So yeah, being able to just grab, basically grab what machine you have. I add a little node on it myself, right? For the wire, I add that little node on it. Set up the JSON, customize the JSON to meet to meet the needs of my mod, and then set up the objects behind the scenes. Like I haven't used any of your code at all, because all of my objects are basically plug and play. You drop them in, you copy the code, obviously you have to customize it so everything says extruder, but yeah, the code is very, very similar. And it's very easy to add machines for me at this point, now that everything's working. So yeah, this is, again, the machines themselves. Some of the LV machines will probably stay the way that they are, 100%. Like, they don't need to be more complicated than they already are. But because this mod is inspired by immersive engineering, I want to eventually get to multi-blocks. I want a big multi-block arc furnace, like a big multi-block HV arc furnace, big refinery, a big distiller, like big machines, like multi-block machines. And getting that up and running and working is going to be a ton of work. But essentially what those machines are is a single block with a single block entity with a whole bunch of blocks around it that are dummy blocks, but in a really big shape, right? So the shape in the shape editor is giant, right? It's way bigger than a single block. All of the dummy blocks give you the collision for that, right? All the dummy blocks around, just like a giant door. A giant door is one block in the game. All of the rest of the things are dummy blocks. They're dummy blocks with collision that tie back to the principal, which is the block that controls it all. So the game already has support for that kind of thing. I just need to learn it, figure it out, and build it for this system. So when you place, right, when you place like in my mind's eye, if you want to craft the arc furnace, the first thing you craft is the arc furnace master block, right? You actually craft a thing that dictates the machine you want, rather than immersive engineering, you building this weird structure and then the structure just figuring out what it is based on, I don't even know how that code works. But you place the sort of base block for the arc furnace. So I would take this, let's say this was the arc furnace base, you'd plop that down. Now not only do I have that in the ground, but I also have the directionality, right? Northeast, southwest. And then that block will give you the ghosted blocks around. All of the blocks that you have to place in the multi-block, right? There'll be ghosted blocks using the new mini dimension system that the game that Tyrone has added. And that will give you all the ghosted blocks that you then match and place. And then once it's done, because the master block is keeping track of all of those blocks placed, that thing, once it's done and it verifies, it swaps all those blocks out for the bigger final variant. And so all of the blocks that you just placed, right, they're all swapped for air, right? And or not air, but basically the replacement block for the big one. And then the master block essentially replaces itself. It's just the shape. It's not the block entity. Just the shape swaps to the big machine. So the big machine that's nice and modeled and animated or whatever takes its place, and that, you know, and all the other blocks you placed all become dummy blocks with, you know, they could even have custom collision boxes to make the shape look right. But anyway, that is my idea for multi-blocks, is using that new mini dimension system and building, you know, when you place the master block, that is your orientation, and then you build everything on that, and the master block just swaps its shape. It just exchanges its shape to the big version. And then if you break it, right, then it just swaps everything back. It just reverses that process and swaps everything back. It's a lot of work, and it's more making things pretty and fun than it is functional. And so I'm right now focused on functionality, not prettiness. And it's nice having the QBTech machines to give me a little bit of prettiness, because that's what people are interested in. But yeah, right now I'm just in machine adding mode. So if there are any questions, early days after my stream today, which once I'm done here, I'm going to pop into our multiplayer world and work on my house. Now that Quentin has updated the chisel tools, I've got the chisel tools updated on that server. I'll be working on my house and learning sort of the chisel tools and what's available there. Because that's going to be a lifesaver. That mod's going to be a lifesaver. Would like to see consequences using the wrong voltage. Yes, there will be consequences. There will be consequences. It's still early days yet. But one idea I had, actually one of my patrons had this idea, is not only have ingredients and stuff in the UIs for all of this, right? But also have like a tab, and that's anything dealing with GUI is like, I would love to farm that off on somebody. Have a tab in here for like, you would have a tab for like recipe, and then you would have a tab for machine. And the machine tab would actually have a slot just like this, or just like this, right? You would have a slot, and that slot would be for the motor. And the motor You could even make it so it appears on the machine somewhere. And this is like super like, this is like down the road. And somebody who wants to work on 3D stuff. Because I would need a machine, and this would be especially true for multi-blocks. A multi-block, like a big machine, you would be able to do this a lot better. But having a motor slot, and at first, when you first start the game, you would only have access to the LV motor, right? LV motor would go in there, and that would dictate how much power per second the machine is able to apply to a recipe, which is how you dictate how much time it takes to craft. The machine has a power per second. The recipe has a power per craft. Easy math from there. And the motor would give you that power per second. And so you put an LV motor in, and then down the road, when you're capable of crafting, let's say, an MV motor, you would put the MV motor in there, which would boost the amount of power per second that you're capable of using, as well as what type of connection it supports. The drawback to that is what happens if you put an LV motor in an MV connected machine. And that is where that idea comes from, is the consequence, Electro Bob, of miswiring it, of shorting that motor out, right? If you short the motor out, it's scrap at that point. It's scrap metal. You would have to recycle it, basically put it through a crusher, and it would return metal bits back to you. But the motor itself would be scrapped because you miswired it and it shorted it out. That is one idea I had. I took somebody's idea of the motor, adding the motor, and it just sort of like, there's a lot of things you can do with that sort of thing, as well as adding more devices, right? Not just the motor, but you could add a whole lot of different things that you could pick and choose in a machine. Even going so far as to customizing a machine itself, like have a machine that has just nothing but empty slots, and you just build the machine from depending on what you put in there. Now that would be an unholy mountain of code. That would be months and months of work for doing that kind of stuff. So don't expect me to do that. This is already 9 months of work right here. So anyway, I want to thank you all. Hope you all stick around. We're gonna do some work here in my regular world. So I've got a little bit of transition to do. The mod set I use for my test world is not even close to the mod set I use for my stream world. So I have swapped different directories for that. Because if I was trying to debug in this world with all of the mods that I have for my stream world, it would take too long to boot the game up every time. So let me switch over. First, I'm going to stop the recording because I've been recording this whole time. So let me just do my outro. All right. Thank you all for coming by. And hope to see you for the next Vintage Engineering update. And if you want early access to weekly builds, please sign up to be a patron or a channel member. And every Friday, I'm going to try to put out a fresh build of the game with all of the new features in whatever state they're in. If you want to help test and balance and all of that, please sign up for that. Obviously, I will prioritize patrons and channel member opinions over those of just random strangers for the mod. Most people don't say things like that out loud. I do, because I want to make it clear. If you're a supporter, if you're a channel member, I'm going to listen to your feedback much closer. And it's just the way it is. But I want to thank you all and hope to see you continuing in our lovely vintage story world. All right. Recording has stopped. Excellent. We'll put the blocker up. This is a screenshot I just took before I started. I'm gonna have to figure out why all of a sudden those things didn't stop animating. That's really bizarre. Very, very bizarre. All right. Swap out my directories. Mods dash dev mods. And now it's like a whole different game. Just swapping those mods directories out. Single player stream server. Hopefully it connects. Good. Plus, I wanna figure out like what font Tyrone used for the logo, because I want to make, if somebody out there is a good graphics designer, then I would love a logo in the same vein of Vintage Story for Vintage Engineering. Maybe not completely copy it, but yeah, I need a logo. And hello everybody. I'm sorry for not going into voice, but I was not only streaming all of that, I was also recording it for a video. Because I wanna take that and I wanna cut it up and put it out as an update video. So yeah, that's why I wasn't in voice at first.
It's all good.
Good, yep. Anyways, hey, Buggy.
Howdy, everybody.
How goes?
Oh, it goes.
Okay.
I'm gonna get the crops started here.
Oh my God, it's spring? Holy crap! Some time has passed. It was like February last time I was in here.
And the next
Yeah.
batch of steel is done too.
Oh, I would hope so if if 4 months has gone by. Oh.
I completed it last night.
Whew.
12:30.
Wow. Excellent.
Nothing else better to do.
All right, I think. Pretty sure those are, yeah. Yeah, the refractory 3s, like, they just. It's so rare for the tier 3s to actually, like, the block itself to crack, to break. So, that's why I like to upgrade those as soon as possible. All right. All right, that was the entire field of oak in one shot. Excellent. All right, now, yeah, I've got a full stack of blister steel. Excellent. I want to plant not walnut, not redwood. I want to plant some acacia. 'Cause I needs acacia for the house. Got so many. Not really conducive to a lot of trees here.
Oh, at some point, if you notice that the goat pen is ugly as sin, it's because apparently goats can climb over 3 tall fence.
Oh wow, three tall fence.
Yep, which means it's technically 3.5 blocks. Now here's the funky thing. Once I got them back in there, there was a layer of rock, and then a layer of dirt. They literally could not jump over the 1 block dirt. They couldn't get into the pen that way.
Huh.
I was getting PO'd. Very PO'd at that.
They could jump over a 3 tall fence, but not a 1 block thing of dirt, huh?
Right. Yep. Until I smacked it in the face.
Well, that motivates anybody.
Yeah. I was trying to capture one of them, and it so I hit it with the cage to injure it a little bit. I'm not even sure if that works. I know you did it so that the babies could be captured, but I didn't know if you had the adults. But I was getting that ticked off that I was just gonna risk killing one of them.
Yeah,
and I
only
smacked it
only the babies are capturable.
Okay. It's a good thing I didn't finish it off then.
Yeah, the adults would have been twice as many lines of entry into that config, and I just
Yeah.
uh,
We have milk that's literally spoiling, so help yourself to a bucket of milk.
ooh.
Boy, that sounds delicious.
Eight liters
God,
of
that
milk.
actually does sound delicious to me.
Well, I'll have to go out again. 'Cause I only got
Okay, so if I go here, and it's left click to copy, right click. Yeah, he still didn't paste materials. Oh, he still didn't do that. Oh, man. Why? Why? He fixed one bug, but didn't actually, like... Damn it. Okay. I don't know why. Oh. That's why. The pasted versions. Okay. No, those are granite. Damn it. Not want granite. I want granite. Well, order. One of the screenshots I saw this week inspired me to do better on this build. Because right now it's okay. This is like mediocre, I would say. H plaster. Holy Moses. Creative block. Quicklime and chalk sand. Any sand. Okay. Any sand. Which means we had some gravel around here.
Yep, got gravel right there. Right here. Shell, sand, and gravel.
Sweet. So gravel, I can crush into sand. And I believe it's the pulverizer that can do it. If we had some wind blowing, good lord. The wind just... It's not cooperating.
Oh.
This is why we need vintage engineering in order to get that.
Buggy.
Yeah.
I found magma.
Oh, good. Take a bucket and grab some.
I tried. Hands can't go near it. Anyways, it's at minus 66, 216.
Minus 66. 216.
I'll tell you the exact. Yeah.
Pretty close to the base as far as it goes.
Yeah, it's like right over here.
There's you'll find it because I put creative light right over top of it. Don't go down the single block hole. You want to go down the drop. The mine shaft.
We've had our first cheese ripen, but something went wrong with the blue cheese one. I'm gonna have to try and diagnose that.
By wrong, do you just say it just didn't make blue cheese?
Yeah, it turned into cheddar instead.
Yeah.
That one's the cheddar one. This one's the blue cheese one. One thing I noticed is that the snow had accumulated on top of the layer of sticks. So I was
Well,
wondering if
when I first saw that layer of sticks, it was surprising because I didn't think you could have, like, I honestly did not think you could have a block in the way at all for blue cheese. Like, it had to be an open, completely open block.
I don't think they count as a block. But yeah, that'll be my next step, is taking that out if it fails. And then I'll have to find a way to try and keep critters out. But yeah, I had figured that the layer of sticks thing was exactly why that existed, is for making blue cheese. I mean, maybe I'm making an assumption. But
What about a trap door?
that might be another one I'll try. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, like, not if you take a trap door and you make a kind of a box out of it. You know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean.
So up 4 trap doors.
Yep.
Right? That way it's like a flume.
Oh, damn.
Did you
All
see
of our
what
wine is starting to spoil.
Really? I thought it turned to vinegar.
Nope, that one is a feature of
Hmm. Of another mod.
expanded food. Yep.
Yeah. Figures. So, did you see what I found? I gave your oven a smokestack. Awesome. Yeah, if you go on the roof, you'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like right directly above.
Ah, I see.
So I'm gonna need a crap ton of lime as well. So quick lime.
Oh, you're making construction paste.
No. Yeah, I made one of the changes I made to the Buggy's random changes was that it's basically the file is just called like quicker lime, and essentially The lime smelts faster, at a better ratio. Oh, goddamn magnet. I really need to add a command to the magnet. Really, really, really do. Alright, this looks like it's working fine. It is crushing that down to sand. Good, good, good. And what about this grinder? You are not working on anything, so you can work on something, sir. And I should build another set of those. Basically go above those, build another set, and see if I can't gear ratio these things down somehow. I don't think I've ever done it. But yeah, getting this to spin faster would be super sweet. So that's something I can do today. Still working on this milk. Ugh. 11% spoiled.
Yeah.
It's like the milk in my fridge. I always, you know, when the expiration date comes by, I'm always like, oh, I can tweak that a couple 3 days, and by the third day, it's like I smell the milk, and it's like, oh nope, can't. I've reached my limit.
I can taste it a couple days before it actually starts to spoil, because you can tell that it starts getting a little sweeter.
Oh yeah, I can tell, but I'm thinking, I fortify my system a little bit, you know.
But you don't want to get to the point of drinking chunky lemon milk.
Yeah, it gets to the point where you're like, this is far enough. All right, I'm gonna
For
go.
those that don't recognize that, that's actually a quote from that TV show The Office. The kind of touched guy, let's call him, the not quite so smart guy, was drinking somebody's milk that they had left in the fridge while they were on vacation. So he's like, yeah, sometimes I sneak a little bit of that milk when I'm at the fridge, and I'm gonna but now that he's back, he threw it away. I'm gonna miss that chunky lemon milk.
Oh,
It's like,
Jesus!
oh god.
Yikes!
That show didn't have a lot to it, but it occasionally it had a winner like that one. All right, so yeah, now we're getting some brandy. I might just boil it down to aquavita. What do you guys think?
Sure.
I mean,
You know,
it's either that or like waste it. Like, you don't want to waste it.
well, we could drink the brandy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like stuff that was going bad.
Yep, no, it's the wine is going bad, and I'm turning it into brandy.
Oh,
So yeah, there was something going bad, but the brandy should.
Oh, you're gonna
Stay for a
distill it,
while.
are you?
Yep.
Good idea.
Yeah, I got my distilling operation going.
Yeah, I saw that. I was looking for chalk. I was out and about looking for chalk last night. We couldn't find any. Did find
well,
more chalk, though.
somebody found it. We have a little bit of chalk already. So somebody had found it previously.
I was looking for, chalk stone is what I was looking for. I only found, there's only 5 left. That's why I was looking for it. Figured you'd want it.
let's
Don't you need that for something?
I think chalk has some uses.
yeah, it can be a pigment. It's definitely something you can use to dye.
Well, when you go out for that magma, you'll also notice that there's a whole lot of saltpeter on the walls. I didn't bother collecting that yet.
Ooh, some more olivine and quartz. And brown coal. Sylvite. More brown coal. And lapis. And more brown coal. And a bunch of oil, that's going to be very useful for testing the pump. Yeah, as far as the pump, so I would love if I could create like a way to like poll, quote unquote, the community and ask like, what are your opinions on like certain features? Because one of them, and why can I not find my way out of this? So one of the features of create is when you have a body of water or a body of fluid, any fluid, big enough, it treats it as infinite. So anything if you put the pipe into a body of fluid that's over 10,000 blocks, 10,000 source blocks, it just treats it as infinite and gives you an infinite amount. So the challenge there, let's say you're doing like fuel, like diesel. You have to actually create 10,000 blocks worth. In this case, it would be 10,000, like a single block is, in this game, a single block is 1,000 liters. So if you're looking at, if you're looking at 10,000, ooh, fire clay, right next to the house.
Nice.
Vein mine. That was some decent. That was 1, 2, 3 stacks of fire clay right there. So for like, say let's like crude oil, right? So let's say you find some crude oil, you pump the crude oil, and then you fill a reservoir near your base with crude oil, right? You have this giant reservoir that you then fill with all the crude oil that you find, and you know if you do the infrastructure to pump it far and wide, and then you bring it back to the base, and then you fill the reservoir with X number of blocks, that would be infinite. Now, in my opinion, that's a good bridge between like hard game mechanics and something that would be a good in between. Like, oh, that sounds fair, basically. Let me call it there. So, but what I really don't know is like what is the what would be the opinion of people like at large? Like, is that a mechanic of create that people like, or is that something that people are like, no, I can do without that?
Damn.
All right, so I have
Nice to have an infinite source, but I don't know if that would be the best way to go about it.
I mean, I could, you know, a feature like that, you could easily create in the config, like, blacklisted fluids. Like, the infinite thing is good for, like, water or even lava, if you can find it on this world, because it's hard to find. You could craft it. You could, you know, you infuse enough heat into a block of rock, you can create a single block of lava, right? It would take a tremendous amount of heat. I mean, lava is what, about 1,500 degrees? Like, it would take a lot of heating to make lava. But, you know, in watching like Foxy and Mr. Beardstone, I realize when watching those, and that's really where I get like a lot of my ideas and inspiration for what I want to do, watching all the different mods and stuff. I've just completely given up on Direwolf. Like, I just can't do it anymore. I mean, the guy is, anyway. It
Yeah, I
makes me
stopped
think,
watching him a long time ago.
in watching some of those mods, especially Create, all of the things that you can do with a cobble gen mechanics, like lava plus water equals stone, right? And then even Create expands on that. Like, lava plus chocolate equals scoria. And lava plus honey equals limestone, right? So they use the vanilla mechanics to generate resources, generate types of stone. And believe it or not, I was looking through Vintage Story. Tough is now part of the game.
What is part of the game?
Scoria now. Scoria, volcanic rock, is part of Vintage Story. So they're actually adding, like, I don't know where this like comes from. Scoria stone in Snowball. You can put like weird. It's weird, but so they're actually adding stone types that you find in like Create and stuff. Because Scoria was one in Create. That was one you created from chocolate and lava. So I was thinking like all of the different things you can do with lava in Minecraft. Lava is one of the primary like sources of power, primary things you can do. But in Vintage, it's extremely rare. Like rare, like that lava that I just found for that bucket was like 3 blocks of lava, and it's really hard to find.
Did you already go and get it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we just need somewhere to put it that doesn't burn out like everything. Because I use it for a trash can. It's
Oh, I picked up some. I thought I grabbed some basalt stone somewhere. Hold on.
yeah, basalt is in the. We just need more shale. Surprisingly, like I want a ton of shale. I want to make our roof shale.
Oh, okay.
Either that or slate. I mean, slate would work too. Shale or slate, I'm not sure. Because slate roofs are a thing. Like, that's an actual thing.
Because I believe, yeah, I put the shell rock down there.
Oh,
Yeah, okay. I
Then
know
s-
exactly where to go.
this lapis. Oh, I did buff lapis a little bit. Oh yeah, olivine. How much olivine did I get out of that? 3. I got 3 whole olivine out of that vein. That was crazy. And then brown coal. I think Oz has enough brown coal to basically feed an army.
Yeah. I put it in chat, but I made one of each of the type of cheese pies. So there's one cheddar, one blue, and one that's 50-50. If you want to compare the stats on them, they're all right in front of the oven.
You know what you can do, Buggy? Make jars.
Let me guess, this 5120 is the blue cheese one?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm massively buffed. Because I couldn't find where I buffed blue cheese. I must have removed that at some point. But I always intended to keep it. But yeah, I buffed blue cheese in ingredients just because for some reason it's harder to make, and in vanilla has less dairy satiety than cheddar. And it's like, If it's harder to make, then it should be better, right? It should be worth making. It's one of the design tenets this game doesn't quite do right is
Yeah.
shit that's hard should be like better, right? It should be good to make it. But yeah, there's a lot of things in this game are like it's hard, but it doesn't really give you any benefit. So there's no carrot to get you there.
The only thing I can think of is if there was like a satisfaction feature, so not only do you have to worry about your different nutritions, but then also just like a happiness thing where, having access to more types of food would give you more satisfaction. But then, how does that integrate? Is it a health boost or is it does your character just whine less maybe? Every now and then you hear that trumpet just go, "Arr." Just like the vanilla Minecraft guys. I didn't intend that, but yes, it definitely sounded like it.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll have better luck.
Okay, so I have a bunch of chromite. There's some copper. There's some gold. There's some more chromite.
So yeah, thank you everybody for finding that blue cheese. That's what I use to make these pies.
Yeah, the blue. It's apparently in the loot lists now. Blue cheese, like a wheel of blue cheese. Kind of strange, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you could also buy it at
Some of the vendors.
yes, I believe.
Okay, smelts into
I
chromium
think,
block.
You'll have better luck buying the normal wheel than the actual blue cheese. I think blue cheese is kind of a rare thing.
Pulverizes into crushed chromite, which is used for diluted chromite, which is used for a bunch of the dyes. Powdered chromite is used for frit mix. Iridian, green clay. Yeah, one of the issues with the bricklayers and all the different clays and stuff is there's usually multiple crafting paths to get to a certain clay or color, and usually there's an easy way and there's a freaking impossible way. Like the easy way, powdered olivine and clay gives you green clay. Or you could go powdered manganese oxide, which is like crazy insane levels of like, why would you do it that way? Like powdered olivine is like, oh, grab olivine, powder it up, and good to go. Super easy. All right, let me go grab some limestone.
Any such thing as super easy.
Okay, so this, yes, I've got shale sand. I've got lots of sand. I'm gonna grab 2 stacks of those. 2 stacks of those. And go over here. So let's see if this works. That change took effect. So now it's 1 to 1 instead of 2 to 1. So that very much helps. This is definitely going to be one of my next machines. Is something that reads the combustible props off of an item, like basically like a kiln. Essentially, what a kiln is.
An oven.
Or not? Yeah, same sort of crafting mechanic. But yeah, the craft time on this is super fast. Baking temperature 825. You can see instead of 5 seconds, instead of 20 seconds, it's 5 seconds. And when you combine that with the fire pit mod that we have, which is I think it's the only mod that actually has a harmony patch on it. But the vanilla mechanics of the fire pit, for some reason, in the vanilla fire pit, when it gets done crafting, it resets the temperature of the stack that you're smelting.
Oh,
And
dumb.
like when I first saw that, when I first started playing, I'm like, what the hell? Like, why does it do that? I have a fireplace behind me. I've burned stuff in the fireplace. I can guarantee you that if I put a stack of something in the fireplace and one of those finished, it would not reset the temperature of the fire. Like,
No,
so it always boggled my mind, like when I saw that, and I was like, why the hell is that? Yeah, so in my world, the fire pit doesn't reset temperature, and I this is part of the quicker lime change that I made to the what you call it yeah, the change that I made to Buggy's random changes, which I mean I'm always telling people and always informing them that they can customize the mod however they want, as long as they don't try to put the mod out as their own. They change a bunch of stuff and they're like, oh, here's a mod I made. It's like, no. Customize it for how you want to play it, and then that's good to know. I want to encourage people to learn how to mod, or at least, I mean, learn how to customize a mod. Maybe not. I don't expect people to pick up like programming skills, but being able to edit a text file or figure out, like, look at a text file and figure out how to change something is actually pretty easy to do. And I think it's good for the brain to be able to do that.
yeah, well. I tried, I can't. So I tried twice, and I just don't have the mind for it anymore. Just don't. Watched your videos twice, still didn't get it.
Well, what are you trying to edit? Like what?
I wasn't trying to edit anything. I was trying to create.
You were trying to create a mod.
Yeah,
Doing what?
watching.
No. What were you? What were you trying to do?
What was I trying to do? I was trying to do the whole thing with the mossy sponge, or whatever, the moss. Remember?
You were trying to get the moss to like absorb water.
The spotty moss,
Mm-hmm.
right? I was trying to get the spotty moss to make the spotty moss part of a block, right? A block that absorbs water, like a sponge in Minecraft. You have to go into the
Right, but that would require code. You'd have to do code, and anytime you're doing a mod that changes the world in some way, right? That affects blocks, that affects temperature, that affects, you know, some attribute of a block that you know, like if you wanted to right click, let's say you have moss in your hand and you right click farmland, right?
Yeah.
To inject new attributes into the farmland block, you would need code to do that. There's no real JSON way of doing that, because that functionality doesn't exist in farmland inherently. If it did, then you'd be able to augment it and change some setting, you know, change some stats, right? If farmland had a way of doing that, which could be done with fertilizer, right? The using fertilizer to right click on that, but that's a very specific thing that you're editing. So fertilizer, you could do it if you wanted to add your own fertilizer that, say, adds all 3 types. Then you could do that. But as far as like moisture levels, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how the block manages moisture. I know that QP Tech has a irrigator that does it. They have an irrigator block that can irrigate like an area, a grid of blocks.
Yeah.
But that's the code that he has a block that you put underneath farmland. That block detects the farmland above it and artificially boosts the moisture. So yeah, code-based stuff. Anytime you want to edit or alter a block, you gotta do it the hard way. So yeah, I would never recommend somebody tackle that kind of mod as like their first mod, just because it is kind of a pain. Wow, I only needed like one or two fuel for all of that. All right, so quicklime can go over here. Be using that soon. Well, let me craft up a whole crap ton of copper. 8,000 units of copper. And that will be just an unholy, that'll be 80 pours, 8 different sets of all of these nails and strips when that gets done.
I just did like 32
Excellent.
strips.
Well, I can also pour if I really wanted to. I didn't know you poured a bunch of nails and strips. So I could pour maybe 4 of those, and then the rest I could probably do just ingots. What are we low on? We want to do a bunch of tin bronze. Where's my recipe? Is there?
Yeah.
Did you need more swine, more boars?
No, we're already on generation 2 for pigs,
Okay.
so
Never mind
more would just set us back. But thank you.
then. Okay. I just found a whole bunch of them.
Copper.
About the only thing that we could use in the farm is different species of goats, but I really don't want to worry about that. So
All right.
And then let's do this.
Oh, did you guys hear about that guy that got arrested down in the States for trying to breed a new type of goat? Supposedly there's this goat that's protected and it's very big, and so he was trying to use existing goats and actually splice the genes from this larger goat.
so not breed, genetically engineer.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
no,
that changes things.
Yeah, anyways. Well, he's not supposed to, like, use any part of this creature at all. You know?
That's a little weird that it would be protected on that level.
Yeah, and Well, because he was importing this parts of this particular goat across state lines. He basically was breaking the law. And he got arrested for it.
Strange.
But ooh, I found claystone and shale. So do you need a lot of it?
Depends on what you mean by a lot, but I need enough for a roof, so.
I don't know how big of a roof you're going for.
Well, you know how big the house is.
I do. Okay.
Okay, then.
Guess I'll just mine out this mountain then.
Do I want another set? That is going to be 4,000, 4,000. Great upgrade. So those. Ooh, I am really hungry. Let's put this. Oh, there's just no safe place for this block. Let's hope that it's fine right there. Fingers crossed. But a little garbage can. That's another thing I could easily program as a trash can. That would be
quite well.
that would be dead easy to program. I could do that in like 30 minutes. I could program a trash can. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that should be a goal. This week is just a quick trash can. I need a 3D model, everybody. Anybody out there? That, like, if I were to spend all my damn time making cool 3D models and textures, nothing would ever get done for the month. Literally not. I would spend weeks trying to model and texture and do all that and get something that looks good. You know, to be able to do the code, and because you'd need a GUI, a block entity, and an inventory. All of that, right? All of that code I can do in an afternoon. The 3D model and the textures, literally like 3 days. Like, it just takes me so long to do that because it's just not my skill set. My brain is not set up for it. Never had to do it when I was young. Like, when I was learning to program and stuff, I just never needed that skill set. So it never developed. Oh, he needs an upgrade. Okay. Copper upgrade should be relatively easy. I think I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a bunch of these. Those. This. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. And there. need a need an upgrade with that. I still have all this blister steel I need to process. 64 of those. I'm probably going to make another forge just to speed that up because it's slow rate.
Ooh, scared the wits right out of me, you stupid thing.
That's got ways. That's got a ways. That's got a ways.
Made me jump.
All right.
I need a saw. Should I make it out of iron?
For boards or for crafting?
Boards. For
There
boards,
are there are 2 iron handsaw blades in the tools chest, and there's one tin bronze one sitting here. We want to use those
Yeah,
up
got
first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we wanted to use the other way for boards.
No, those basically the only use for those is boards and sticks. We have plenty of sticks, and so we just need to use them up.
Okay.
I should have. What? I crafted a steel saw blade, and it disappeared.
Huh.
No, hang on. I got it.
That was not. Yeah, that's that. We had all these handsaws sitting around here. How much durability is left? Oh my god! Okay, from now on, I'm just gonna keep this shit on me. It's half dead! God damn it. There's a reason. There's a reason I don't craft these things so early. There's people just like, oh, I'm going to bypass all of these other things, and we're just going to use the top tier thing right off the bat. For his own house, by the way. All right, so those are all smelting. It just takes forever in a day. I know the stack sizes make that just take forever. I need to make another forge. And that's just a bunch of cobblestone. Now, how much cobble? Ooh, they actually have some cobblestone. Yay. Okay, so 2 forges. That will speed this process up by a lot. And just as a reminder, no no magnets in the vicinity because this is gonna get iffy. Let's go see how much more. Oh. These things are so slow. All
Mind
right,
if I ask you a couple questions here quick?
go for it.
So I'm gonna make a grass farm. Um, should I make it on the level of the farm or the level of the house? And then also, should I raise the farm up a level?
Depend. So for the grass farm, because that was many questions. The grass farm, it depends on where you put it, right? So
I was thinking
northeast,
right over
southwest. So down, the level of the trees is basically kind of what I'm going for over here. I don't mind multiple levels, right? So I've already got stairs going up to the house. Like, it doesn't need to be flat. I would definitely get all this sand out of here first, because that's actually useful. Yeah, it doesn't. You don't have to raise it up at all. And as far as the farm, that's up to you. I have no problem having it be where it is. This porch area needs to be. We really need to make this work, but
yeah, I'll adjust the porch area.
the prettyification I kind of left to you, as to just tinker around with, see what you want. Yeah.
Should I make a double door, kind of leading up to the path, or should I move that path? Because it kind of you come out, you turn left, and then you turn right. I mean,
yeah, do like whatever you like. Frankly, I'd move the path over and then use this edge to plant another. I don't know. It's up to you. Like, I kind of leave this. You're the farmer guy. You're the food guy. So however you want to handle it, we can adjust the house however you want to fit whatever you need. So,
okay. What? So if we have a double door, where should be the other side? Where this tool rack is, or where the torch is?
Well, if you wanted to line up there, both of these would be taken out.
I figured you wanted the house pattern the way it is. I mean, moving it, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be altering the corner where I'm smelting. I'm gonna be putting a fireplace over there. Like, this is not final.
Okay.
Like, the way the shape is not final. So,
I'll put the double door here then.
Yeah.
Right in line with the path.
I just need to.
Oh man, that sounds so awful. The way it breaks. There's another one on this side. Oh, you got it.
Limestone. Just like that. And I was hoping. No. That's a bad door. Bad door. Hoping to buy some better doors from the furniture trader, decor dude. I don't know what his name is, but one of the guys sells better doors. Or I guess we could craft them. Door. So, like, sleek door.
If you find the
Gatekeeper's blueprint.
yeah, if you
The
find
gatekeepers. I don't think we've found that yet.
Nope. That's what I was gonna say. If you
Pavers,
find that, then
chandlers, joiners,
make better doors. I
Oh,
believe.
we do have a gatekeeper.
Cool. You can actually make it into a book.
We can make copies of it with an ink and quill. I need to make some black dye, which actually, come to think of it, we can actually make dye. Black dye is made from gray dye, which is water. Okay, yep. Okay, so I want to grab this, and then I need 5 of each of these. God dang it. And then those. 8 hours. Oh, Jesus. Actually, I don't need this. Now that we have lava up here, I don't need that on. I always keep a bucket on me in case I run across lava, but Arm found lava for us, so we has lava now.
Jeez.
32, 29, I need 3.
Jesus, you scared the living out of me. Stupid thing. Things just keep dropping on me from nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we need a hammer. Oh, I think I have a hammer on there. I do have a hammer on. Excellent. I don't have my magnet on. That's good. Oh, these are actually almost done. I'm gonna wait for these to be done. Then I probably want another set. So let's.
Cinnabar. What is this for?
2, 3, 4, 5. Cinnabar, I think, is mainly a dye source of dye.
Okay. Oh, found titanium. Can't mine it because I don't have a steel pick, but found it. Oh, down to the mantle.
Okay, there's another batch ready to
Oh, it
go.
makes- So you use it to make red glass.
Yeah, a lot of those recipes were added by the Bricklayers mod because you need a source of dye, a source of color somewhere. So yeah, a lot of those are sort of augmented, which is I think a large part of why they exist in the world. Like, there's a lot of minerals and stuff in the game that have zero use in the vanilla game. There's graphite, phosphorite, like there's like so many. If I even do for like ite, let's look at ite. Get past all of the metals because reasons. Yeah. So sylvite, fluorite. I don't know, fluorite, graphite, kernite, phosphorite. Like, I don't even know. Like, fluorite. What is fluorite? Fluorite is powdered, and yeah, Bricklayers uses it, right? So, you know, a lot of these have been picked up by Bricklayers to, you know, to augment, and you know, we'll probably use some of these in the vintage engineering mod.
Like graphite?
So graphite is good for graphite rods. You know, it is for like if you're making like a arc furnace. Graphite rods could be used. So in addition to them using these materials, we'll probably also buff the materials a little bit, because right now, yeah, they spawn, but they are incredibly rare, like very rare to find. And if it's going to be a gate to get somewhere, then there has to be multiple paths to craft it. So like graphite, you can make graphite from carbon, you know, with an extra processing step or something like that. So, yeah.
Industrial diamonds?
Because I don't want like, I want to use as much vintage story like mechanics as I can, but the, you know, it's gonna be hard because it's not Minecraft and people are very very used to how Minecraft does things. And what I want to do is get it familiar enough where like, oh, I understand this process. But when you run into like, oh, I need graphite, right? I need graphite for this. How do I get graphite? And if it's just a material that you mine in the world, then it might be hard to find. And people might get frustrated because it's not obvious where it spawns.
No.
Okay, so we need ingots
How about a
first.
loom? I did find a loom. That's another rare one.
A loom? Isn't that a machine?
Alum.
Oh, alum? Yeah. Alum is actually used in the base game for diluted alum. It's a recipe, or it's an ingredient for dye.
Yeah.
That one ironically is used in the base game, but
Why is it the further you go down, the more you're... Ooh, weird sound. Oh well, guess I better get up there.
I would love to invent a way that automatically pours these crucibles into these things, into these molds, but it's
That is a weird sound.
40.
Did you know that if your your wheel gets down to about halfway, you start hearing this weird ominous sound?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh yeah.
Like oh my
similar to
God.
the.
It's like you're going to hell.
It's similar to the music you hear in during a storm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it happens when you're deep. You can kill a bunch of drifters, and it refills your gear. So that's a way to be able to be down deep for longer.
Yeah.
And I always, when I generate these worlds, I always generate them basically with default depths. But you can set your world gen, so the world, instead of 256 total height of a world, you could set it to 1024. You could have 4 times the amount of height that you have to get through to get to the bottom. Like it gets a little crazy, especially with like trying to find ores. If you're trying to find ores that are that deep, like it's just sort of, think of it like a rubber band. You're stretching the generation of things by a lot.
Yeah.
So it can be a little rough. That's still got a ways to go. That's got a ways. That just started. It's gonna go. So
Want to pick it up.
I grab that. Ooh. And I think there's a bug. Yeah, I think there's a bug with these lights from Quentin's chisel mod. I'm gonna, because I'm getting weird lighting flickers.
Which mod is that?
Well, his Chisel Tools mod includes a Jonas paintbrush that allows you to actually get those light blocks. So these glow blocks that we have here, which I am going to remove because I'm seeing flickering light, and
He stole them.
he showed when he showed me the mod. He showed me his test world, and he loaded up. He actually built like a Star Trek style spaceship that had a whole bunch of these glowy blocks everywhere, and the light was the colored lights were just flickering all over the place.
Okay.
And he was like, "Whoa, what's going on there?" It's like it's misbehaving, and unfortunately, is like I don't know if that's a bug with his light because I don't think he uses the creative glow, creative light things. I think he does it in a way that I don't know if he introduced his own lights, but I want to see. I just want to test the creative glow light or the creative light recipe that I added. Creative, which is creative glow and then creative light. No, that's glow. Creative light 79. So here's my recipe. Here. I wish I would stop. Can you stop cycling? So leather, chisel, resin, and white marble rocks. Polished marble is what you need there. So I would love to go grab a bunch of marble.
I can do that.
White marble.
White marble?
White marble.
I usually
I should have added that to my vein mining option, but
I usually mark marble. You know, like pink marble and that kind of thing when I'm going around, but I haven't been doing it. Probably should.
now
A lot of
don't
ground.
have my magnet on. Is this how long does this have left? 2 hours. These are soft.
Coming back because I ran out of food.
This next set, these two are gonna go fill the plate. So we have tin bronze plate for chests. And I probably need a set of iron. Do we have enough iron? We might not have enough iron. Well,
There's
maybe.
two ingots in the tool chest.
Yeah, but I'm talking about smelting like 80 ingots worth twice.
Should be enough.
Because just the upgrades for the crates and the upgrades for the chests are not cheap.
No.
The crate upgrades are actually more expensive than the chest upgrades, believe it or not. By 100%.
Yeah.
The crate upgrades is a single plate, which is 2 ingots. The chest upgrade is no, the other way around.
Crates
Crates
are
is 4 ingots, right?
Yeah, 4
So those are twice as expensive as the chest upgrades. Because the chest upgrades are a single plate.
Yeah, but they hold more.
The chests? No.
No, the crates hold more.
Oh yeah, the crates do. By a large amount. Especially with
Yeah,
my
and
add-on
I
mod.
just- well, look at the crate for the fire clay.
Yeah, I need to upgrade, which is one of the reasons I'm smelting so much.
I just upgraded it from normal to
Copper, yeah, I know. But I need to upgrade it again because it's full.
it's already full, the fire clay?
Yeah, I actually found fire clay right near where your lava was as I was digging up out of there.
No. Okay. Well,
Um,
the thing is I think the next step is bronze.
Yeah, which is why I'm smelting up a crap ton of bronze.
Oh, okay. And then I guess it's iron after that.
Yeah. So I was looking at our iron stock.
Your cost was going up,
Okay.
but I guess not.
Nope, I was going to grab a.
Oh, I need food. We have a few tin bronze shears around.
Yep, that's what I grabbed. Thank you.
I think that needs to be upgraded too.
I need to cut down one of your acacia trees, so I figured I don't know what our seed situation is, so I was erring on the side of caution and gonna eliminate the leaves before cutting it down.
Oh, I've 2 stacks of saplings. Let me do.
Okay.
Let's see how many trees. Oh, there we go.
Jeez.
Yeah, I can cut down a lot with this. Just a little bit of silver leg, little bit, but
A little bit.
I just yeah.
Oh,
I bump up how much I can do in one shot when I'm doing trees. Which is no, that's not acacia. Where's my? There it is. And all the sticks. And there. Now we have 350 acacia. Take this. Put that there. Okay. And that goes away. And you.
oh, you moved them forward. Oh, oh well. They spoiled.
What's that?
The,
What am I walking
Sure.
over?
the red currants.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, I got you some turnips and some king bullet and 1 onion.
All right. Yeah, right now I'm in rearranging this area mode, so I'm not paying attention. Not to mention, just a few berries isn't anything that I'm gonna worry about.
No, I understand.
Oh, looks like he introduced another weird smithing bug.
Uh-oh.
Of the version.
You also got new trees to plant.
Yeah, sometimes the hammer double hits.
Hey, when next I'm down south, you want me to grab you some saguaro?
You can't actually plant those, nor can you pick them up. When you break them, they just break. They don't do
Oh,
anything.
that's too bad.
Yeah, I tried when we were down there. But he said that in the blog post for 1.19.5 that work has started in earnest on 1.20 and it's going to be focused on exploration and all that kind of stuff, so should be very cool.
Excellent.
Get back.
Yeah, that double hit is making me nervous on this. Ooh, there's another one.
happening now? You were right. You're right, Oz. That jug does hold 3.
Oh, okay, good.
God damn. Why does it do that?
Ooh. Oh wow, okay. Lava. Over here in the corner. Just trying to figure out what? Sparks.
Yeah, he's got a little mini trash can. At least I assume that's what he's using it for.
It's about the only thing in the game it's good for is burning stuff up. Has really no use other than that. And burning the farm down. You know, you could burn a house down with that. Because the game literally like simulates the temperature. So every block you go away from that, it drops the temperature by 100. So at that block, it's like 1500 degrees. And then as you go away from it, it drops it by 100. So anything, you know, close to that block that's combustible will be set on fire. So you just got to watch it really closely.
In other words, don't go near it.
Well, the player is fine going near it. Just don't put, you know, a wooden chest next to it, or a wooden fence, or a farm.
Okay.
Because it will.
Lessons learned the hard way.
Yeah, much the hard way. Like, very much the hard way.
We even watched it for a little while, and it wasn't lighting on fire. So like, oh, okay, well, it's good. And then I come back, I go out the door, and all of the farm is gone, and all the fences. And I was like, wait, Buggy, what's going on? Or was it you that brought it up? I can't remember.
Yeah, one of us went to the backyard. When I was cruising around, because I know I was flying at the time. I went back there and it was gone. Like the fence, the farm, the crops, most of the animals. Like we had pens with animals. Most of those are gone. Some of them were like the sheep. Some of the sheep were like wandering around in the hills next to the house. But the farm was gone. I mean, it was gone. And I was like, what? What the hell happened? And it was, the fire started and it burned all through it, and we didn't even notice it, didn't hear it, didn't even realize that it happened. So fun times.
Yeah, I was working on cooking, so I was used to hearing crackling noises. So even if it did, you know, crackle and burn, I wouldn't have noticed because I was busy.
Jesus. Coffee. Happy Saturday to you too, sir. I'm glad I wasn't hammering at that exact moment, because I probably would have ruined my ingot.
Okay.
As it stands, I just ruined my pants.
I was gonna say something to that effect.
Oh, I just gathered a whole bunch of stuff for Moss.
Oh.
Well, I'm almost halfway through this stack. This is a lot of steel, everybody. This is a lot of steel. It's a glorious amount of steel. And might as well craft up. I don't know. Steel hammerhead, maybe? I don't think I've ever made one of these. That's giving me a lot fewer bits than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, when my iron went, it only gave me 6 bits.
Yes, I know I could use the Helve Hammer to automate this. But as far as I know, you don't get... you don't get any bits back from that, right? So we're getting blister steel bits and steel bits from crafting all of this stuff. And as far as I know, you don't get those things back. Molten copper. Okay, so here...
All right, one of the yellow apple trees took root.
Hey!
Indeed. We are up to generation 4 on hens. Hope you don't mind the public service announcement.
This just in.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. La 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 la. What do we need? Hand wedge, hand planer. Yeah, steel chisel. Could do a cleaver. With one hit kills? I'd do a steel cleaver for Oz. Why not? He's earned it.
Yeah, we may as well do one of those. I'm running out of things to do with red meat again, so I think I'm just gonna start making compost.
Too bad you can't make sausage.
Yep.
Ah. Oh, do I want... No, I don't want crafting. That right now. Getting all distracted. Crafting too many things. Okay. Somebody wants to help. Oz, you want to help or
Sure. What's up?
somebody? Grab these tongs that are up there.
I made myself one.
Okay. These two middle have tin bronze in them.
Okay.
We need to pour those into the plate molds back there.
Okay.
So, yeah. Those two combined will fill all of those. So, which means I can take the fuel out of there. That doesn't do all of that. So he'll be pouring that pretty fast.
I actually have a macro on my mouse whenever I'm in Vintage Story that just does a crouch right click. So that makes it pretty handy.
What? You put those in there?
Yeah, I picked them up. Forgot to take my magnet off.
Yeah. And I see you crafted the steel cleaver. You didn't have to do that.
I didn't craft it.
Oh, I thought you.
No, I
Interesting.
picked it up.
Oh, I thought you had to craft it with a stick to finish it, but apparently it comes finished, I guess. Good to know. Ooh, this one's mostly slag. It's a waste.
Alright, there you go.
Thank you, sir. And here you go. Oh, that's Renegade. Damn it! Renegade, give that to Oz. I thought it was Oz standing next to me. But no, Renegade was just standing there looming over me like a supervisor.
Yeah, I moved out of there quick. Always darting from one place to another. Oh, you know, when I loaded that vanilla game to test something out, I can't even remember what it is offhand. Oh, fish cooking. But anyway, the spotty moss, I wasn't getting that off of trees. So there must be a mod somewhere that's doing that.
Really? Interesting.
Yep.
Probably, yeah. It could be, man, it could be so many. Like expanded matter, could be bricklayers. There's a couple mods that we have that try to expand like the available stuff. None of mine do it. I know it's not one of mine that does that.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure I'm aware of all the changes that I made for those. You know, I typically don't mod when I'm super tired, usually. So I typically remember what changes I put in. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I lose track of which mod has the change. But I usually remember like whether or not I changed something. So at least there's that.
Oh, and on that note, in that world, if I remember correctly, when I first loaded into it, the whole forest floor dropping low fertility soil worked. And then I enabled all the mods I have, went back in there and tried to pick up a forest floor, and it did drop the low fertility, if I'm remembering correctly. So it might be when we loaded this world that it tagged all the existing forest floor as, you know, drop low fertility instead, kind of thing.
Yeah, it could be.
Or
Could be. Oh yeah, it could be so many different things. The game is incredibly complex, and
right.
there are so many systems that are that communicate with one another. Like just so many different things. All right, there's one more pour to do. Well, a few more pours. I don't even know. Yeah. So this first one here has copper in it. Yeah. No magnets, please, over here.
I don't have a magnet.
So back here we have nails and strips. So I was planning on doing. There's 7,000 in there. Like that's 10 each. I was gonna do 4. So 3 more pours of nails and strips, and then 1 pour in 1 mass ingot, because that should be 4,000.
So
you can do 1 mass ingot, and then there, 1 mass ingot mold, and then the rest go into the nails and strips.
Okay, I'll start with these, so then hopefully they'll be cool by the time I need to. By the time the plate one is finished, or close to.
All right, let's just get through the rest of these as fast as I can. A full stack of steel bloom is quite the process.
I am shocked at how well it keeps track of the amount that's in the crucible. You know, like when you one time I actually saw where it over poured into something. You know, it was it was when I was doing the tin bronze plates. It poured 804 into the last one, but then it like rounded down right afterwards. Which, you know, I had a panic moment because I saw the 804. I'm like, wait, that means that there's going to be, you know, 4 extra in there, and then it disappeared.
No, what that actually was, your client had 1 extra tick than the server, because the server is the thing that controls it. So the client is just sort of like, it's faking it. Right, it's showing you the numbers as it goes, which is why sometimes the numbers bounce around a little bit as you're pouring, because as you're pouring, your client is saying, "Oh, I'm pouring this amount. I'm pouring this amount." Like it's every tick, it's updating that, but the server is actually controlling it, and it's pushing updates to the client. And so anytime you see the numbers bouncing around, it's because your client is a little bit either ahead or behind what the server is doing. And the server, like, it control, like, you can't cheese the server. It controls everything. And so you saw like 804, that was the client going, "Oh, here's an extra, like, here's 1 extra tick." And the server came back and was like, "Nope, we're gonna update that, and we're gonna give you the actual number." So I'm very used to that sort of stuff now that I've been coding in the engine so long, like making sure like most of the like simulation in vintage engineering isn't even run on the client. Like the machines, when they're crafting, that the crafting process, the update ticks that run 10 times a second. right? There's when it's crafting, it's running 10 times a second. That's only running on the server. There is no client fakery. The client is not like simulating it alongside the server, because I was like, for performance reasons, the client has enough to do. Like, it's rendering everything, it's it's animating the machines if there's animation. Like, it's doing enough. I didn't need the client also simulating any of the machines. So all the crafting, all of that stuff is done on the server. And the server just pushes updates to the client. It pushes them more frequently if the dialog box, like if you have the dialog open and you're looking at the UI, it's pushing updates more often to the client. But if you don't, it's literally updating it like 4 times a second. Like, it just doesn't need to be crazy. But yeah, fun.
That makes perfect sense.
Fun times. It's one of the many ways that I'm trying to optimize for performance, the mod. And of course I could get to the very end and get the mod out, and then Tyrone could look at the code and be like, well, I could spend an afternoon on this and really make it efficient. I know there's probably more efficiencies that could be eked out of it, especially like optimizing the number of places I push updates to the client, because it's really hard to get that balanced right. Like, how much does a client need to be updated? So there's probably a lot more packets that are being sent client server than really need to be. But in the end, I think it'll be good. I haven't stress tested it all. There's certain things that I haven't tested at all that are going to take a lot of debugging. Like, for instance, if you have an electric network that's long enough where part of it is in chunks that are not loaded, like, how does it simulate chunks that are not loaded and block entities in there? So I've got to add code that checks in the electric network routine for updating, because the electric network updates 4 times a second. And it just assumes, right now it assumes that the chunk is loaded and the machine is tickable. So when it passes data to the block entity, it's assuming that it's going to get values back. Now, I did have somebody do a tentative test on whether or not it crashes, and it didn't crash, but the behavior kind of was iffy. The behavior, like, he had the generator so far away that it wasn't loaded, then he had the machine. And as he was at the machine, he was able to craft stuff, and the machine was getting power, but it wasn't using any fuel on the generator side. So even though it was like, it just assumed the power was there. So I need to add code that checks to see if the block is actually loaded, if the chunk is actually loaded. And if it's not, skip it, because it's giving me bad data. Which is, it's just part of testing. I just have to process it and test it properly. There we go.
All part of the process.
So yeah, that's why I emphasized during my little sneak peek there that the version of the mod that people are going to be able to get their hands on is a incredibly early version. It is not intended for production. Production servers, like big things. It is, if somebody wants to get their hands on it and look at it, see the recipes, become familiar with how it works, and just get ideas for what they want to try. Hopefully we'll have, as versions get done and get out there. Oh man, heavy storm? Shit.
Shoot.
No. Let's do this last 2, see if I can get these done. Get over to... Oh, come on. Get in the...
Food. food I gotta cook here.
Why am I not able? What the hell? Why is this not allowing me to break this now? Did this just foobar this thing completely? Oh my god, this is going to be impossible. Yeah, you can't... Okay, you can't smith. Alright, I'm gonna go... I need to eat some damn food, because of course...
I'll watch back.
Oh, that was freaking jam. I'm just mainlining jam now. All right, let's go over to the arena.
I got a partial bowl of food, so if you run low, let me know. I'll toss it at you.
Oh, I ate almost that entire jar of food, so I'm good. I'm good to go. Let's put my magnet on.
Ouch. Yeah, those double headers sometimes get a get a swing at you because you can't swing at them fast enough.
I don't know why the temporal gears go into the offhand, but it's really annoying. I actually know why they do that, but it's still annoying.
It'd be nice if he did some kind of override, so it didn't.
Well, it's one of the few things that can go in the offhand, because you can cut them with a knife in order to restore your thing. So you have to be able to hold it in both hands.
What the?
You had a drifter. You didn't make yourself a set of titanium armor.
Nope.
Yep, you gotta make sure you tack forward and then you swing back because they like to sneak up behind you.
Yep. Well, it's weird because I'm usually moving, constantly moving. So I must have just paused briefer than.
Yep, that's all it takes.
You know.
Oh man, I think I put some. You shouldn't need to hold a light in here. That's one of the reasons I like to use this place. It's fully lit up.
Don't worry about gears going to my offhand now, though.
Well, holding anything in your offhand is going to increase your food. It doesn't matter what it is. So that's the only reason I complained about the gears being the offhand, because it's like a 20% hit on your food. What is it? Erosion? Whatever you call it. But yeah, holding a torch there just does the same thing.
Excuse me.
If this were vanilla, it would be extra frustrating that the gears didn't go in the offhand, because you would have to use a knife to cut the.
Yeah, you'd have to
harvest.
harvest them. Yep.
And then inevitably you forget to check your offhand and use one of them.
Not only that, but while you're harvesting, you get blasted from behind by a drifter with a
Yeah.
giant blade on his arm. And it would just be like, oh my god.
Blasted by a white. You're making me dizzy, Oz.
Well, that was a double stack of gears.
Yeah, I first found my first one of those a little bit ago.
Yeah, I split the stack, so putting them in drawers doesn't... If you put it in a drawer when it's a double stack like that, it really messes up the drawer count. Because they're not technically supposed to stack, so... Ooh, I found a
Yep.
diamond.
You got a gear in your offhand, Renegade.
Oh, I think I just smacked Renegade with my sword. Good thing that PvP is off, because that would have toasted him.
Man, everybody in
Yep.
on that one.
Yeah, you got mastered.
Ow. And it's all the client server stuff is also why sometimes the drifters hit you when if they're like next to you and you back up and they swing and then they still hit you. It's because your position in your client is different from the position on the server, because there's
Yeah, I noticed that.
so that client server sync, because the client does pretty consistently inform the server like where the client entity is, but there is a disconnect between the two. So that is why sometimes if you're just at the last second, like turn around, there's a drifter and you back up, they still hit you because the client has literally not informed the server yet that you moved. And the server controls everything. There is no like, hey, I moved, blah, blah. It's like, no. The server controls everything. Most of the managed engineering mod happens on the server. Like, the only thing that doesn't is the GUI. When you open a machine's GUI and you interact with its inventory, that interaction is on the client. But the interaction itself, like if you add to the slot, like if you add something to the input slot, all that does is inform the server. It sends a packet to the server saying, this slot got this item, boom. And then the server updates itself, runs all the events, like onslaught modified, all of that. After all of that processing is done, it spits it back to the client. And yes, it happens in a fraction of a second. But all of that data is all processed on the client, or on the server.
And that makes total sense.
So yeah, and not only, it doesn't just broadcast it to the player, it broadcasts it to all players, right? So everybody gets that data that updates it and says, hey, there's a new thing. So when you add something to that slot in a fraction of a second, seeing that in the slot, and then you still see it in the slot, well, that's because the server updated and your window redrew, it updated itself, and it shows that item in the slot still. So yeah,
That made me think of a potential issue. Like, what if people are in two different chunks? And is it still gonna process? I assume so, because if people are in the chunk, they should both be chunk loaded. But then again, you might want to add code to it that ignores chunk boundaries.
Chunk boundaries, yeah, chunk boundaries don't really exist in this game. Not like they did in Minecraft.
Okay.
Now you have to, like, one of the things I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you were AFK, but there is a potential issue when a chunk is unloaded, where while it doesn't crash when I do like an electrical network tick, so it doesn't crash, but it does assume that block entity is loaded when it ticks it. Wow, we're getting a lot of drifters. This is glorious. So
Because there's so many of us.
but so what I can do is I can just add into the electric. I just have to add into the electric network when I iterate, because I just literally iterate through all of the block entities, the consumers, the producers, and the storage. I just iterate through them all, and anyway, I lost my train of thought. I have to add some code in there that detects the position. It looks at the position of the block entity, and it says, "Is this loaded? Like, is the chunk that this is in is loaded? If it isn't, just skip it. Don't include it in the calculations, right? Power distribution. And then what I'll do, hopefully, I've done some tentative research into this, but one of the things I'm going to do is probably add a check mark or a checkbox to the machine GUI. I would like to be able to do this like universally, but basically a checkbox that chunk loads that machine. It's just like, keep this chunk loaded, and that will, triggering that checkbox will basically push that to the game to force load that chunk for that block position. Because remember, the chunks it's not a column, right? The chunk is not the entire column of the world. It is a cube. It's a cube around. And so keeping a chunk loaded is just that cube. It's not the whole. It wouldn't be the whole column, which would be, space saving. I always like to show what this place looks like after a storm because, yeah, glorious. That back wall turned out so good. I'm tempted to add some of these glowy blocks to like the little stars. Add a little accent for glowy lights inside the wall. Now that I've got access to those materials,
Light up the sun and the moon?
Oh, you separated the area.
yeah, because if you look at it, the moon has a white border all the way around it. The little stars have little white borders, and just changing those white borders to the glowy white, the Creative Light 79 glowy light, just to see what that looks like, would be pretty easy to do. All right, now can I actually smith now? Because I couldn't. Oh. And then I'm really hoping I grabbed all of those, because I would have been really pissed if those despawned. Or somebody might have grabbed them running in here with their magnet on. That's also an option.
Grab what? I didn't grab anything.
I couldn't remember when I left to go to the arena. I don't remember if I actually had any ingots sitting in my pool of water over here, because I can't remember if I did.
Oh no.
And I have a little bit of gold.
It's good to leave things like that. You coming in here there? Oh, you're doing your thing over there.
Got a bunch of Jonas parts. Rusty gears. We have so many. We're like rich. We're like richer than most of the traders we run into.
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't say
I actually have some black dye over here now. There's a bowl of dye. And let me close this. Let me grab this book of gatekeepers. Book and quill. I need a feather. Gee, I wonder if we have any feathers. Oh, there's 800 of them. Okay. This.
Hey,
This.
Tja. Feathers oh plenty.
uh-huh.
Where are we keeping the nails and strips? I
Here, over
Other side. Yeah, wood side, top level.
okay.
This is not working. Ink and quill. Bowl, 1 liter of black dye. Feather. Hold the ink. It's not working. Does it have to be... It has to be the other type of bowl? Are you freaking kidding me?
Is there another kind of bowl?
Yeah, there's bowl fired and there's colored bowl fired. Yeah, this is a okay. This bowl is a bricklayer's bowl. The other bowl is a vanilla bowl. So I can't use I need a vanilla.
I don't think we have any blue clay bowls.
Yeah, we need to craft some.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Rice bread.
Yeah, you never know when you're gonna need ink.
Well, it's a new thing. I wanted to dupe this gatekeeper's blueprint. Let's go put the hide in here. All right, I think that's good there. Nope. That one. That one. We have a decent amount of Jonas parts. I maybe want to craft up the night vision things. See what those are all about. But let's see if I can get this done first. Oh no! Yep, it was. That imminent storm blocked my ability to smith these. I had no idea that a storm blocked smithing.
Weird. I wonder if
Very.
maybe he plans on making it so that you can only smith certain things during a storm, which means it goes into like a special mode or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Blister steel bits.
We got some of the bowls cooking.
Wait.
Do you think we're gonna need more than just the one batch?
I don't know if we get the bowl back.
Okay.
If we don't get the bowl back, then that is what it is. But
I'll put it on the list of to-dos to make some more.
10.
Better safe than sorry.
So there's
I can work on that.
Okay.
43, 8, 9, 10. That's 53. 10 ingots. Something happened to 10 of my steel ingots.
Ooh.
Did somebody magnet those up? Somebody hoover them up? So I started with 63. The cleaver was 1. 43 plus 8, 9, 10. That's 53. That's 54. So, yeah, 10 of my steel ingots disappeared.
I don't have
Weird.
them. Nope, don't have them.
Yeah, I checked my inventory to make sure too, and not I.
Take my.
Hmm.
I removed my color.
That's very bizarre.
Whoa! There's a wolf that's just in our farm. I wonder if it was because of the grass.
No.
No, they have different spawn methodology.
Yep.
All right. Well, I have no idea how it got in then.
Alright, we should have tin bronze.
I think it's just random. You know?
Yeah, but it really shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't.
I'm not making an accusation here, Buggy, but it would be funny if your what the heck is it? The Scarecrow?
The Night Watcher?
Night Watcher. Thank you. I just couldn't think of it for some reason. It would be funny if somehow you reversed a bit, and instead of stopping them, it causes them to spawn in an area.
Oh, I could absolutely do that.
Yeah. All right. There's some mega meat on the table right now.
What you tell all the ladies.
It's true. I do.
My nickname.
If
Nickname in high school. Okay. So I don't know what happened to those 10 ingots.
that's a lot of steel to just go bye-bye.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Renegade's been awfully quiet about this.
Not in my inventory.
So I
How'd
see
you look?
16
Oh,
back
not
here.
mine.
That's not
I think that was from the first batch. Maybe.
okay.
I'm pretty sure that's from the first batch, but yeah, I've got 43 on me, plus 8 steel pickaxes, plus the steel hammerhead, plus the saw blade, plus that cleaver that I made for you. That's
Yeah.
literally 54 exactly. So, and I started with 64 blister steel. So I started with 64 blister steel, and now I've got 54 ingots, which is very, very weird.
So what's being built over here with a double quad of mills? Is this
My
your
house.
area? Really?
Oh, he went with a double. Yeah, that's one thing I want to try to do. Speed up the...
Yeah, and the other thing I did down here, Buggy,
Yeah?
the grinder to quern, whatever it is. You input it here, it outputs it here.
Oh, do you have an auger?
Yeah.
One thing I've never used is that auger.
Yeah, and I have it, yeah.
You have it geared up. Oh, you geared it up twice.
Yeah.
3 times. You geared it up 3 times. But the current is only twice.
Yeah. And off to this side, I'm gonna pull this wall down behind me a little more, and I'm gonna tee off this bottom large gear over and do the same type of setup for the pulverizer.
Yeah, I never like putting my pulverizer near my base because it just the sound effect gets so goddamn annoying after a while. Just pop, 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 just constantly, just constant sound effects, and I never like having it close. So you may find yourself being driven mad because of that. Just FYI.
Sound dampening block.
Yeah, if I knew how those actually worked, I may be able to replicate that, but I have no idea how those actually work. Because the play sound at, you know, I actually call that function a few times. Because if one of the molds inside the machine, if its durability runs out, it breaks and it spits out metal bits, and then it plays the break sound.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to interrupt that process. I don't know how a block, when if you place it in the world, would go around and find all the blocks that play sounds and then interrupt those. I don't know how it does that. So because I don't know how it does it, I can't really replicate it. I guess we have this last bit ready to go. Dun, dun, dun. Take that out. That hurt.
Don't do that then. So, temporal rip undoes all your work excavating something. It's really annoying. I had set this thing up so that after the rip I could come back, finish it up, came back, and it's a solid wall. So annoying.
Or what are you talking about? I've been pouring things. I didn't hear that.
I had set up a wall so that I could get like, you know, like natural block. And you know how you like gingerbread it so that when you take the wall behind it, you get the natural block away. You know, the limestone rock.
You're trying to drop individual blocks of rock?
I am. For Phil.
You know you can craft the rock blocks from the stones.
I know.
Okay. Just making sure.
It's me playing. Don't take my fun away.
Yeah. There is the stonemason mod. I don't know if it's been updated for 1.19. But it allows you to basically quarry big blocks of rock and then turn those into sand, gravel, or stone.
Really?
But my rock blocks and my quartz blocks mod were two of the first mods I made, because it was when I realized that you can't craft like bricks and stuff from the stones. You have to actually have the rock blocks. I was like, no, we're gonna be able to craft the rock blocks because I ain't dealing with that. Okay, put this away. Yeah. A lot of the frustration is just because of Minecraft. It's like I'm so used to crafting systems in Minecraft. It was so painful not to be able to do that. Okay, so plaster.
Oh, you could be playing Icarus.
Quicklime and sand. Interesting.
So I have a question. when everything is said and done, will we stop playing, or are we going?
What do you mean by everything is said and done?
Oh, when you're like done everything, are you going to continue, or no?
I want to. I want to, you know, as a builder, I want to experiment with block types and colors and textures and really get
Okay.
deep into what
Good.
is possible. Because I've seen some screenshots of what people are actually building nowadays. There have been a couple builders that have gotten this game now, and they are building some crazy things. One of which I want to find, and it's in the ruins, and it's the cathedral, and everybody tells me it's awesome, and I want to goddamn find it and see what somebody has done, because things like that really inspire me and be like, oh my goodness, because like one of the screenshots I saw from one of the updates for the game shows a house, and it was so cool looking, and it's like I just want to, you know, it just gives me reason to want to like improve my house and make my house even better and cooler. But you know, not everybody's a builder. Not everybody's interested in a builder. You know, there's still quite a lot to the game that we haven't done. All the
Yep.
The Resonance Archive stuff we still have to do again, because he's tweaked and changed that a little bit, so that has been improved. We have more trees to farm. All right.
Coffee said, "Wow, that is amazing," a while ago, but I don't know. I don't know the context because it was a while
Wow,
ago.
that's amazing.
Well, I did a building based on a mushroom. The first time I did it, somebody says, "You know, that looks very penal." I'm like, kinda. So I had to go back and redo it. What she said was, "That looks very phallic." That's what she said.
Yeah.
And I went and I looked at it and went, "You're kind of right." I had to. Yeah, I had to
The hell.
start over. So
Apparently,
It's still hot.
apparently, I was able to pick it up before it was ready.
Well, when it's hardened, if you look at it and it says hardened, you can actually pick it up, but it's still hot.
Ah.
Ah.
Yeah.
You can toss it in water and it'll cool it off the rest of the way.
Now, if I have tongs, yeah, if I have tongs, it's fine.
And it only tosses it if you're actually selecting on your hotbar that square. You can have it on your hotbar and just
Yeah.
don't put it in your hand.
My hands are almost full. So
Alright.
that was the last of those that you had me cooking
Yep.
up.
Now I've got a full batch of iron cooking up for the same thing. One of them will go into the ingots, and the other one will go into the plate molds or iron upgrades.
All right.
So they'll just take a year and a day to actually smelt down. Okay, so those are all ready to go. Still have iron pickaxes that people haven't used.
My iron pickaxe is at like pretty close to 20%. That's my first one too.
Iron hammerheads are good to go. Hunter cap we don't need. So
How badly do you want to see that cathedral?
Well, I want to see it. So if you
I found it.
if you know of one on this world, then definitely.
I found it.
Um,
Pretty sure I found it.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Asa's gonna make some bowls. Let's see if those fired up.
I made some too.
Oh, yep.
Okay, let me go grab some black dye and a feather. Black dye and a feather. Yep, there's the ink and quill, and we do not get the bowl back.
Bowl
The
back?
bowl was
Ooh.
consumed.
Weird.
So then I need a parchment, which is scraped hide small. So any small hides we don't want to turn into leather anymore, because we can get parchment from that. Speaking of hides, how many small hides do we have? We have 4. Oh Lord.
Ouch.
I haven't been getting really many of them. 'Cause I don't start the process until I get a full stack.
Pelt medium. Pelt medium. Raw. Oh, that's raw hide. What's the difference between a pelt and a raw hide? Oh, oiled. Okay, that's a different process. I see. So parchment. Otherwise, let's see. Close H. Parchment. Linen fiber pulp in a sieve. Okay. So another little recipe that I'm going to be adding with vintage is right now pulp. The only valid pulp is linen. But they included a wood pulp variant. But it's just not allowed right now. Like in the handbook, it's just not a thing. But my sawmill machine that makes boards from logs, one of the secondary outputs is a new thing, sawdust. And sawdust is an item that I add, and I'm gonna create a crafting chain that crafts it into wood pulp that then you could use for things. So again, lots of plans. Like if y'all think about like all these machines and all this stuff, and like, ooh, I could do this, you could do that. It's like, yeah, all that stuff is possible. It just takes time to get all the machines up and running and get them all tested and stuff. So, it's all gonna happen. 2 liters per thing. So if I fill this with 50 liters and then put in like 25 of these, will turn into 25 linen fiber pulp after 24 hours of... Jesus. Fine. 24 hours of sealing. Okay. And then I need to make the sieve. S-I-E. This is boards and... Oh, I should... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go get some boards. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Bingo. Okay. See, sieve has been acquired. So sieve that and that, because this will allow us to make these sweet, sweet looking doors. So acacia, I think I might want to make the acacia doors because these things are a rich wood color. Rich wood color. Okay. which we got lots of acacia. Okay.
Need more.
Oh, that message that Coffee sent was about the glass window
Oh, in the cathedral?
or wall, I suppose. Yep. I don't know if I had left that open.
Yeah, I need some fences.
We're using pine fences if you're gonna make new ones, unless you want a specific color.
Oh no, I don't care for the specific color.
I
Okay.
just found a bug for the
Oh.
better crate mod.
What is the radius of a crate of like 22?
22 is the radius, yeah.
Okay, so 22 is 11. So basically 10 high or 9 high. Okay, so I need 18.
All right. Yeah, the better crate mod. When I put my, because I found a bunch of fire clay. When I put it in the thing, it filled it up, but it filled it up to like 12, whatever, 1280, whatever. But I know I had more on me, but it took it all. And when I just upgraded the fire clay, it boom immediately shows 14,000. So it put it in there, but it wasn't reporting how much was in there. So that's a bug with the better crate mod. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's a bug with the better crate mod. It's a weird bug to crop up this far in. Like, that mod has been out a while, and I don't remember that bug being there before. So it's a weird bug to crop up.
Dark in here. Oh, okay. That's why. The dark.
Okay, I want to craft another batch of windmills. Make sure we have enough stuff. Renegade didn't use all of our materials for his base. That's good.
No, I've been getting as I needed.
Well, yeah, you built 8 windmills. That's a lot of things and stuff. Okay. Now, I need some resin. I need some... Let's go over here to the mechanical shiz chest. I've got some of these. These.
Right back.
These. Let me grab a stack of those. My damn... Oh, well, no, did I put it over here? I did. Oh, thank God. I was about to yell at somebody. There, and my hammer. I think I got everything. I need to put the sand away. Oh, 24 hours. That's crazy. Okay. Still need some sticks. Okay, so windmill rotor. Oh, fat. I need fat. Wow, we're actually a little low on fat.
Really? How come we go?
Wind.
Oh wow.
Weird.
Where'd all the fat go?
Well, I just grabbed a stack so I could craft, but
Wow.
this and
I
resin.
will. I'll start converting meat into fat. since you
Okay.
added that recipe.
Yeah.
Yep. That was an Icarus-inspired recipe. So I need another set of...
So do I use a handsaw, an iron handsaw, to make planks?
Yeah, handsaws make planks.
I think we've got some copper and maybe bronze too.
Yeah, there's a lot of handsaws that we need to use up.
Okay, where's the... Okay. I will grab
What
all those.
What happens to all of our freaking redwood wood?
No idea.
Like 61
Oh,
redwood logs?
I know what happened to it. Renegade. His house has redwood floors.
When in doubt, Renegade's fault.
No, go look at his house. It's all redwood.
He just meant that Renegade's name has come up like 3 times already.
Okay.
So that's unfortunately kind of the standard. If there's resources missing, it's probably Renegade's fault.
Yeah, it's so funny. I love the mentality. It's so funny. It's like, I'm going to go off and build my own thing, but I'm going to use all of your fucking resources to do it without replacing them. It's just funny. You know, I don't have any ill will or ill feeling. It's just funny to me. No matter what we play, it's very often, you know, remember when we used to play with Diego?
Oh,
We
man.
would be barely scraping by with whatever we had, and Diego would be running around in the top tier, like, level equipment and armor, barely able to, like, nobody else had it because he would take all of the top tier stuff and make all of that, and he would be the only one. And it's like, he was not contributing at all to the resource pool, and yet he was pulling all of this stuff away. And it was just like,
Oh, yeah, 7 days to die.
yeah, it was like, dude, like, it was so funny.
I mean, we love you and miss you, Diego, but it was one of his quirks.
Yeah, it was like, you know, back then it was like, oh, what happened? Like, what happened to all my motors, or what happened to all this? It's like, oh, Diego, yeah, Diego took all that shit to craft himself, whatever, and it's like, but nowadays it's Renegade. Nowadays is something is missing, like that saw was missing when I first started. I was like, where'd that saw go? And he's like, I have it. And I'm like, there's freaking saws in here. Like, what? Why not use these? It's the mentality of, if there's something top tier, I'm gonna use it. It's like, no. It's the whole reason why I don't like crafting top tier things until all that shit is gone.
Where are all the copper handsaws?
The copper
We
ones
might have used those.
we might have used those. There's a tin bronze one right here on this tool rack, and there's 2 iron ones in the chest. So it's like, you just have to spend 30 seconds looking for something, rather than grabbing the top, like, steel saw off the wall and using that. It's like, you got to put a little time in.
Oh, there we go. Found it. Thank you.
So let's see. I've got that. I needed, let's grab some pine log, or like, yeah, pine.
That works.
Let's
Figured out
see.
how to use it. Because I'm so used to using the bottom row of the crafting box.
All right, I'm back.
Or,
Shh, stop talking about him.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
Oh, damn it.
My headset is loud.
Shh.
no, what I was talking about was, wow, that made a lot. I don't think I'm gonna need that much, but okay.
Wow, I need a lot of sticks for this.
Okay, lots of sticks. There's like 900.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? Why did I... Damn it. More sticks.
Need to go illuminate my area.
Okay. And that takes care of all of that. And then these. More planks. Gears. Oh my god. 6 gears a piece, or 6 planks a piece. Okay, I'm gonna need more of those. Okay. And then back, and gear. And angled gears. That. Resin. More steaks.
Oh, you scared us. Jesus, go away, you. Stupid drifter.
And this. And hammer. This. Okay. Now. Close. So craft some more limestone bricks. I think that's what I made that thing out of. Maybe I used granite. Did I use granite? Forgot. Did use granite. Okay. Granite. No. Huh?
Oh, that's why my collection's not collecting. Got to put my collar back on.
Five, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. And I am not looking forward to figuring out how the mechanical power system works. Oh.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but they didn't make it easy. Alright, so that is good to go. Now, I need a few more axles, I think. Yep. Okay, so wooden axle. So I'm assuming this is how you found that crash bug, Renegade, when you were
Yeah.
crafting all this stuff.
Yeah, that was my single player world though. Well, the original Crash, yeah, was in here. I was gonna start. I'm like, how the hell do I find it? What the hell is this stuff called? And I knew most of it involved the chisel, so I clicked on it and Crash.
But yeah, I figured once you told me like what it was, and then you gave me that report that referenced micro rock chisel blocks as the source of the craft or the crash. So I was like, ooh, yeah. All right, so now I need a plethora of sticks. And let's go here and drop this and this and this and steaks. What? Oh. Well, that is even easier. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3, 5. There's even a mod that allows you to build windmills that are like 4 times as powerful.
Yep.
As the ones we have.
Well, larger windmills, like, you know, huge. And yeah, I played with that mod for a bit. It's pretty good. I like it. Okay, how are we for milk?
We're out of milk. There's
Okay.
the curdled, or the, what is it, curdled cottage cheese, curdled milk? I can't remember. Probably curdled milk, but that's going to be turned into cheese.
Okay.
I'm hoping we get enough milk to where it doesn't spoil first. That might be a challenge.
Ah.
Because the ewes have not given birth unless it's been last 5 minutes or something.
All right, so I think right in here somewhere,
Ooh, cheese pie. Wow.
I am going to create a block here.
Yeah, the cheese pies are insane.
Yeah.
They're perfectly sane. I don't know what you're talking about.
Problem is, you only have 1,500 for food bar. This is like 11.20, 35.20. You know, like Jesus.
Yeah, but you got to cut that down to 4, or divide
Yeah,
it by
I
4.
know. Divide by 4 still. That's 800.
Yep, still a lot.
Yeah, you gotta be like maybe
Let's see.
suffering at half.
I don't want to do this. I really wish you could put these sideways. These big gears. You can't actually put these vertically.
Yeah, I know.
What are you talking about? Your planks or something?
No, the giant large wooden gears you can't place vertically.
Oh. That would be nice if you could. Have you tried the wrench to see if the wrench will do it?
No, there's literally not a 3D. If you look at the shape file, and if you look at the, if you actually look at the JSON block, large wooden gear, large gear 3, there is no like orientation to it. It would be a different block, like it would be a different code of block. Plus, you would be able to see it because I have debug information, so I can actually see the code. So game : large gear 3, that's the code of that block. there would be a separate code. You would see like large gear 3 dash horizontal and large gear 3 dash vertical, like northeast, southwest. Like it would be obvious that it would be different orientations. So yeah,
Okay.
it would have probably been quite a lot of code. So let's do that.
I need
And-
a shovel, and it looks like there's no shovel heads. Should I forge one?
There are no shovel heads, really?
Yep. Not unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I mean you could forge one out of iron.
I have a full iron one if you want.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we don't. Those that have a world eater don't need a shovel, because the world eater is like a paxel. Like you just get crazy amount of stuff out of it.
Yeah.
And so then I have this one. No, why game? Why? I want to put you there. There you go. Am I doing this wrong? No. Up. I want this actually to connect to a small gear, I think. Here. Right?
Yeah.
Um,
Small gear turning a big gear.
so then this, I need to take this off. This there. And then this. Oh, I didn't like that at all, did it? All right, let's see. There we go. Really? That's too much. Too fast.
Oh, wind's really dead right now too.
True.
Only like 11%.
Yeah, yours isn't even running over there.
Yeah, mine doesn't run until it's like 30%.
So, I'm going to plan on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna be building more on mine when I had the materials for it. How high is the roll limit?
256.
Be a nice sized tower.
That would be... Yeah, that would be a lot of windmills. It'd be like a skyscraper of windmills.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to craft.
Okay.
Some more. Oh, yeah. I don't know if we. Let's see. We might have enough. Oss has been very steadfast in his crafting of, or his farming of flax, so.
Yep, we got another partial crop because I'm growing some things for seeds also. Do you want the next harvest to be full flax?
Full? No. If yeah, I don't think we need it full. Oh, I hear another bell. Oh, that ended fast.
Weird.
That-
Stupid thing spawned right in front of me.
Should know better.
Yeah.
Granite. It's an odd amount of granite here. Granite.
This is actually Vintage Story.
Yeah, this is a different
So
game.
another game.
I would highly recommend it.
It's awesome.
Agreed.
Yeah, vintagestory.at is the site, the website for it. It's an independent guy. Has the greatest modding API I've ever seen. In any game, I've been modding for 30 years. Started modding in Duke Nukem 3D days. Actually, probably before then. Transport Tycoon, Transport Tycoon Deluxe. First time I was really getting into modding. But yeah, it's kind of Minecraft for adults. You can build things like that if you're not familiar. You can chisel blocks in the game and have blocks that have multiple materials on them. So things like this are possible. If you're a creative builder who loves having virtually unlimited choices, you can build some pretty amazing things in this game, including really ugly towers like the one I'm building right here. But we won't talk about that. I'm just trying to build up some tech here. Let's see. I'm going to need one more gear. That is going to be planks, steaks. Oh, there's some steaks. Resin, saw, chisel, hammer. That. Good. Then take all of that in there. In the corners. And then planks. One of those. And then this. Angled gear. I've got now I definitely need more. So I've got 4 and I need 4. So I actually need the windmill rotor, which is log, fat, resin, chisel, and hammer. Okay. I might not have enough.
Hey, Death, do you got a world eater?
Yeah, what do you need?
There's some lead over here. I mean, it's not important, but I figure since I have it exposed, may as well mine it.
Alright, give me a sec.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I thought about making myself one of those, but takes 10 rough diamonds to make one. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't repair them.
I know.
Yeah. Buggy didn't want them to be easy.
All right, those are good. I think those are fine.
All right, where at us?
There's a little hole right here.
This, and this.
Now it's a much bigger hole.
All right, thanks.
Oh, I mean, let's go look at that hole.
Oh, I'll take a look at it. Just in the middle of this. I'm annoyed that the grass keeps growing. That's why I'm excavating all this.
Didn't you want to make a grass field?
It is a grass field, but I don't like it when there's grass underneath blocks. And so I'm digging down.
Oh, do I have enough axles? Axles were... Darn it.
Holy hell.
That was just over 4 stacks of nuggets.
Gee. And those stack to 64?
400.
400, jeez.
Yeah, the little nuggets. Yep. Also, the smelters I have set up. I don't know if somebody has poured those. Those are ready to pour. Those are iron. So one crucible poured into the ingots, and then one crucible for all the plate molds. If somebody has time to pour all those.
That's probably more important to what I'm doing, so I'll shift over.
No, I can do that. Keep doing what you're doing, Oz.
Okay, and then axles were fat. Log. Chisel.
One in the plate, one in the ingot, you said?
Well, yeah, it's enough to fill all those. So both plate molds is one crucible, and then all 5. Okay, let me restart. Both ingot molds for one crucible, all 5 plate molds with the other crucible.
I got it.
Words are hard, people. Don't judge.
They are. Yeah, you got a lot to pay attention to.
Yeah, I kind of sprung the announcement of the QP Tech collaboration, basically stealing all of his stuff on Quentin today, because he had no idea that I was going to announce that. So, but like I said, I wasn't able to update the community at all with the progress of the mod, because we were going to keep that secret. And then once the mod was ready to go, that was going to be the announcement. But I get stuff working in the mod, and I want to just tell everybody. I was like, holy shit, I just got this working. But I wasn't able to tell anybody. I wasn't able to post about it because it was because any screenshot would include QP Tech looking machines. Those are the 3D models that I'm using. And people would have immediately started accusing me of stealing QP Tech stuff. So and it's I'm not stealing you. You gave me permission. But yeah. So I decided, now that I've got 3 good machines working, the generator working, that further progress. I wanted an early snapshot version that I could put out in the community as a sort of, you could call it a teaser, but as a sort of teaser. Okay, that should be a crazy amount of power to all this stuff down here. Now let's see if these are actually spinning. No, these are not actually grinding anything, so that's Look how fast that thing is spinning down here, though. That's glorious. All right. Let's go grab some limestone. Let's see. Limestone. 1, 2. 400 each.
It's amazing how well all that stuff works, lag wise, for how many machines how much mechanical power you can make and draw. It's just I know you've lamented it before too, but it's just unfortunate that we don't have the create mod people working on a
Yeah.
version.
Well, I mean, there's some issues with create mod. There are some major lag issues with the create mod. Oh, really? 3 of those setups is not enough to keep 2 of these running? Really? Wow. I could remove one of these, I guess, and spin it like that, but Look how fast the top of that kern is going. Oh, that's great. That's great, is what that is. Have you seen this, Oz? Oh, man. That thing is spinning.
Stream
Man.
must be behind a little ways,
That's crazy.
but I'll see it soon.
I'm feeling it now. Like I might just have to come on later and do this.
Yeah, but both of these, if I try to put both of these together, it stops.
Oh, jeez, there it is.
Yeah, it's like not enough. It's not enough. So one is fast. I suppose I could take one of the gear ratios down and then have both of them running. Cause yeah, the game actually for the mechanical power, it actually tracks 2 different variables: the gear ratio and the power behind it.
Yeah, take this first gear right here out. I just tie directly in.
Yeah, I could do that.
I mean, really, you could do either one. It won't be hard to use for either one, really.
Then I need to take that out.
But yeah, if the create mod was converted over, I think they'd have a lot less of the load issues, because I think vintage engineering is much better in that regard.
There we go. Yeah, the big thing about, and I don't know anything about the code base of Create. I don't even know if the code is publicly available. If the Create mod, if you can actually look at the source code.
Good question.
A project like that, it would not surprise me if the source code was under lock and key. And right now, Vintage Engineering is under, like, I have a GitHub repository for Vintage Engineering, but it's not public yet because there's too much work behind the scenes on the API side of things. Like this week, not completely, but I had to recode a big chunk of my electrical network power distribution algorithm. For reasons that I won't get into, very technical, nerdy things, but I had to recode part of it, and I optimized it, and I added on to my electrical block entity interface, because I had the first iteration that I had been using up till today, or up till this week, was when I was grabbing the power out of machines, I was grabbing how much, like the generator, right? The generator stores 1024 power. So the electric network was iterating through that and grabbing, hey, I have 1024 power, right? So it assumed that you had 1024 power to distribute to all the machines, which is fine in a simple network. But my network, the machines have a limit of power per second limit of what they can get and give, right? So the generator, while it's generating 32 power per second, it also is limited to give 32 power per second. Well, that functionality did not exist in the electrical network until this week. And I had to go in and add on to the interface that allowed me to, when I looked at a machine, to pull how much power this tick is available, right? How much power is available for this individual tick. And that is it's called rated power. So it rates the power availability and desire, like a machine, how much power does it want for a tick on that rated power. And then the power per second is still a variable. It's still incredibly valid. And the current power is also valid because that's what gives you that gradient bar in the UI, is the current power and stuff. So all of those variables I couldn't change. I couldn't change any of that stuff, but I had to add on to the interface to account for power systems that are limited in what they can move, like machines, and what they can move per tick. Because eventually the electric networks themselves will be limited. Like an LV network will be limited to how much power it can move in a single tick. And it'll be low, right? It'll be very low because it's the higher tier power, right, is going to be, there's incentive to get to an MV system and an LV or a HV system and eventually an EV system. There's an incentive for that to move more power per tick. Because you can't have a super arc smelter on 64 power per second. It's going to be a massive amount, and you're going to need a higher tier network for that, just because it's going to be drawing so much power. So I had to recode a little bit to account for that. But yeah, anyway, good times. But yeah, now that is in and working, I did obviously update my submission to the code base, because I have a pull request for the code base or to the vintage engineering or the vintage story survival code. I have a pull request to basically insert that block entity or the interface, the electrical block entity interface, for everybody to use. Because if you create your own system, you can create your own electrical network system, as long as when you look at a block. Let's say you build like an RF style electrical network, right? You just place blocks on the ground, and that you put it, when you place a block next to a machine in your code, in your mod, you look at that machine, right? If that machine implements my interface, which hopefully will become a base game API interface, if it implements that, which is really easy to find, if it does, it's really easy to check. If it does, then it has all of the functionality of power that you need. And all you need to do is interface with that interface and give power, take power, whatever, you can communicate in code just fine. And that universal interface, that is how Forge works for Minecraft. That is how you can have RF power from thermal feed applied energistics power interface, right? That is how that happens, is you have one universal interface. So one power system can cut to another power system with a universal interface. And that is really what I'm trying to get, is everybody in the Vintage Story community speaking the same interface language. And somebody can roll their own electrical system if they want, as long as they're looking at that interface. Any machine will be able to use it because it's a generic interface. You can interface with it, and that's how I coded it. So it's not locked to vintage engineering, but it is what it is. I'm hoping that it helps the community going forward.
We left.
Hey, Probably
No, I got
having
dropped.
issues.
Oh.
Yeah. Limestone here.
Oh hell, my old internet would have been dropping every 20 minutes.
Your
Yeah.
old internet, you wouldn't have been able to even connect.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Oh, I see. I got a couple notifications in the QP Tech thing here. General. Here we go. Complete integration. Da. A bunch of people asking specific questions. All right. Well, Quentin really understands what I'm going for. I mean, he says like VS will end up with a really good core for tech mods. Like that's where I'm going. That's what I'm trying to do. Which is why part of it is taking so long. So it's like I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build more of a core mod that the entire community can basically build on top of, right? So if you have, so one of the things, okay, here's a good example of what the future holds. So the Angel Belt right now is a completely free, use as much as you want sort of thing, right? In the future, one of the things that you're going to get with Vintage Engineering is a charger, is something you can put things in and charge. Guess what I'm going to do with Angel Belt? There's going to be a config flag that's going to enable the charging of the Angel Belt. And it's basically going to use the durability system, and you charge it all the way up with X amount of power. Again, balance is the last thing on my mind. You're going to charge it up with power and then be able to use it in the game, right? And then as you use it, it'll slowly drain. You know, for let's say every second that you're flying, it's going to use like 1 durability, and it'll have maybe 10,000 durability, or 5,000, or 6,000 for easy math, right? 6,000 seconds. What is that? I don't even know what that is. My brain
100 minutes?
My brain just like fritzed out when I said that. But anyway, so you'll have to charge it. Like you can go on like long distance adventures, but when you come back, you're gonna have to charge that thing, or it'll die on your way back, just like a jetpack, right? In Minecraft, you play jetpacks, that kind of thing. And so the Angel Belt will have a config flag that will require power charging, and people who want that are going to need Vintage Engineering in order to charge it, because that's the only way to charge it unless somebody else rolls their own charger. So stuff like that is also planned, right? I want to, and the same with the Building Gadget mod. The Building Gadget mod is a perfect example of that, because the mod that is based on, which I got Direwolf's approval, I asked him on Twitter if I could port it, and he said yes, he approved of it. So the Building Gadget mod is definitely going to have a charging, right? That's definitely going to be a charged thing, because the Minecraft mod version needs charging. So part of Vintage Engineering is going to have infrastructure for all that, but I can't just implement something like for my mod and all of that. I have to think in terms of like other people adding other things that have nothing to do with my mod that support this feature. So it has to be done in a way that other people can plug into very, very easily. So I'll probably do the charging thing with a behavior, with an entity, like an entity behavior. item behavior, whatever. So like the ground storable behavior, right? You can store tools, or at least I thought you could. Why can't I store this axe? I thought the axe was ground storable.
I think so. I think you might have to hold down both modifiers.
There it
Control
is.
and Shift.
Yeah, there it is. So the ground storable, right? That is just a behavior, right? It just plugs into the item, and it just allows you to tweak a little bit of behavior. I can do the same thing for charging. You just add the behavior onto the item, and you put it into a charger, and the charger looks for that behavior. You know, put an item in the charger that doesn't have that behavior, and it just ignores it, right? It's looking for that behavior. So it's a fairly straightforward thing to implement. But again, you gotta have that mindset going in. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna hard code something that somebody else is gonna come later on and say, "Hey, why did you hard code this?" And it's like, "Oh, well, I didn't think about that all the way through, but it is what it is." Oh yeah, and the other thing my sawmill is gonna do is be able to take planks and turn them back into boards. That's one of the other recipes that I added to the sawmill. So
Nice.
to be able to recycle planks, slabs, and stairs. But anyway, I got to take a quick bio break. I'm open to any question. If anybody has any question, I know there's nobody watching right now per se, but you know, if anybody has any questions about vintage engineering, feel free to ask. But yeah, right back.
Basically, a big thing is he's applying his lessons learned from other modding, you know, not just him, but observations of what other people have done. Is, you know, make it expandable, make it open, and make it easy for everybody to use. Because in the long run, that makes an enormous difference.
Oh yeah.
Minecraft modding, for example, would not be where it was without the work of Forge. You know, them creating the ability to even make mods and creating that standard is what brought it to that point. At least I think it was them.
All right, back to it.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Decent amount of materials, finally. Took a while. Probably want to do 4, set. Another pour of lead ingots. 4. Glass panes for people's structures. Should smell. Right. Oh, got my seed. Let's see if that pulp is done. It is! Yay! Pulp. Leave. And we have one left over for some reasons. Okay, finally, I should be able to do. There's my book and there's my quill. There's a parchment and the book. Gatekeepers. Okay, so there's a few of those. A little bit of parchment left. What else can you do with it? Oh yeah, the paper lanterns. I've never actually made one of those. Those are base game.
I thought we made one a long time ago.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I don't remember doing that.
Aren't they
but
really
could be wrong.
bright?
The lit ones are no. They're value of 21, so they're one less brightness than the
Creative.
light creative block. Roughly the brightness of a chandelier. My chandeliers are, however, are the brightest thing in the game. The craftable chandeliers,
Mhm.
by far, the brightest thing in the game. All right, so I got one fiber pulp left. I can just put that here. Super hard to see, but it's there. And then the doors. I want to do a acacia door. So go over here. Grab some of these. And this. Alright, enough of these crappy. Let's get them. So it looks like the what? There we go. They're pretty deep in color. Wow.
Those are nice doors.
There we go. And we have
They go for doors with windows.
we have three left. Well, I'm glad I didn't make too many more of these. I thought these were going to have durability, the Gatekeeper's blueprints, but they do not. So, now we have a lot of these.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
what's the point of being able to craft these if you can't actually use them? Like these aged canopy beds, you'd think that
You'll be able to use them.
being able to craft.
Hello.
It says, it's weird, it says this is an
Hello.
ingredient for this, but it doesn't actually show me that there's an ingredient for there's a craft.
Huh.
These ones up here don't have these up here. Yeah, the when you mouse over the aged canopy bed, it doesn't say that you can actually sleep in. So it's just clutter. It's just decoration.
Yeah. That's too bad. Oh well.
Parchment will do grab some bits. These. Seven. These first. That's why I like keeping these bits for steel. This is another 9 extra steel. Just from processing all that. Which is why the anvil recovery mod is so awesome. We have to use coke.
And it just makes sense too.
Yeah, I like the I like using the anvil recovery mod because it would work. Like you would keep the flashing. You would keep that stuff after, you know, you wouldn't just throw it away. You would keep that flashing around.
At least in our society, you know, recycling. I'm sure there was a time where it'd be like, yeah, just toss it. We don't care. Or maybe
No,
toss it
I don't
to
think so.
smell. You don't think so?
I mean, metal has been precious. I mean, imagine medieval times how rare iron was, right? Like
Yeah.
it was rare enough where you would use every last bit that you could get your hands on because it was very, very valuable. I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably more industrialized.
Yeah, once I would imagine once the industrial age hit and we were mass producing it, you know, then maybe, but and it'll, you know, obviously depend on what material. I remember I took a tour back when I was in junior high. We went on a tour of a gold mine that was, you know, about an hour out of town, but there was a big gold rush going on. This was in Nevada, and we took a tour of a gold mine, and the mine was enormous. They had to process for every like 12 tons of material, they got like half of an ounce of gold out of it. So they had to process a crazy amount of material through this thing to get enough gold to like pour into a single bar. But the room, right? So the whole, like all of the mills, all of like the whole process, all filtered down into a single room. And there was this tiny room, and this is the room where the final gold was actually like purified and then poured. And you can imagine that room, the security, the level of control that the company had over that room was so extreme. Every day somebody went in there and swept with a very custom like vacuum cleaner with like a HEPA filter on it. They went in and went through every surface in that room and grabbed every particle of dust, because those little particles of dust could contain a little bit of gold. And so they, like, every day they would go through, and the guy doing the tour said, yeah, it sounds like it's a super big waste of time, like somebody going in there with every particle of dust. He goes, but this process is it's so dusty, it's such a big process. He goes, every month we get about an extra ounce of gold off the dust that we collect from this room. You know, and an ounce of gold is like, I don't know what it was at the time, $1,500. But on our way out of the tour, the class I was in, the 7th grade class, 8th grade class, whatever it was, as we were filing out of the mine, they had a table set up with a bar of gold. On either side of that table was a security officer, like fully armed security. And we're junior high kids, right? And so you could, as you walk by, you could pick up a bar of gold, and you could actually feel how heavy a bar of gold is. And I remember when I picked it up, I was like, why are these guards here? This bar of gold, which was the standard size bar of gold, must have weighed 40 or 50 pounds. This one bar of gold. So that gave me like a really early look like how heavy a single bar of gold is. And then any time after that, it ruined me for movies. Because when I would watch a movie and I was seeing people like throw bars of gold around, because there's a movie, Mark Wahlberg is in it. The Italian Job, I think it's called. I think it's called The Italian Job, where they rob bars of gold. And there's a scene like later in the movie where they're literally like moving bars of gold from a truck onto these cars, and it's just like they're moving these bars like super fast. And I remember watching that movie going, there is no way that you'd be, those bars of gold are so heavy. Yeah, it would not take many to bottom out like a little, because they had like Mini Coopers that they had. It's kind of funny. But yeah, lifting that bar of gold told me like how much gold actually weighs. It's crazy.
Another similar vein. I've always wondered when they have like a bag of money, it's like, give me $1 million, and all that, and they have that bag, just a little tiny briefcase, supposedly with $1 million of small unmarked bills, and it's like, no.
Yeah, money weighs. Yeah, I mean it's essentially clothing, because it's made of cloth, right? Our money. So it's like, yeah, our you're essentially like carrying around cloth. It's not light.
And not just that, but also the size. Like $1 million, that wouldn't be a briefcase.
Oh yeah,
unless it was very high denominations.
Yeah, even $100 bills. It's what is a bundle of 100? It's like $10,000, I think, for a bundle of hundreds, and then $1 million would be 100 of those bundles. My math right on that? 1,000. Yeah, $1 million. It would be 100 of those bundles. It's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
More modern. Yeah, I've seen a difference. Like when you watch an old movie, like an 80s or 90s movie. Yeah, they make that mistake. There's this like $1 million is in a single like briefcase size, like a businessman's briefcase. It's like, no, it would take up more space than that. But modern shows, I've seen like there have been a few modern shows where I watch where it's like, I want $5 million, and it is a huge duffel bag. Like they fill up. It's like they realize, that needs to happen. Yeah, those need to be. Is that the yeah?
lead.
That's the lead.
Lead.
Yeah, that needs to be ingots. That's for glass panes. Ugh, those are gonna take a while to cool off. Ugh. Yeah, more modern shows are getting a little bit better at that kind of stuff. We should be seeing the trees. Yeah, the trees have started coming to life again. Yeah, I really wanted, when I made my fruit tree survival mod part of the farm survival, I really wanted to make like fruit trees just crazy fast and good, but you see the vernalized up here? So the code behind the scenes, a fruit tree that flowers and then fruits that you can then harvest will not flower and fruit again until it's vernalized. It has to be vernalized again. And it only is vernalized when it's cold enough for long enough, right? So he really made sure that fruit trees, you had to allow these things to, basically shed their leaves and get vernalized in order to fruit again for the next season. So I couldn't. Holy cow! There's a lot of chickens over here. I couldn't allow these like. No, there was like wild chickens. There's tons of them over here.
Oh yeah. I wonder if they're attached to the rooster. That I might have stolen their rooster.
I'm not gonna go too far into
You're not
that.
gonna unpack that
I'm not gonna
comment?
unpack that comment because yeah.
For those that don't know, that's kind of how the game works. Is that they have a male, and all females are like attached to that male. When they form like in wolf terms, it would be a pack. I don't know what you would call it for
A flock.
the rest. Well, yeah, but that it works for sheep and goats and pigs and
Yeah, when
bunnies.
they generate, they generate in groups. I think it's referenced as a pack ID. I think it is.
Okay.
I thought it was a flock.
No, I think it's pack ID.
He's talking in code.
Oh, okay.
Holy cow, this goes deep. This just keeps going down.
Because even though we would
Oh,
define
that's
it as
what I was
something
going.
different.
Yeah. That'd be something different in the game. Alright.
Ugh. Why do metal parts? Why? The stack sizes of things are just so weird. Just punishes you for collecting things. But anyway. Alrighty.
Want to go check that cathedral out, or?
Yeah, might as well. Let's see. How long does this have left? Oh, that's got a ways to go. All right, let me put some shizzle back here, and why do I still have the gatekeeper's blueprint? Put that away. Where the cylinder came from. Eat that. Get my knife out. Grab that. Put the bowl away. Put the magnet on. I have 3 chisels on me. Good lord. Put the rock sniffer in my hand. Just in case we come across some good rock. There's a few types of rock that I'd really like to get my hands on. Okay, which direction are we going?
We're going northeast to 1950 by negative 1500.
1950 by 1500?
Negative 1500.
So let me put a marker here. Structure. End. Save.
Oh, am I the only one staying around?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I should go check it out, but
Yeah, I've seen it already. Not on here, but on my own. Playing on my own.
Dun, dun, dun. I did like the default game, the default spawning conditions of the cathedral technically only spawns in like the Arctic biome because the minimum temperature is -7 and the maximum temperature is like -30. So it only default appears in like cold areas, and I was like, why is that? Now I didn't look at the mall. There's actually a few mega structures that have spawns, but I didn't look at all of them. But ooh, kind of clay. I want to approach this as close to the ground as I can. Ooh, basalt? Got basalt. No, it's shale. Ooh, even better. Actually want some of this. I'll have to poke at that a little bit later.
So I guess we should probably set up a rabbit trap.
yeah, we might need to for hides.
Yeah, for small hides.
Alright, here we are. How close are we?
A lot of honey.
Still got a ways to go, but this should pop up anytime.
Ooh, rabbit
That's
trap.
shale? Yeah, that's shale. Alright. I think we're getting close enough. I don't want to just fly right to it. I want to be able to... And of course, it's freaking raining.
It'll add atmosphere.
Yeah. No kidding.
We don't need a rabbit trap. We have one.
All right.
It's over here. Not getting any.
Okay. Yep. That's definitely... You can see it on the map.
Not getting any further. A little bit. What other animals can we kill for
Boxes.
boxes? Okay.
Wow.
Well, the rabbit trap might double as a box trap too.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this thing.
starting to come across the screen now, or a stream.
All like caved in and stuff, but man, look at this place.
The sad thing
Crazy.
about that is that it probably was created not being caved in, and then they did the after effects.
Yeah, there's somebody who actually does
Oh yeah. Wow, look at the size of this place. This is great. It's all made of claystone, so usually it picks up the stone type from where it is. So we probably have claystone underneath. No, it's shale, really.
Locust.
Shale. Ooh. Iron ore. I'll take that. Oh, that was a lot. Holy shnikes. That was a lot of iron ore. Borax, that'll take that too. That was... Wow.
Jeez!
That was a unholy amount of iron. Ooh, the more oil.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of windmills up there.
Yeah. So oil, one of the things that I have, oil, it only spawns in sedimentary rock. So, because this is shale, that's sedimentary rock. And there's some more iron. How about, I mean, sure. Oh, no. There we go. Just about filled my inventory up with that. That's crazy. Crazy amount. I got oil extracted. Sorry.
Extracted?
Oh, there's even more. Oh my god, there's even more iron down here. Wow. Yeah, in the form of limonite. Limonite. Limonite? Yeah, it's a version of iron. Pulverized into crushed. There's iron bloom. Powdered. Gives you... definitely turns into dye. Holy, do I dare? How much durability do I have? 7,900. Let's see. I'm damn near full. Damn near full. Of iron. Wow.
There's still ice over here.
I'm probably being a little OCD about this, Buggy, but the grass farm, do you care what the surface dirt is? Should it be consistent?
For the sake of if you're growing grass on it, you probably want it to be medium fertility.
Okay. I will try to make sure it all is consistent then.
You know, in the wintertime, there's foxes everywhere. No, I can't find it.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I've got so much iron on me. It is kind of crazy.
Well, you want me to carry some of it so you can finish exploring this, because there's a lot to explore on this thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there, but let me clean up some of the miscellaneous gubbins. Because yeah, sometimes when you mine, but if a block is mined around, sometimes it drops the actual block. There we go. I don't need this flint on me. Let's drop that. Okay. Let's get back to it.
So, Oz, when's the first harvest?
I'm not sure. I didn't pay attention to when I planted it. But like the sunflowers, they're only third of the way done.
Oh shit. I kind of stepped in it on here.
Sure.
Ow.
Feed it instead of going down the steps.
Well, I wanted to stop that damn... Ow, ow, ow! Sir! Is that sound gets annoying really fast.
A
Wow.
lot of the, actually,
Yeah.
a lot of the fruit trees are now flowering.
Our farm or
No,
oh, in the wild.
out in the wild.
Oh, I just saved your life. Alright. I get it. I get it, Belle. Where are you? Oh my god, there's two of them. Die. Everything dies. Oh. Boy, if I didn't have this titanium armor on, I'd be smoked.
What are you fighting, locusts?
Locusts, bells, drifters, you name it,
Yeah.
it's in here.
Cheap.
Catacomb. This is a huge POI. This thing all spawns.
Oh, we're in the morgue right now. The sign
you're-
says so.
You're underground.
Oh yeah, morgue. How about that? Oh. Oh. Ow. Ooh, banners.
Oh, and some of these coffins you can open, by the way. Like this one has a meteoric iron cleaver.
Ooh, this one has a top
Damn.
hat. Meteoric iron cleaver.
Yeah.
It's too bad you made that cleaver for me.
Ow! Sir. Noble shirt. Well, I can trade out my commoner shirt. I'm noble! Oh, it's not a shirt, it's a jacket. What? Huh. Cat. Now is not the time. Crying out loud. Handsome, really handsome. Distracted. Ooh. Have some cheese. I don't know who gets buried with cheese, but you know. Somebody who loves cheese.
Yep.
It's aged. Aged cheddar, like 1,000 years. Now, this is a place to come and make some glue for all this. Ooh, a crown? I'll take that.
Well, you got a noble shirt, so you might as well, right?
Oh, give me attention. Here's my butt.
Here's my.
Meteoric iron shield. Ooh,
Nice.
base return teleporter.
Is that even a thing?
Yeah, you can pick that up and keep it, by the way.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Gold ingot.
And I tried to eat a piece of pie and I crashed.
Oops.
Oh. You-
Oh, speaking of pie, now that Springer's around, preservation is going to hell. So, eat up.
Oh, Jesus.
Just wander back and forth in my lap. Back and forth, back and forth.
If I find a mountain, do you want some glacial ice?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Claymore,
I'll be on the lookout.
warhammer. Hey.
That's right. That was the brown.
I think we're not doing a lot of exploring though. So don't wander too far. Unless Buggy overrides me on that one.
Well, yeah, there's something to see, and I want to do it as a group. But yeah, I hear the purrs. Yeah, I hear them. They're great
Wow.
and everything.
Try to eat pie again?
No, I right-clicked on that cache block, whatever it is.
Huh.
I don't recommend doing that.
Okay.
Cash.
Top of the steps.
Do we need any more pears?
Weird, because I right clicked on
No,
that.
we got plenty.
I right-clicked on it and I crashed.
Yeah, I think there's an issue with stuff that says can be repaired using glue. If you right click on it with something other than glue, I think it is a problem. So
Okay. There's a whole bunch of red currant bushes. Think what do we need? Like, I think it's like 5? Is it-
I'll check.
5 white currants?
Yep, 5.
Those. Checking all the berry bushes that I come across.
Excellent.
Who needs a mod
Ooh.
for archery? I'm pretty good.
resonate.
Resonator. That's good. I hear you. Where are you? Okay.
Wow, somebody spent a long time decorating this place.
Yep, and then somebody came in and basically.
What? Where does all this water?
I will pick you down.
Wow, a boiler and a condenser down.
Oh, nice.
Want some vintage beef there, Buggy?
Yeah, I am a little hungry. I don't know how smart it is to eat something and find it ruined 1,000-year-old meat roll.
Well, I mean, if it's still good, we really should ask them how they did that, because I'd like to be able to preserve things that long.
Hey, Oz, check how
Yeah.
we are for Pete.
Okay, hang on. We're at 429. We could probably use some more.
Okay.
That stuff seems to go pretty quick.
Okay. You have room. Just a bunch of stuff. Another pear tree.
Now we gotta get upstairs.
Well, there's still a place we haven't explored.
Ha 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 ha! You brat! Attacked me out of nowhere. That was not nice. I'll have to come back for it. I'm kind of full and it's getting dark. Okay, it's not going anywhere. Yeah, there's lots here. gates out here. Sky at night, see the light.
This is the morgue. We already went down the ledge. We already do this? Yeah. Like, final. Alright, climb the stairs back up. Yeah, the storm definitely adds some mood. You said there's an upstairs or something?
Yeah, I just don't remember how to get up there. Yeah, straight above us right now. You see the break up there? It's up there.
Hmm. Okay.
I know there's a way up there, I just can't remember where.
Wait, have to head north. Make sure.
Probably, usually in cathedrals, there's a staircase in the front.
I think it might be in here.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh, like a library. You just dumped a bunch of stuff on me.
No, I broke the locust spawn over there and you sucked it up.
Oh. Trying not to fly too much, just so I get the full experience. Whoa. And that just drops off into nothingness. There's probably... Oh, God. Find a way to the other side. Wow.
Oh, Aram, another thing you were worried about, fruit nutrition? Don't forget there's honey also.
Yeah.
Well, I have a ladder up here. There's gonna be nothing up here.
There's a door.
Probably was
Oh.
something. Not there now.
Oh, peek.
All the piggies are born.
Piglets?
Yep. Good thing I caught that, because now I can kill off the previous generation of sows, and then I don't have to worry about getting mixed.
Well,
Sometimes it's a little tough to find them.
now that it's nighttime, we kind of can't see anything anymore.
Wow, boars do not like you being around piglets.
No, they do not.
That's kind of new, I think.
Actually, in reality, they separate the boar from the sow and the piglets because the boar has a tendency to kill the piglets, eat them.
Yeah.
And the sow is also penned off, so she can't kill the piglets and eat them. That's why you see them in like a stall, and the piglets have access to her, but she doesn't have access to them.
Yeah, that way they have somewhere to run.
Yep.
Yep, that kind of thing unfortunately happens a lot in...
Yeah. Well, here's something I didn't know. Cows, being an herbivore, actually go out and
Buggy,
they
come over here.
They go looking for a dead animal so they can eat the bones.
I found something.
Because they need the calcium.
Yeah.
And all herbivores
I was
do
looking
this.
at this and it looked kind of fishy, so I poked a hole in the side.
Ooh.
I gotta AFK a little bit. I'm just gonna disconnect. Just
Okay.
in case you need to sleep.
Very cool. Where was that hole?
Which hole? The first one you made?
No.
The second one you made?
The one I was in when you said, "Oh, come here, look at this," and I was in a hole, and
Oh, you should have said that.
oh, I think it's this one. I was just gonna see where this thing leads. Oh, so much iron. Yeah, no shortage of iron over here. Like, there's another giant vein of iron right here.
Yeah, there is.
Wow, lots of jam.
Bony soil. Oh, nope. God, look at all this iron. Yeah. It can be hard to find, but once you find it, it's like
Everywhere.
it's like there's a lot of it in one vein. So yeah, once you find it, it's pretty damn fruitful. Rock sniffer, granite quartz. Okay.
Ooh, hole goes deeper.
Yeah, I think weren't we just down here? Oh. Yeah, there's some more hematite. That's the iron that we have. For some reason, there's 3 different types of iron on in this game.
hematite, magnetite, and I can't remember what the last one
Limonite.
is.
That's the one I found.
Limonite?
Yep.
Never heard of it.
Ooh, nickel. I'll take that.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be back in a little bit. Just gonna step out. Been asked to go to the store. Soon.
Wow, just a few freaking drifters down here. Jesus. All right. Ow. Give me a moment's rest, please. Ooh, gold. Can't pass that up. Just a tiny bit of it. Ooh, olivine. How much space do I have? Ooh, that was decent. 120. Okay. Titanium. Might want some more of that. Grab that vein of titanium.
Yeah.
And interesting little hidey hole here. Oh, more oil and halite. We got salt. Oh, grab that bismuth. Ooh, I found a lower book. Interesting. Go home and sort out my inventory because it's a little crazy right now. Basalt? Ooh. God, I don't have.
Want me to grab it?
Grab cinnabar. Yeah, grab some basalt, as much as you can. Trying to stem off flow of water. What's that? Oh my God, it's coming from. Wow, that is quite the waterfall coming down there. Almost the surface. Ooh, black coal. I need to chuck that. Why do I have? I don't need that.
wasn't much down there. But I grabbed what was there.
More iron. Wow. So, yeah, if we ever need iron or more silver, even though I grabbed a crap ton of it, or some of this copper. Yeah, can't. You're doing this again? In the lab, out of the lab. In the lab, out of the lab. In the lab, out of the lab. Just to get a ooh, another structure right next door. Good use of the support beam. Chain. This must have been a windmill at some point. Oh, that's the beach. Ooh, this has got a motor room. Yeah, start your engine. This has got a trap door. I hear the bird. I do. I do hear the This was. I expected more. You know, secret trap door in your house.
Another stairway over here.
There's rabbits. And I'm out of. Oh, I'm out of food. Ooh, still have some vintage meat. Are you hungry too?
Yeah.
Still finding goodies in the cathedral?
It's bouncing back and forth between us.
Wow. Should be able to pick it up.
I think you dragged it with you.
This is why I don't have it on me though. So
Jeez.
I don't have it. Must be in your inventory. Yeah, there's other ruins around that we're exploring now, so
Cool.
oh, there's anthracite. That's the other type of coal that we haven't found yet. A lot of it. Oh, a lot of it. Jesus. Okay. I can't mine anymore. I don't have any space. Let's just head home.
Do you want more anthracite?
We don't have any. I don't even know where we would put anthracite. We don't really have a use for it, so it's no point filling up.
Alright, another pork-ocalypse has passed.
Poor
So we
piggies.
shall be flush with meat. It's too bad that the pigs give you red meat. Kind of funny.
It's the other red meat.
Yeah. That's strange. Out of all of those piglets, not a single boar came out. So it's a good thing I didn't kill off the previous generation of boars.
Home sweet home. Holy, look at all the random
we have anywhere where we're keeping like miscellaneous flower types?
Listen to that pulverizer. That's great.
A little fast, is it?
Listen to that thing.
Jeez.
That's fucking great. Oh man,
Holy moly.
that's awesome.
Alright, now it might even be going faster because I turned off the other grinder. Quirk. Or are we just leaving those running all the time?
We don't have to.
Okay.
That's just comical. Alright, sand. The sand, however, you can store. No, not- And as store the sand or the gravel. Aged wooden planks. God, I don't even know what to do with these. I have an aged chest here, so this is all my aged stuff.
Right back.
Kind of funny, but I brought back a ton of rot, so rot.
We'll make use of it eventually.
Do you have one that's partially filled?
Yeah, nope. I've been using them for other stuff.
Okay, now let's go to Jonas parts.
Hello. Oh, what do we got? Goodies. Top hat.
I think that's
I saw the rice. What was the other thing? Some other grain?
yeah. There was one other grain. Flax, I think.
Okay.
And this. Am I not hearing that? Because... Oh, yeah, music level. Okay. Okay, let's try. This one. Oh, it's one of the base games. Okay. Through the glass at night. Got a bunch of. All right, steel bits. Oh yeah, these are probably burning through all my coal. Completely forgot about that.
Wow, that's a lot of stock.
Music is pretty good in this game, I have to say. It's simple, but it's like satisfying. Quirky Tavern.
Yeah.
This is a happy sort of. This one is Hollow Crowd.
Yeah, I really do like the music in the game. It's strange because even the first time I heard it, it seemed kind of nostalgic.
Right, gold, single gold ingot on that trip. Silver ingot. Single amethyst and a large crystal cluster. Oh yeah, there was another thing I wanted to give you last.
Oh. Ah, there you are. Oh, more cheese. Nice. It's interesting you should bring me that because the cheese is ready to or the cheese curds. It's ready to shift it over. That's a lot of rock.
Yeah, it was a lot. I brought home almost 3 stacks.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Interesting. The other cheese area that I have isn't suitable for ripening anymore.
What?
Yeah.
Temperature based, maybe?
Possibly. But the other one, it works. The one that I set aside for cheddar. So I don't know if that's the case or not. The only difference between the two rooms, because they have the same dimensions and everything, the only difference is that hole where the light sticks is.
Hmm. Is there any light getting in there?
That could be, but it was suitable for ripening when
Oh, true.
yeah. So the only thing that I can think of is that now that it's spring. All right. Think I'm gonna try to make the light tunnel or that open air thing. I'll expand that, make it longer, so that it's a little darker. See if that's the issue.
How to use the path? I'm burning up like an entire hammer just processing all this. this iron.
Oof.
It was many stacks. It's
Yeah.
many stacks. Speaking of which, should I crush it? Pulverize, crush laminate. Powdered laminate. Yellow and orange dye. I can use bauxite. Why? I don't understand why he has so many paths to the same thing. And some of them are like easy, and then some of them are like, what? You have to crush it and then bake it twice, and then you can make it, or you just crush bauxite and use that. Like, I don't understand why there's why he does what he does. I think
Is it somehow more realistic that way?
Well, if that's what he's going for, why have an easier way to do it? Like, why have two methods to get the same thing, and have one of them be like crazy and the other one be like, oh, that's easy? I don't understand the difference. Why would have a difference?
Resource availability, or is that not
I mean,
feasible in this instance?
it's more of a rhetorical question than anything, because you know it's their mod, and when they can do whatever they want with it, it's just puzzling to me why you would do it that way. Okay, what? I'll get Delina. Literally go in here. I'll get Limonite. Go in there. The arc iron is fine. This is
I noticed the darkness of it as I was doing this process for the cheese was it was getting really dark. So, huh? Still not suitable for ripening. So it's almost got to be the light. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should extend the tunnel some more. Maybe it's not the light level. Maybe it's the distance, essentially, of the little tunnel I have here. Because thinking about it, the base where where it has the opening there, it has to go through that whole, it has to go through the ladder I have going up, the tunnel, and then all the house to get to an actual open spot to the door. So I'm guessing like all those factors are factored in.
Look at all that iron. Whoa.
Oh, weird.
That was a first. That might have been a little too much. Let's check the log directory. Data, logs, client. Interesting. Not in client crash. Oh, client debug is 2 megs. This game logs entirely too much stuff. Okay. Not in client debug. It probably overloaded the server. I'd have to probably log into the server to see that crash. But
It's pretty rare for this game to crash unless there's, I mean, every version will introduce new little bugs and stuff, but
yeah,
that's kind of normal.
yeah, I think it was just too many block updates because I didn't get any of that wood that I just chopped down.
Man.
And I think it broke. Yeah, it broke my world eater too.
Oh man.
That might have been the reason for the crash. I thought I fixed that.
Well, the cheese is good now. It's ripening again. Hopefully, we'll get some blue cheese this time too.
So what do you have to do?
The bundle of sticks thing, rather than being a straight pipe up, I like spiraled it. So I created just like a one block tunnel that spiraled around and up. Oh, the cattails are done. Oh, only some of them.
Probably gonna have to update the flexible tools mod. Probably cut down how many it can break at once.
Hey, back.
Go back. Were you on when Buggy crashed?
Walking into the house and I saw it on the stream, but he was at the
Huh?
menu.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, I think there's an issue with the World Eater. When you're in vein mine mode, and you vein mine something, at the same time it runs out of durability. I think, like, the number of dominoes that fall, like, you have to have, you know, a lot of bugs that I've run into are like, this has to happen with this, with this, with this, and with this. All of those combined, boom, then you get a crash. Like, it's never like XYZ crash. It's always like, if this is true, and this, and this, and this, then it's possible to crash. So yeah, they're really hard to find. Those rare crashes are really hard to find. But when you do,
Yeah, it's almost like you have to be trying to crash to be able to find those weird ones.
yeah, you have to be like purposefully like tweaking, like purposely trying to break it, basically. Like what I said.
Yeah.
You have to really be, which is why, like, if somebody out there, you know, wants early access to help test the vintage engineering mod, you know, there's going to be certain expectations with bug reports with that. The average, like, a bug report that's like, hey, it crashed on me. Okay, like, what? I can understand why game developers who get crashes or reports like that are like, I can't do anything, right? You have to give me reproduction. You have to tell me how this crashed and what you were doing when it did. Otherwise, it's not ever going to get fixed, which is why anytime I report a problem, I always like have reproduction steps. I just did one 2 days ago. I found a memory leak in the game. And I figured out, because I thought it was originally my mod that was doing it, because I found it while I was debugging my mod. I get debug reports in my log file, and it tells me, hey, this memory, this texture leaked memory, this texture leaked. Like I was getting that report, and so I thought it was originally the log splitter, because I had just added the log splitter like Tuesday, and all of a sudden I started getting these memory leaks, and I'm like, oh my god, like what is going on? So I did a deep dive on the mod, or on the machine and on the GUI and all, like, because it wasn't telling me which texture it was, which was super frustrating. It was telling me it was leaking memory, but it wasn't telling me which texture it was. And through testing, I discovered that it wasn't my mod that was doing it, but it was, if you started the game in windowed mode, right? Because right now I'm in full screen. But if you can hit, I think it's F10, and go down to windowed mode, right? And while you're in windowed mode, if you have a game loaded, like if you have a world loaded, you hit escape and you resize the window, right? You drag the edge of the window to resize it. Boom, that's when it triggers the memory leak. So it was in the window resize of a world while it was loaded, and so I had all these reproduction steps, and literally 12 hours later the bug was fixed, and it's in 19.5, right? It was one of the, if you look at the changelog of 1.19.5, you'll see the very bottom, it'll say like changes since 1.19.4, and one of those changes will be a memory leak change, and that was the bug that I reported, because I had exactly the steps that he could do. Very, very reproducible bug. And those are, I mean, I didn't know what caused the bug. Not good at memory, anything like that, but he was able to, Tyrone was able to fix it in a heartbeat, because he knew exactly what was causing it. He could track it down. I, on the other hand, was completely lost.
Yeah, Buggy was panicking on that.
Oh man.
Yeah, you were trying to get the version of the stuff and the things out.
Yeah, I wanted to have a community build, an early access community build that will basically, it'll introduce people to the mod, it'll introduce people to the backend API so they can start tinkering around with it. But it's the version that's going to float in the community until Vintage Engineering is near feature complete, right? When I get the machines in, everything working, everything tested, everything good, then I'll put out another version. But until then, the weekly builds are for supported. And because right now the ModDB entry, I can't, it's in draft mode, so it's, nobody sees it. You can't see it because there's no file to download. I can't turn it into published mode because there's nothing to download. There's no file. So I want something there that people can download. I need to fix that one animation issue, which is weird. It's weird for that to crop up because it was working for the metal press. And now the metal press is broken too. So, jeez, there's something there that I need to look at. When it's finished crafting, its state should change to sleeping, and that should stop the animation. But it's not doing it. The trigger is the state change. When you change the state from sleeping to on means crafting. The animation stops and starts with that. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward system. And for some reason, something I did probably 1 a.m. last night. It's usually what happens when I'm coding until 2 a.m. or something. Something usually happens that I just sort of shake my head at, like, what? How did this happen? It's typically how that goes. We need an alternate spot for this redwood coder log. I should have added that recipe into into the random things. I know there's another mod that adds it, but because there's a recipe, there's one of the mods that adds a recipe that allows you to change these quarters to just regular logs for the sake of storage. Or I could just convert them all, not all of them maybe, but most of them. Let's grab some hand saws here. I know it's only 4. You only get 4 per handsaw, but I mean, it's redwood. We can grow an infinite amount of redwood. Don't worry about that. Plenty of redwood planks now. I still have a gold coronet. Maybe I can put that on the dummy. No, I didn't. Can't put the coronet on the dummy.
Okay, I'm back.
Back.
I want to eat something. It's getting a little pickish.
Yeah.
I place it down. It's not ground storable. I don't know where to put it. Can't. I've got a crown. Check my crown out. It's glorious. Oh, there's nobody around.
You can't put it anywhere and show it off.
I wish I could turn on and off the armor. I think there's a mod that does that. You see my crown? Super sweet.
It's a noble shirt, and now he's got a crown. Let he be king. When all things go to HE double hockey sticks in a basket. Off with his head.
That I'm gonna need. What? Oh my. Search for these. So I can finally upgrade all the things.
Rat.
I have a question. Is there any method to repairing your armor? You just have to make weapons.
There can be, depends on the armor. Like my titanium armor, there's a way to upgrade, or there's a way to repair it. Other armor, I'm not sure of.
Even in vanilla, it's a little inconsistent. I think, like vanilla, you can craft. What is it? Like the first one, the wood armor. I think if you craft some extra firewood in the crafting grid, it repairs it. But you know, other like chainmail, I don't think you can. Yeah. But it also depends on what it is and what mod it comes from. So our very helpful answer is we don't know.
Well, it's specific to the armor. You just have to look it up in the handbook to see if there's a recipe that uses the final armor piece. And that usually tells you whether you can repair it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's repaired. It just requires another piece of minerals.
Not bad.
Same with the body armor, except it needs a piece of leather. Same with the legs. Okay.
I want to see what this lore book is. Discovered lore breakdown part 1. Breakdown. Constant clamoring, people shouting. I'm worried. Things were quieter before. We had almost given up. Nobody spoke. We just desperately worked on the project. But now it's almost time to wake it, and the people are excited. They're too excited. They don't know, they don't understand, I don't even understand. What have we created? The greater doom we have wrought upon ourselves. Holy crap. Looking at the print. Idealons Foundation. Yeah. I get the distinct feeling I was right about the lore.
That they forked it and
That the humans had invented something or developed some technology that caused the rifts to start, and the drifters, basically whatever the rust dimension is, started leaking into the world and started wreaking havoc on the world and all of the things and the stuff, and yeah. I think that's.
So they basically cursed the world.
They basically did it. Yeah, they did it to themselves, which is not for. It wouldn't have been the first time that humans have done that to themselves. So, we're good at that. Not really thinking of the consequences.
oh man. Yeah, these pies are expiring quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, I just grabbed one. So, well, the other thing that blue cheese pie, the other buff that I gave it, other than dairy satiety, is health. It boosts it heals you like a lot. So it's a good one to have and make for those adventures, And I know that blue cheese is not an early game thing, but I like to mix and match the features of the mods just in case you have one and not the other, right? So if you're, if you have X mod and not the Y mod, then it's kind of mix and match your experience. But anyway,
I need another shovel. So should I smith one or?
Another shovel. Why don't you make a world eater and use that? That's
Okay.
got far more durability for the single ingot that it costs.
Yeah.
And there's steel. There's steel pickaxe heads in the tools chest that you can make a world eater. We just have to work. We just have to work on finding diamonds, which would be in basalt. I think it's only basalt. Diamond.
mean,
No. We can also.
We got tons of diamonds.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it's 10 diamonds per world eater, and I just made one because I broke one mining all those.
We've got 53, but yeah, if you want me to go out and search for some, I could do that.
No, you don't have to find them. I just said, in general, we need to find diamonds, and the way to do that is to find basalt, deep enough. So craft up some iron-based rock sniffers, renegade, and
Okay.
there's 3 iron prospecting picks. You can make rock sniffers if you don't already have one. But just, you're gonna have to fly along. You're gonna have to fly a long ways to find basalt deep enough.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but salt, I think, is the diamond. I think it's the only ore yet. It isn't kimberlite, so if you find kimberlite, definitely look for it. Kimberlite is, without the rock sniffer, kimberlite is near impossible to find. It is so hard to find because it appears in little bubbles near the mantle, right? So you'll have like granite or something, and then you'll have this bubble of kimberlite, but nothing on the surface appears. Like you may, like a tiny chance, find a pebble on the surface that does it. But you can do that. 4 go on a
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do 4.
4 at a time. There is 3 prospecting pick heads. God, keep picking this damn thing up. All right, I'm moving this over here. There we go. There are 3 prospecting pick heads in the tools chest. So. Oh, yeah, here's a hammer. And I still need my tongs for these. Once those come off. So I'm thinking for, I want to see what a granite block. Right. This. So that is those. Now, let's see. Compare and contrast. Those are granite? Yep. Compare and contrast these 2 blocks. One is base game. The other is brick layers. You definitely used same sort of textures.
Having an angel belt makes building so much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's for. Primary reason I made it. Somebody did request that the angel belt only work in like claimed areas.
In what areas?
Claimed? And I'm like, I remember I responded to the comment on the ModDB, like, how do you claim an area? I've never had to do that. I know there's a system for it that servers use to claim, like, somehow claim area, but I don't know of like there's no like way. I would have hoped by now they would have done like a grid system for like just kind of like how chunk claiming is and the FTB chunks mod, like open the map and you just have grids that you claim and load, whatever. Like that would have been nice, but
Mm-hmm.
okay. Now I need 2 of those.
I thought they had claimed areas.
There is a way to claim, like, yeah, there is a way to claim areas. I just don't. I have no idea how to do it. some gold bits, lead bits. Glass. Oh, yeah, that's right. Glass. Metal parts. I think I need to. Yep. Glass. What did I do with the glass? What did I do with that quartz? Oh, I know. Sticks. On the top. Let's wait. Those take a while.
Buggy, if I remember correctly, the way grass grows is it only does it when it's shifting from one state to another. So from medium fertility to medium with spare grass to patches of grass to grassy, right?
Well, grass will grow if you just trim it with the scythe.
Yep, but this one doesn't have any grass on it. It says it's grassy, but it doesn't have a patch on top.
Oh,
So
you're talking about the patch? Yeah, the grass on top will only spawn if it transitions from one to another.
Okay. So I have to go back through here because some of them didn't grow.
Yeah, if you're going for every single spot to have a grass patch, you're gonna need to micromanage it a lot.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's the end goal. I think that's the big reason why we've never bothered to do this before. But for whatever reason, we're going through a lot of grass. Well, I guess we have more players than usual. Usually it's just you, me, and sometimes a third.
I didn't think we were pit killing that much. What else are we using grass for? I mean, unless Renegade
Feeding
is.
the animals sometimes.
Oh,
But only when we've got plenty.
I thought Renegade was smoking.
I can't say he's not. That would explain something.
I am the one that has 2 kids.
It's time to light that place up.
Okay, what's going on? Losing track. Ah, that's why. It's messing me up.
Why are there so many animals down here? Oh my God. Down in the corner. God, get out of it. There he-
Going like
finally.
that.
Die. Just chicken. Die. And you die.
Oh man, another storm.
Is it just approaching? Yeah. We got
Yeah.
5 or 10 minutes
Yep.
for everybody to round up back home.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's no real surprise that one's approaching. It's been a while, but
Much time. I should probably get my butt over there. Oh, everybody's already in. Okay.
I'm in the base still.
Alright. Stock up on food. Need that. Okay. I don't need that.
plan on decorating the outside a little bit, but I need to just get walls up and stuff right. So. Put that in. Should hopefully keep the freaking animals out of this area. Once and for all.
Make sure you have food.
Yup.
Yup.
All right. Thanks.
Hey Ray, OG. He's the OG Ray. All right. Anybody doesn't have at least a bronze reinforced backpack? Because I've got two more that I can give. Ooh.
I've got all hunters backpacks.
Oh, you could deserve you. Where are you?
Just south of southeast of the waste.
All right. I will put them in the storage thing that has all the food, all the finished food.
Right behind you now. Oop. That's gonna take me a bit to swap over. So
Oh,
I'll
I
wait till
know.
after.
That's why I just do it whenever. Like it's not a. I just didn't want to trash them.
Yeah.
Somebody could utilize it. You know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to hide my crown because my helmet overrides my crown. I don't know. Oh, I wish I... Now that I have that sweet, sweet crown, I'm tempted to get the mod that allows you to hide it.
Yeah, I got something for you to plant.
Okay.
Let's try not crashing.
Come on, there it is. Pink apple. I think we've got. Is it pink or yellow?
Got yellow.
Alright. I think we have in one of the containers some other apples. Can't remember if it's pink or red. But then we've also got like some olives and stuff like that. But yeah, at some point I'm gonna rearrange the orchard. See if we can. 'Cause we've got a lot more options now.
Yeah. And the tools to make the room we need for it all.
Yep.
So the chopping of the wood in vein mine mode is fine on a single player, but if you try to chop down too much, I learned the hard way. You try to chop down too much wood in one shot, it crashes your client. So that is what
Yep. Not horribly surprising though. Those kind of.
But I wonder what the limit is, because it's interesting.
I'm wondering if it's a situation where it's not necessarily a block limit, but more of a like a packet size issue or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is an inventory packet that gets sent, so that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Unfortunately, once you start going down the path of, that kind of thinking, then it's also, well, okay, maybe it's not pack size, maybe it's packet IDs, or I started losing the train.
Right above this, put that. And then we're going to put those. And I would try the storage controller mod. We have it in here. Storage. Right, we have it in here. But I'm a little... I don't want to lose. I don't want to corrupt this save. And I know that Quentin has got somebody helping him with the code and streamlining it. So I don't want to use it yet because I know he's working on bug fixes and stuff like that. Oh, this bush meat is spoiling.
Yep. Yeah, preservation is our enemy in this
Right,
this
I
area.
I thought I had a bushmeat fat. Oh, no. It's all raw.
I had cooked those before you made the mod.
Oh, I didn't.
I mean, they were
Oh, it
they were
says
gonna be good
cured.
for, like, yeah, the cured stuff is good.
Oh yeah, the bushmeat that was in there. I mean, it was just going bad. So maybe I could
Yeah.
quickly turn it into fat before it did.
Oh, it was cooked though.
Right, I didn't notice that. I just saw it and I was like,
Ah.
ooh, because I was literally went from 99 to 100% while I was looking at it, so I didn't get a chance to really absorb what it actually said.
Gotcha.
Prioritize these cheese pies because the storm will hit any moment.
I'm shocked.
Hey,
that
look at
happened.
that! God, did I
Yeah.
call it or what? All the little bugs flying around, little butterflies everywhere. It's so we need more bug variety.
That was an awesome addition when you started introducing the butterflies.
Yeah, and there's the one mod that adds a bunch of creatures and stuff that hasn't been updated in a while. I think there is another person that does mods that for some reason they're breaking like every type of animal out into different mods. So there's like one mod that adds frogs and one mod that adds this and one mod that it's like, dude, like we don't need 700 mods adding all these creatures. Like I couldn't imagine like trying to manage all of that. Like, oh, there's a bug fix. Oh, now we've got 6,000 mods. So,
Yeah.
and away we go. All my dairy's maxed out now. That's awesome. That didn't take long.
Shoot.
Ooh, look at them all.
Spawned right next to me.
Oh. There's a double header. Get him. Ow, sir. I don't think that double header gave me a thingy. I thought that was guaranteed. Well,
Yeah,
we have quite a few temporal gears.
Yeah.
We're not shy of those at all. I mean they're still pretty rare, so it's a good definitely gonna introduce like I think they expanded temporal gear, temporal pieces, temporal powder, grinding so you crush the gear, so expanded matter. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm really on the fence whether to have any any mod dependencies in Vintage. Like I don't want updating Vintage to be hamstrung by other mods not being updated in time. So if like a new version of the game comes out and I go in and compile and update mine and post it, if people still can't use it because there's another mod that requires that hasn't been updated yet, right? I try to avoid that scenario as much as possible, which is why none of my mods like support the the I am GUI. They don't support the config live. Like I don't like large outside dependencies for my mod, just because you never know in the modding community when mod gets updated, stuff like that. So like right now the bricklayers mod requires expanded matter. Well, expanded matter, if it's a JSON only mod, if it's all that it is JSON, then it's far more likely to work with a new version of the game. Far more likely. So in those cases, it's up in the air. I think all of bricklayers is JSON. I'm pretty sure the entire mod, all of the things that it does, is all done in JSON, which gives you an idea of what the game, what you can actually accomplish in JSON.
Which is just incredible.
Yeah, and that's and in large part what I'm basing vintage engineering on. Vintage engineering, I'm doing as much in JSON as I possibly can. So any variables that I feel like in a machine that I want to tweak, I want to put that into a JSON attribute somewhere that somebody can custom. Right? It's what I did for the animations. If you want to play with the animations, you can open the shapefile, add your own animation, and use that code that when you create an animation, you have to add a code to it, and that's kind of what it goes on behind the scenes. So you just make a custom code, and then I have an attribute in the JSON for the machine that is the crafting animation code, and it pulls that code, and that's what it tries to play when it's crafting. Anyway, the data-driven architecture is what I'm really going for. The Tannery mod uses it. You can add and customize all the wire types, all the relays, max connection, wired length, stuff like that is all JSON driven. So you can just create patches for it. To keep in the spirit of the actual game. What are the design tenets of the game and all that. And of course, all the recipes are patchable, extendable. You can create a mod that adds all of your own custom recipes. I'm hoping to see a little bit of that excitement from the community, even from the early version that I put out. Hopefully there'll be somebody that comes out with there could be a mod that comes out like, here's a bunch of recipes that add, allow you to craft the machines. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. I'll even put a disclaimer on the mod post to be like, any attempts to add recipes might get used in the main mod. Because that's a lot of busy work, building the smithing recipe and all the things for like the wire cutter and the early molds. Like if you want to craft a tin bronze plate mold, right, that's going to be a smithing recipe. So that's going to need smithing recipes. That's going to need like a lot of stuff. It's just busy work. That kind of stuff is just like busy work. And it's certainly something, if you guys, it requires zero programming. That's all JSON text. That's all that does. So those kinds of things, like, it'd be nice to see a little bit of that coming from out of the community. People just sending me files like, here's a smithing recipe, for the wire cutters. Here's a smithing recipe for all the different molds. Like you have the plate molds, you have the gear molds, you got the die cast for. There's 3 or 4 different die cast molds for the extruder, and they're based on the gauge, right? So there's LV, MV, metal rod and screw gauges. The HV wire is going to be a custom recipe that's basically braided MV wire, right? That's why there's not a HV gauge for the extruder, because that wire is going to be like, it's going to be sort of like the AE dense cable that uses like 8, it uses like 8 smaller cable or 4 smaller cable to make a dense cable, and that's kind of what the HV wire is going to be. It's going to be really expensive, but capable of moving and processing a whole lot of power. So yeah, those kinds of plans I've already got.
And you're going to do extreme voltage too, right? I think.
Yeah, EV won't be introduced until nuclear, which is like,
Okay.
that's one of
Way
those
down the road.
pie in the sky. Maybe next year I'll get to that. If the mod is popular enough, if I get support around it, right? Because it was a big risk, basically stopping posting videos to the channel and going this route to actually build a product, right? Instead of just making content, which there are literally tens of thousands of people doing that. I thought, might as well dip into my skill set a little bit, do a project, and make something that people might be interested in supporting. And I mean, the developer of the game is a supporter now, so. Ow.
Which is pretty incredible.
So yeah, he's on board, and even though it's, I've talked to him, he is not interested at all in introducing electricity in the game. That is against everything. All of his desire, like his vision for the game, has nothing to do with power, right? So it is against what he wants to do with the game, but he recognizes the doors that it opens in the modding community, something like this, right? Which is why he was like, yeah, you do a good interface, like you do a good system, I'll integrate it into the base game. That way everybody can use the same system, right? We all have a combined platform that we can build on, and we can take the game into whatever direction, right?
If Minecraft had introduced that kind of philosophy, it would have been an absolute game changer.
Oh man, I mean,
and Minecraft is huge to begin with.
The fact that they never did, right? We are 15 years into Minecraft. Microsoft bought them out, and they still have not introduced a modding API for the base game.
Yeah.
Like, what? Why is that? Why are they trying to figure out how to monetize it? Like, is that their only reason for not doing it? Is like, oh, we can't monetize the modding community, so we're just not going to put any time and money in it. And it's like, what? Like, I just don't understand. If Microsoft was like, oh, we're going to introduce the modding API in the next version, both the Bedrock edition and Java edition, right? Because I've heard that the Bedrock edition is like brutally hard. I just love I love seeing the cathedral after the thing is done, and it's all like bright colors, and it's like the windows look great. Like, I just love after the storm, the vision of the cathedral. It's great.
Yeah. But yeah, as far as it goes, that's just kind of Microsoft's philosophy. They're too greedy. They focus on the money. Oh, the pear trees are flowering.
Excellent.
That means we're probably going to get a harvest this year.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We got 4 more diamonds, which is glorious.
Very nice.
Bunch of Jonas parts.
Yeah, we might have to expand the Jonas
Yeah, that I was really hoping that the extra chest mod would have picked up the double trunk and made new tiers of the double trunk, but no dice. And I've got some and some of those. Wow, look at how much silver we have. Let's do a batch of silver plate. Oh my god, there's actually like animals in the there's a rabbit in the leather building. It's like that's like a horror show in there for Mommy, is that you?
Oh man.
Mommy's a pair of shoes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I forget, where are we putting the pear or the
There's a chest behind here that has somewhere. There's like tree trunks somewhere in here. Oh, somebody must have moved them. I thought there was maybe over here.
Maybe I moved them somewhere and just forgot.
I don't know where they went. That is very, very strange. I don't know where they went. All right.
I mean, if anybody moved them, it was probably me, but where I did that, I have no clue. Maybe I put them downstairs. I'll check the preservation area.
Yeah, I don't see them up here anywhere.
Lot of gold and silver from that. Not necessarily a lot, but
Yeah, I'm gonna smelt up a
considering
batch.
you get
A batch of silver for plates. That's gonna take a hot minute to smelt.
damn, we've got a lot of silver.
Yeah, that's why I was like, there's 8,000 in there. I'm like, oh, we could do a batch of silver because I just used the rest of it for the lights in the pulverizer area. So, also we need to because honey doesn't go bad, we need to find a way to craft lots of that. I don't know.
I've got 4 squeezers. I can.
But we need to find a way to hold the honey that you get.
Oh, I could put some more barrels down here.
Oh yeah. I need to figure out fluid tanks. That's one of the big once I get okay, so in my mind my path of development is going to be getting all the LV level stuff done, which is I've got a few more machines that I need to do. So I've got the CNC, the sawmill, which by the way I need a sawmill. I need a sawmill 3D model really bad. A single block sawmill. Or make it look like a table saw. I've already got a saw blade, and you can pull that shape from the mod, the saw blade shape. But anyway, the table saw, the CNC, which is essentially like a clay former, you'll be able to put a thing of clay in the CNC, and it'll just copy that. I've already worked out the algorithm in my head because you can count how many voxels there is in a thing. That's a part of the recipe. And then I know after looking through the code that each piece of clay in your hand is 25 voxels. It's a hard coded 25 voxels. Every time a new piece is used, it adds another 25. You're holding clay. Please leave a sign for Quentin for me saying jackpot. Quentin for me. I don't understand, Rowdy. Please leave a sign for Quentin saying jackpot.
Oh, he just wants a sign put up that says jackpot, and he wants that to be there for Quentin. I assume. I found the tree cuttings. They're in the seeds area. Seeds chest.
So the path is going to be getting the rest, and so one of them is an alloy furnace, one of them is another coke oven, and I know we have these, right? I know we have these, right? But we don't get creosote out of these. And remember, I'm heavily inspired by immersive engineering. And creosote, like creosote fluid, which is what would introduce me to the fluid system. Creosote as a fluid is a crafting material for the treated planks. So I want to, while I'm not directly copying and trying to do a beat for beat copy of immersive engineering, I'm actually pulling a lot of inspiration from a variety of Minecraft mods because I love Minecraft mods. There's a lot of them that I just thoroughly enjoy. And so I'm sort of pulling all my favorite parts from all these mods and trying to merge them into one and get a lot of the automation, a lot of that stuff. So the coke oven is very similar to immersive. It's going to be it's going to start as a single block, hopefully get to a multi-block. But that will give you the creosote oil and introduce me to sort of the fluid mechanics. And I got to figure out how to do all of that. And that'll be me dipping my toe into the fluid system. Even though I did it with the lava to be able to make lava bucketable, you know, I want to ensure that when you have a bucket of creosote oil and you place it in the world, that you don't immediately have an infinite block of creosote oil, because that's what happens with the bucket. You don't actually remove the thing because a block of fluid is 1,000 liters. The bucket is 10. So it doesn't make sense for the bucket to be able to drop a source block. It just doesn't, right? So anyway, there's a little bit of fiddling around with that needs to be done. So there's a subset of recipes that I need to finish and machines that I want to introduce. And once that is done, then it is going into some deeper mechanics. You know, the fluid pump, a tank for fluids, and you know, that'll be like all the LV machines will be done. Everything will be good. And then it'll be like, okay, the next phase, which is some deeper, like refining and stuff. I want to get the multi-block stuff done after the LV phase. I want to see if that works, but that is going to be a huge amount of work. There's going to be a huge amount of lag time between getting LV stuff done and getting multi-blocks working, because there's a mountain of code that has to be done, especially if we use like the new mini dimension system. It'll show you the blocks and stuff. Like, that is just an enigma to me. I have to spend days researching that and looking at example code, because yeah, Tyrone's probably going to get super tired of me like asking him questions. But nobody else does code like this. So like the community at large, I haven't gotten a whole lot of help from the community at large. Wow, look at these. Look at very pretty flowering.
The trees, yeah. Got some more comments there.
Could you make a block that attaches to the coke oven that would be hooked up to a tank?
Assuming he just means like a pipe.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a pipe. I'm going to have a fluid system as part of the mod. And it's going to be based on the fluid pipe and item pipe system, which is basically the same thing. I mean, all a fluid in the game is is it's an item, right? The fluids in the game are just items. And it's like holding a stack of rock or stone. A fluid is treated the same way. It's just, you know, there's some custom code in there, but it's literally just uses the same system. So many sticks. Oh, so many sticks. But it's going to use. I'm gonna base the functionality of it on the pipes mod. So the pipes mod in Minecraft, the reason why that's kind of what I'm going for is it's very, very efficient. The way that it simulates it in the back end is very efficient, and I'm really trying to focus on efficiency with vintage engineering. I really don't want to, collapse people's servers and single player games. Like, I want to make sure people can have big factories and do that, which a lot of the design tenets are based on that. So,
That's where a lot of Minecraft mods start to falter, is the overhead, that conveyor belts and stuff of that sort.
Yeah, Create as great as Create is, and Create is a monumental piece of art. Big factories are just not possible in Create. Because the conveyor belts, that kind of stuff, it's too much. It's way, way, way too much. So you have to be very, very careful in developing mod like that and putting too much into it that needs like rapid tick rate, because it's just not.
Especially since your mod, you're intending to be like the core for other people.
Yep.
If other people want a conveyor belt, yeah, more power to you. Go ahead and make one.
Yeah, if you wanna do a conveyor belt for item movement, absolutely. You just plug into, like, all my machines already plug into the base game system for, movement of material inside of an inventory. Like, all of my machines you can hook up to chutes and have automatic insert, automatic removal, like all that stuff works. It's built into the game. And yeah, it's great. But if you want a conveyor belt system, you have to roll your own and kind of see what happens to the performance at that point, because it would be pretty bad.
Yep.
Wow. 2048 sticks. I need 1, 2, 3, 4. One of those. One of those.
All right, I might do some more landscaping near the cathedral, but I have the grass farm nearly done up to there.
Wait. All right, I think we're good on redwood for a while.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's so much to do in a mod like this. Like, there's so many ways that I could be like where my attention is going, and it can be really hard for me to like just decide like I need to spend time on this. Why? Oh.
If you want something different than creosote, like I suggested in chat, was copper and sulfur, which are already in the game. And it would just be like green paint.
Right, but what you're actually going for? Creosol. Wait.
Yeah, I know what creosol is. They use it for railway ties.
It's creosote.
Well, creosol is basically a brand name.
Oh. Can't have brand names.
Anyways, yeah, creosote is actually a brand name. It's what they basically coat telephone poles with, and that
Right,
kind of
and that's
stuff.
fine. You know, the pitch or tar version, like you know, tar could be a byproduct of oil refining and all that. Like, that is all possible. But I'm talking
Yeah.
like early game. Like, you barely have anything in the game. You know, you're on like copper and tin tools at this point. Like, what sort of things can you do that take a long time, but it actually gets you started to prep? In immersive engineering, they have the coke oven. It takes, you know, you put in coal, it takes forever, but it generates coke and creosote. You know, and so I'm thinking, like, how do I convert that? Well, I was thinking introduce a new type of wood, and I was going to go with hickory, even though my research said beech wood is actually the best for creosote production.
Yeah, because it's got large pores in it, like large cells. So beech has large cells. Can't really use beech for anything else.
Right, but hickory would have a secondary use, and that is like barbecuing food, right? And that would introduce like a cool, like, you could have a smoker, you could have a little smoker, and other mods could use hickory as well. It's actually surprising that the base game doesn't have hickory. It has a ton of wood types, but not hickory. Like, why does it not have hickory? That's kind of crazy. But otherwise, you know, making the coke oven where you throw in similar to the coke oven that we have here, although adding the creosote output is the primary thing. And I think one of the things that Rowdy was saying was putting a tank next to the vanilla coke oven, seeing if you can get it out of that. And right now, let me walk over here. Let me tell you how this works in code. You put coal in here, right?
Yep.
Well, I can put a stack of coal anywhere and light it on fire. Anywhere.
Yep.
What tells this that I want coke? What is the thing in this structure that tells it I want coke?
Oh, closing the door.
This door. This door is the block entity that controls what that turns into. So the charcoal inside of there, that is that does not care where it is. It's this door that does that, right? So a tank, if you like put a tank on the bottom here, the tank could look at all the blocks around it and see if there's a coke oven door. And then there's a whole lot of code that you could do to determine if it's open or closed, if it's actually doing coke, like, is it burning? Like, there's a lot of like fiddly code that you could do that, you know, you could try to detect something going on nearby. And that's definitely possible if you wanted to go that route. You could certainly have an area-based search to find the door, to find, you know, where there's possibly embers, is, you know, it obviously has to be behind the door. So things like that are possible. But a coke oven could also be used for other things, right? Right now, the only thing this can do is make coke. That's it.
Yep.
If I made a custom machine, even if it was a single block or a multi-block, that was a coke oven, and introduced my own recipe set for coke oven, right? A JSON recipe set that you could customize. Now the coke oven you could use for anything. You could anything that you want to throw in there with added recipes. Now you have a whole lot of options, and that's what I'm going for. Is it doesn't just do the thing that I wanted to do. It does a whole lot of things that I can't even think of yet because somebody else is like, "Oh, you know what I could use that for? I could use it for this and that." And stuff like that is where I was going with. So the coke oven in my iteration would, yes, produce coke. Coke is already a thing in the game. I wouldn't have to reinvent that, but it would also add the creosote. as well as allow people to add other things, other recipes. Maybe you put in, I don't even know. What else could you do? Again, I can't. Somebody sitting around thinks, oh, I could do this with it, and introduce another recipe that you can basically, over a long period of time, you introduce something that slowly turns into something else that possibly can output a fluid as well.
Well, the other way is now I know this because I learned this, and when I wanted to learn a little something about blacksmithing, you can actually age. You can age coal, right?
In age what?
But it takes forever. You can age coal to become coke coal.
Oh, coal. Yeah, coal. Coke. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can age it so that
Yeah, they're one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of sitting and thinking and pondering and wanting and planning and stuff like that is because you can easily get lost in the weeds of ideas, right? Ideas are literally infinite. Like I could sit and brainstorm for hours and think of a myriad of ideas of stuff to do and try and plans and recipes and stuff like that, right? And that's all great and all, but none of those machines actually exist yet. So I have to do the work to get the machines that actually allow you to then make all the things and have those ideas like come to fruition.
No.
So there's just a lot of work that has to be done before I can actually dive in and be like, all right, let's look at balance. Let's look at all the different ideas.
create the foundation first.
I need to be able to get all these things done. Once I'm confident in like the fluid system and the, whatever other systems we have, there's a lot of fiddly code that I'm going to need to do. I think, there's a lot of code that I'm going to need to figure out before I can really dive into and feel comfortable with like a lot of other things. Like there's just so much to do. And Quentin QP Tech has done a lot of my next step because one of my next steps is the CNC machine that auto produces the clay materials. So somebody like Oz, who's doing a bunch of crocks, could just put a clay crock in there, an unfired clay crock in the one slot, a stack of clay in another slot, and it's just going to spit out, copies, right? While it's using the clay. And then a kiln that fires that also needs custom code for the combustible props and what it actually does and how much power it uses and stuff like that, right? There's a lot of fiddly code, a lot of custom code that has to go in a lot of these machines that I haven't tackled yet because it's like I want to get something out to the community to really show that there's been progress. Because I like seeing the progress too. That gets me excited for all the features and stuff. I look at it and go, man, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Huge sense of accomplishment too.
Yeah, it's.
I can't even imagine how it felt when you got that first version out.
Yeah, when I got everything working and talking and everything was like, it was like I wanted to celebrate, but I was like looking around like I don't have any way to celebrate. Like I can't like eat cake because my doctor would be like, "What are you doing? Why are you eating cake?" So yeah, things like that. I did buy a couple bottles of wine, so that's one.
You could always just get some confetti
go.
and go, "Yay me!"
Yeah, and the cat would look at me going, "What the hell?"
Or get one of those like Chinese bam smacks, you know, the ones where you go poop and it goes, "Bing! Woohoo!" Is this a game or something? I'm looking at this Catholic table and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I think it's a game of some sort.
I was about to say it's not checkers or chess because there's too many. it's like 15 across.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's Go or something similar.
I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
It could be just a game that they made up.
That tapestry
That's true.
is annoying me because it's not centered. Stop looking at it because it's annoying me. I'll just look at this, the wood over at this end. Just don't look up at it. It won't annoy you if you don't look at it.
See, me on the other hand, it annoys me because I know it's there.
I know. I'm the same way. I'm like, why didn't you put this over a door? Now, see, this used to be a single door, and now it's a double door, which means now I have to go out and get myself another one of these. Oh, well.
I mean, I could rearrange it and make a triple door, if that makes you.
Put it over here, because it makes sense to put it over there. It's a
Okay.
single door.
There's actually multiple size doors. You can get doors that are like 4 tall.
I know. It's just like it's having a single door is just easier to place stuff over.
Oh, that
If you
was.
find the map tapestry, now that I think it's 4x4. I haven't seen it, but I've only heard about it.
Curious.
Or I think it's like 2x6 or something. I'm not sure. Anyways, it's just a big tapestry, and it comes in pieces, so you have to collect all the pieces to put it together. Supposed to lead you somewhere.
Interesting.
Not the library. That's a different thing altogether. You just need to take a bronze pick to the treasure hunter. He'll give you the map.
All right.
I'm just waiting for dawn. Dawn.
Took a bronze pickaxe to the treasure hunter, and all I got was blood and guts.
What?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Or did you mean give it to him?
Well, yeah.
You're
supposed to give it to him.
I was trying to make a joke.
Yeah. Well, here's a dialogue. You have to go through the dialogue first.
Yep, I know.
Yeah. And then he asks you for a bronze pick.
Yeah, having a block machine that can convert this lime into quicklime would be very, very handy. Because I can't build a fire pit on top of a hopper. maybe, well, let's...
Oh man, I bet you're just looking around at all the different things that you're like, I want to create a machine for this. I want to create a machine for
Oh,
that.
man. This game is non-stop. Like, I want to automate this. I want to automate that. I want to, like, that's my playstyle. I want to automate all the things. And I know QP Tech had a fire pit block machine that did that. But I think he had a harmony patch or something in there that I've tried to avoid. None of my mods have harmony patches, so I try to avoid that as much as possible. But the bakes blaster. No. Essentially, what this is it has combustible props. And that's what combustible properties really dictate a lot. And depending on the thing, right? So the combustible props of stuff you put in the clay oven is different than the ones you put in the fire pit, but it uses the same basic tag, combustible props, with a little bit of customization. I have so many of the stacks of lime. I'm gonna have to. Just gonna have to put them in here for now. That gives me. Oh my god, 2048. I didn't even have enough. Got 9 left. Well, these. Oh, only 9 left. I'm just gonna. Bye. And a trash can. That's another one of my priorities. That should be literally like half an hour to do that. That's nothing. It needs some big doors.
No, I sold them off the cathedral.
Aha! I see. Need to put transmissions and transmissions on all this so you can turn it on and off. Love how fast that's moving. Transmissions and clutches. Okay, crush down a bunch of that broken metal. Because it stacks to 64 instead of 16. So much. You mine that anthracite, even though I said we mine some gravel. gravel. I'm just pulverizing the gravel straight into sand. Which happens really fast now. Here.
Man, that's another neat little thing about this game is when you're near one of these like the pear tree, there's a little bit of wind, and every now and then little particles come floating off of it.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be like flower petals.
Yep, it's just those little details.
Yup.
Where was I putting the rope?
It's like you can't say this is like Minecraft because Minecraft doesn't have stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know? Like somebody actually had to add a mod or create a mod to add fish to Minecraft,
Yep.
right?
I mean, this game
And-
took a while before it had fish in it, but
Oh,
you
I know,
it was
but
on the
they-
list.
Yeah, it was coming.
Oof. Speaking of, can you imagine what Tyrone feels like as far as the, what to do next?
Oh,
Because he's not just making a mod, he's making the whole dang
I'm
game.
just like
Oof.
I like thinking like, you know, like he's like, what machine next? I want to do this machine. I want to do that machine. Wow, I know what Tyrone's machine right now.
Yeah.
What next? I was just thinking maybe vintage engineering could be basically Minecraft's equivalent of redstone.
Would be what?
Vintage Story's equivalent of redstone.
No, that signals mod basically. You know, I have wires in the catenary for signals. Oh, I don't have them on here yet. Yeah, the signal stuff is definitely like, I definitely anticipate somebody doing that.
Yeah, like command blocks.
Yeah, the signals mod does. There are actually command blocks in the game already.
Oh, is there?
Oh yeah, creative. I mean, it's a creative only thing, of course, but yeah, I'm sure it's really hard for Tyrone to like think about adding a feature and not being accused of like, oh, you're just copying Minecraft. Like, I'm sure it's really hard that
Yes.
he gets pressure. Like, I know there's a big desire from a lot of modders to introduce dimensions, like the Nether and stuff like that in Minecraft,
Yeah.
to like add like other places to go visit that you could be really creative with and be like, well, what is this going to look like? Like, the Nether is a wholly different place to go in Minecraft, so it's a nice break. You know, when you go from like the overworld to the Nether, it's a shock to the system. It's like massively different. There's, you know, I've not done it a lot with the rust mechanic in the game, like when your gear drains completely out. That's similar to it, but I don't think it's the same. Right? I don't think it's necessarily in the same vein of a different dimension.
No, because it's the same plane of existence. It looks different. I don't know. Does it even cause creatures or stuff to spawn more? I don't think so. I suppose.
I've already told Buggy I'm not going to been there. When I first started playing the game. I didn't know.
Yeah.
What's this do? And then I allowed it to run out. Oh, that's what this does. And there's no. Never mind. Can't say it. Damn it. Bite my tongue. Almost, Oz. Almost.
Yeah. So I'm having to expand the that tunnel out. I guess if you want, you can come down here and see what I was talking about on that tunnel. For the cheese ripening. Because you were curious what solution I had to put in place.
Yes.
Yep.
See your name. Where are you?
Oh, you'll have to go outside.
Oh.
I gotta find it. Here it is. So yeah, go out the south door. So this is where the bundle of sticks is gonna be. And go ahead and pop down there. It's a little bit of a narrow tunnel. But yeah, just it won't have a direct connection here. This let's see, I think I should have left stuff here because now I can't remember which direction it went. But yeah, basically it's just going to be a spiral 1 block all the way around. And then it'll go up to the next stage and then spiral, next stage, spiral. I think there's two.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the code of that. I don't know if there's a limit that you want to reach or shoot for. I don't know if there's a limit of blocks that it checks before it gives up. Like, anymore, like.
Yeah.
Because there is limits. Like, you can't. It's not an infinite algorithm. It just like spiders out for thousands and thousands of blocks. So.
Yep, I'm doing it incrementally.
Not 100%
guess
sure
and
where that
check.
code is. Like what block? I'm sure it's like the cheese block itself is actually the thing that looks at the room that it's in, or it could be in the room system.
I would say it's the shelf. It's probably the shelf that spiders out.
Never thought about the shelf.
Because the shelf is where you can see it says is good for ripening or is suitable for ripening. That's what it's called.
Yeah, so that data might actually come from like somewhere else. It might actually come. It could easily that UI, which actually you could pretty easily find in the shelf GUI itself, because there's a thing that's called the routine get place block info or something, but it's the routine that's called when you look at a block in the thing on the top of the screen that says like pine leaves or leaking pine logs. So that GUI that looks that you see, there's a function call that actually delivers that text, which is localizable, of course. But when you look at a shelf, when it says suitable for that, I can look at the code that actually pulls that and figure out where that's coming from.
Yeah.
It's being familiar with the code base in those kind of terms is very, very helpful. Being able to narrow down like where that stuff is, so you can look at how the game does it. So you can do it too. All right.
Okay, I think I did it right. My brain started to short circuit there halfway through, so roll your dice and we'll see whether it works or not. I'm sure it'll work for cheese, but working for blue cheese in specific is the question. Nope, it's not. Still not suitable for ripening. Well, let me check the other shelf, maybe. So yeah, the one room is suitable for ripening, but this second one isn't. I'm assuming it has something to do with temperature. Problem is, I don't think you can actually see what the temperature is in the area you're at. The outside temperature thing, I think, is literally
I thought it was
vertical.
I thought you could do that with your character. When you bring up your character thing, that tells you what your
Character says outside temperature, but I think that's literally out
outside
the door. Because yeah, I'm out right now. I'm outside and it's 19, but I was just in my food storage area and that was 20 degrees Celsius. I left mine set to Celsius.
Have you tried it both with and without that bundle of sticks?
Now let's try pulling those out. So there's one. I'm assuming it's the climate we're at. Okay, yeah, even without it's not working. Well, here's a good test. Let me put a block. Yeah, as soon as I block that that hole, it becomes suitable.
Huh. Wait, the hole for making blue cheese?
Yep.
Huh.
But it wouldn't make blue cheese, it would make cheddar.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's got to be the climate we're in.
Yeah, but you
this is-
can't have a warm climate though. That was the thing that we hit last time.
Yep.
We tried to do it in a warmer climate, and there was nothing we could do. It never told us like we could do it. So
And yeah, I think we're in a warmer climate.
How? No,
no, this is this is temperate.
we're in temperate.
Maybe I need to dig it deeper then.
I
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
If I could find the code that actually dictates that, and look at it to see like exactly what the conditions are, that would help. But the vague descriptions on like wikis and stuff are just like they're just not enough. Like, oh, do this and this and that. It's like, that's not exactly true. Because the hole has to, it has to be, it literally says it has to be open to the outside, but it cannot let any light at all in through the hole, like any
Yeah.
outside light. And the sun is the brightest light in the game, and yeah, it's hard to go enough blocks where it would block sunlight.
I mean, there is light down here. That doesn't actually make any sense because this tunnel is long. Maybe I know I tinkered with this one other time. I took and do we have any of the vanilla crates around?
No,
Okay.
I haven't been collecting those because those cause the storage controller, Quentin's storage controller, to crash. So I haven't been gathering any of the vanilla crates.
Okay. I'll have to see if I can find some other items. There's. Oh, okay. I do see some here. Somebody must have collected some. Oh, but I'm not seeing. There used to be in the help, like a light, blocking stat
Light absorption.
or something. Light absorption. Thank you. Ah, I'm not seeing it. That must have been removed.
No, it's still in. Just not everything has it.
So-
If it doesn't have it, it doesn't absorb it. You only see it when it has it.
Okay.
But I don't know
used to be
I don't
able
know
to
if it's seen in the
search.
GUI. Like I don't know the availability of it because I've seen it in the JSON. It's all over the place in the JSON.
Maybe you can only access it if the expanded debug is on. Nope. I know I used to be able to search the handbook for absorption, and it would bring me up all the things that can absorb light.
Oh, the things that had that tag, yeah.
Yep.
It'd be funny if you took that out of the handbook just because.
I think he did.
Yeah, he wants stuff to be a little bit more mysterious, right? There's stuff that you gotta just figure out. The game is very, very unforgiving in terms of like spelling it out for you. Like, oh, do this, this, and that, and that gives you this. It's like, no, it's kind of a hit and miss sort of thing. This one, not a whole lot.
I'll keep an eye out for it.
Oh, no, I have enough for a full set of ingots and plates. I was gonna make some chandeliers for you. Really jazz up.
Bismuth and what was diamond in again?
Diamond appears in kimberlite and basalt.
Okay. And then bismuth.
I have to hold off on making more plaster until
I thought we had enough diamond.
we have enough for like a little bit, but you can never have too many diamonds.
Yeah, okay.
They go quick when you start using world eaters and stuff. Even though the world eater has 60,000 durability, you'd be surprised at how fast it goes. It goes fast. Why do I have another lantern?
Well, sure, if you're using vein miner.
No, even if you're not using vein miner, because it has that special feature.
Which,
You can
harvest?
no, you can change the size. You can do a 1x1 block, or 3x3, or 5x5.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
When you're doing 25 at a time, it's pretty crazy.
Yep, I could see that. Now, is that a 25 by 25 by 1, or?
No, it's 5x5.
Oh, okay. 5 by 5. Gotcha.
Alright, I'm just gonna head straight west and see what's over. Ooh, misty,
Oh, damn.
misty foggy area. So I've spent a lot of today pondering what could have caused the animation thing to break. Why that animation, when I did that intro video, or when I did the intro. Ooh, wow, look at that. That's so cool. Very foggy. It's weird that it didn't stop the animation. Pondering whether or not to spend the time to fix that before I put the build out, the mod DB, so that's actually fixed. Because I know the first thing somebody would comment, "Hey, I charactered something and the animation didn't stop." Like I know that was just going to be like the very first thing. Even if I mentioned in the description that it's a known bug, people would still be like, "Hey, there's the bug." It's like,
Yep.
I'm just going to start responding to those kinds of posts with RTFM. That's just what I'm going to do. Oh, it's almost nighttime. Why did I venture out before it was nighttime?
I don't know.
Take that in my hot. Oh, I don't have any food either. Okay. Well, obviously I am ill prepared for this.
You are not prepared.
And stop. What's this?
Yeah, extended this tunnel nearly to your chart. I actually opened up into it and I'm like, oh, too far. So if this doesn't work, I'm at a serious loss. Of course, I'm not done yet, but
Damn it.
these meat pie or the meat pie is expiring.
Went out too far. Oh well.
The
6.
the garden is coming along nicely. If you ever want to take a look at that.
And that is why we call this the World Eater.
I thought it was because it did my taxes.
Slate.
Oh, I thought I had more food than that. Oh, well. No, that's not what I want. I hear you.
I love how fast that pulverizer is. It's so fast that the hopper can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No. Oh,
Oops.
what happened?
Do we want to know? Oh my
Well-
god, I have so much further to go.
I hope there was nothing important in that storage.
Which one?
The one right
Oh,
next to
the
the
store-
ladder. This one here.
Meats and stuff. Why, did it get deleted or?
Yeah, I did a thing.
Ooh. I think the most valuable thing we lost is soybeans. But as long as we didn't lose any seeds in there, we're good.
Well, everything in that storage was obliterated. I accidentally
Yep.
vein mined it, and when you not vein mine it, area mine it.
Ah,
There's the as good as the World Eater is, it does not play well with things that have inventories. So
yeah.
Uh-oh. Some people just can't play nice with their toys.
It's true. So yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm not battling. Oh yeah, it's got to be temperature because I'm looking at it right now, and it's changing as I'm looking at it.
Hmm.
It's actually working right now. It is ripening, but 128 days, 125, 120. It's going down. So that's probably because of the temperature going down for night. I'm gonna take apart these crates up here. Let me know if it changes massively. Okay, there, done.
nope, they'll just count
No.
down normally.
Okay, so yeah, it's temperature, not not light.
Well, it could be both. I know if you have that hole making light, it really screws them.
Oh yeah. But I'm quite sure at this point. Let me take this torch out. I mean, there is some light, but there's also light in the one over here. So I think that's coming from within the house. It's weird because this one has an orange glow, whereas the one next door doesn't.
I'd love to see the code. Shelf.
Yeah,
I mean, I could pull it up. Trivial to do that.
nah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, if you want to distract yourself with it, go for it. But I'll keep doing what I'm doing because I'm apparently making some progress.
Ironically, now my lowest nutrition stat is vegetable. It's almost
Yep.
empty.
I mean, if you want, I could cook up some parsnip stew or something like
Well, I think
that.
you have a
Or-
ton of them downstairs.
Yeah, or we could dip into those.
I'm trying to eat this next to spoiled red meat pie.
Yeah,
Why is there a bunch of limestone rock? Using that?
Oh, that's
Oh.
mine.
It's just like there's a stack of limestone in there.
Yeah, that's mine.
There's old silver.
I'll come and get it. I need to go and get some food anyways. Oh, weird.
I
Here's
cut
the-
up that red meat pie, and I put it in the thing because it'll spoil a little slower actually in the container. Oh, I see. You did a storage grid here. That's what was up.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not quite sure how that got there. Honestly.
The limestone?
Yeah.
It could have been me. I was gonna mention that, but since you chimed in, I didn't. But yeah, it could have been me too, because I've been dealing with limestone a lot.
Oh. So you changed the miscellaneous gems, did you?
What in the where now?
What? Yeah, sand. Sand is over here. I'm not storing gravel at all. I'm just grinding it down to sand.
Wow. Bring everything down to sand. Okay.
Gravel really doesn't have a use.
Alright, so I was going to extend this tunnel more, but I don't know if I need to because it hasn't changed. It's actually functioning right now. So I'm gonna wait till about noon in the day and check on it again. Because I'm wondering if maybe temperature changes take time. So when I established the tunnel, it it started decreasing, but then it stopped. Or no, not that it stopped. I'm losing my brain.
Happens to the best of us.
So, ripen rate comes from get perishable rate. If ripening rate is greater than 0. Okay, so ripen rate, get perishable rate. That is a... Ooh, okay. Block position, sea level position, grabs the block position. If position.y equals sea level position, oh, equals.y. Okay, where? Temperature cap. Temperature is less than. Okay. Room reg. Get room for position. Is small room. The function is like that long to just calculate the perish rate for the shelf. I mean, there is so much going on there. There's so much code. Like sea level,
Yeah.
temperature, room requirements, light, light importance weighting factor, room.exit count. So there's definitely a lot of emphasis on the room. Get room for position. Rooms.count. Don't know how it's actually figuring out how big the room is. Sometimes the code, you have no idea how much time I've spent just looking through DN Spy at the game's code to try to figure out how the hell something actually works. It is crazy how complex some of the systems are behind the scenes, and it's just like crazy.
Yeah.
Getting immersive features in a game is not as straightforward as. Let's hold something in my offhand. Got full set of bismuth started. About a little over halfway smelted. Need some help pouring that time. Should we work on?
It's the feathers.
Yeah.
That's what I needed.
I can't remember, Buggy. Does your building gadgets mod have block replace mode?
It has an exchange mode, yes.
Nice.
Ooh, nice crystal. Reaper. Good.
Would you mind if I made myself one of those?
I'll go for it.
Excellent.
What it's there for.
What are you making?
Building gadget.
What's that?
Look it up in the Jima thingy.
Oh, I know what it is. Never mind.
Should I just make iron plates from iron ingots?
You should have not giant stack of iron plates.
I thought those were ingots back there. Derp derp.
Ooh. Ooh.
What happened? What were
Yep.
you doing?
Building gadget. I crouched and right-clicked on a block. That's how you use the replace function, right?
No, that sets the
No.
block.
That sets the block.
So what did you right click on?
Packed dirt.
Hacked dirt.
Yeah, because I've been using that thing for a while now. I haven't had a problem with it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you hit F. F is the key to figure out the block or to set the mode of the thing you're holding.
Yep.
So,
I set it to exchange mode, and then I crouch right-clicked, or on mine it's control for crouch. I don't know if that makes a difference. Do you want me to send you the log or anything?
Well,
I'm
give me
sure
the
it's
give me the give me the first like what was the exception?
Yep. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Building gadget item CS line 1244.
1244.
Yep.
Okay, let me peek just quick. Building C programming vintage building gadgets code building gadget item.
Shoot, I don't have the. I copied it to the clipboard, but when I paste, nothing pastes. So unfortunately, the log is lost now.
244. Building gadget item 124.
Yep.
Why? What? Packed dirt.
Is there another or what do you use, Death?
For what? I haven't
For replacing?
exchanged anything.
Oh, you have done
No,
an exchange.
I've just been building with it.
Okay.
Why are you placing packed dirt?
I'm replacing the regular dirt, back dirt. That way there's not grassy blocks underneath other grassy blocks. Oof. It's an OCD thing.
Even when you can't even see them. Just knowing
Yes.
they're under there.
I know they're there, yes.
Hey.
Oh. I see the goats are in farm jail over here.
Yes, very much so. Evil little goats.
You think the pigs look at him and just like, ha ha ha, you don't even get any sunlight.
Yup, hopefully. Okay, what time of day is it? It's 10:30. I'm gonna go check on the cheese.
Like line 1244 is literally a line that should only have fired if the block entity you right clicked on was a storage, like a chest.
Do you want me to try it with like a different block?
Well, let me give it to me once.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to know why the icons got all shitty. They just got so bad. So exchange, and I believe it is. Yeah, it's the angled brackets bring up the range, and this may crash me, everybody. This may crash me. So, yep. Normalize block code. 1244 is not the line. Normalize block. That is the wrong line.
Was I looking down the line too far? I didn't think so. Unless maybe
No,
you
it
got different-
says it. Building gadget item. CS line 1244. 1244 is not even in that function. Normalized block code. Check update blocker storage. Normalized block code. Normalized block code. Yeah. Yeah, that packed dirt is a new block. So there's something in here that it's barfing on that specific block.
Actually, it's a really old block.
Packed dirt? I don't ever
Yep.
remember seeing packed dirt before.
You probably just never used it. I know because before you even played the game, I was placing packed dirt on my single player world.
Gadgets at 1.0. Is this the most up-to-date building gadget? It is. 1.0 is the most recent.
And I hope I didn't sound snarky when I said that. I didn't mean it to.
Why is that telling me the wrong line? 1244 is not the line. Normalized block code starts at 1268. So that something's off with that line number. That's very bizarre.
Strange.
Yeah. That's,
Do either of you have a regular pickaxe you want used up?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got an iron.
I'll wait for you to get back in.
I don't really know. I don't know what's causing that. I'm gonna have to debug that line by line.
Yeah. Do you think I should try using it on different blocks and crash, or do we not want to risk that for this world?
Well, I'd like to see it and make sure that it works on like regular dirt. Where's a regular dirt?
Okay.
Packed.
There's medium soil right over here.
Yep. So that block selected,
Works on that.
it worked on that just fine.
Huh.
Um,
Strange. You can toss that iron pick at me too if you want.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So exchange mode is one of those that you need the block to exchange it.
Okay.
So the 3 modes is build, destroy, and exchange. And yeah. There is a little cheeky exploit that you can do with exchange, but I've never sweated it because it was like I don't
If people really want to cheat that badly, go for it.
yeah,
kind of
it's
thing.
just like if you want to cheese it. Like it's up to you. I'm not gonna sweat it. All right, this is just this red meat pie just looks so appetizing. I'm just gonna chuck. It's like 60% spoiled. I mean, it looked like death itself. Not death,
figure
isn't death, but
when food's starting to go gray, I'm like, no, I'm not eating that.
yeah, the red meat pie that's in there is like 41% spoiled. So, no, I don't think so.
I used to age my meat when I cook, but this day you can't do that anymore. Some reason or other, I don't know what it is, but the meat's a lot different now than it used to be.
Strange.
Well, if you're
I
used
know,
to
it's
other
weird.
mods, I mean, I know expanded foods radically changed a lot of that stuff.
Oh, I'm talking real life there.
Oh, real life.
Yeah.
Well, that I can't help you with. Real life is just beyond my understanding.
You know, I remember hearing something about is something that was pretty disturbing when it comes to meat and the way we treat it, but oh man, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
mean,
just-
modern mega factories are pretty depressing.
Exactly, yeah.
Like somebody did a study and they said the average McDonald's hamburger has meat from 4,000 cows because of how it's
Yeah.
mixed and processed. So it's impossible. Like if something went bad, it was just impossible to trace it where it came from. It'd be just too much.
Well, and the fact is you don't really know where the meat's coming from.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds bad to say that, but it's true. You really don't,
Yep.
especially when you're talking like ground beef.
And a lot of that is factory farms.
Yeah. You almost don't want to trust it.
Yep.
Like, someone was telling me that if you wanted to like try real Coca-Cola, you need to go to Mexico. Get real Coca-Cola.
I believe it.
And the reason why is because here, well, both here in Canada and down in the US, they've replaced the cane sugar with
High fructose corn syrup.
yep,
Yeah.
because it's cheaper. And,
Yep.
it's making everybody sick. But they don't care. It's all about the money.
Well, if somebody's back at the home base, would you keep track of the smelters I have going, the smelting?
What do you got smelting back there?
I have a set of bismuth,
Ooh.
2 crucibles, one for. Ooh, I found the one of them is for plates. One of them is for ingots.
Looks like they're done. I'll grab one. So 8,000 and okay, yeah, they're both 8,000, so it doesn't matter which one I grab.
Nope, they're both full set.
All right, I'll work on the plates. If anybody else is around, they can work on the ingots. Or I'll take care of it when I'm done with this one.
Okay.
Found a translocator, but I don't have any of the gubbins for translocator.
Oh, by the way, the build gadget, the exchange function must have a bug because it hasn't been consuming limestone rocks. And that's what I had set it to. I'm totally tearing up over that too.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've worked on those mods.
Yup.
I mean, really didn't
I
expect
wouldn't
it
even
to
say
break.
it's. Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's a priority of any kind to fix either. Just if you delve into it, that's another thing to watch out for. Watching the stream, just looking at you eating the world.
Oh. Rude. Rude, drifters. Rude.
I've poured the plates and I'm working on the ingots now.
Wait.
Yep. I also was sure to pull the charcoal out so we don't waste any of that.
It's. Yeah, I feel you. I feel your little paws on my leg. I do. You are eager. She's like, that's due, man. It's TREAT time. Yeah. There she is. There she is.
Oh, I meant to update you if you were curious on the whole cheesing situation. Yeah, there's still something wrong. Because now it stopped ripening again. So it seems like right now it's only working at night.
Weird.
Interesting.
As far as it goes, if it's making any progress for now, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm working on other stuff at the moment.
Something else.
Yep.
Ooh, I'll take that.
Never, it's mine.
Ran into a bismuth vein. Well, use that the rock snicker found bismuth. Dug down to it. Mined it. And right below it, high-grade emerald.
Oh, nice. Not really any use for emeralds yet, but I'm sure we can probably think of some eventually. I mean, there's a mod that does a whole lot with gems. You can actually like.
Well, I mined a vein of emerald. I got 53 low, 68 mediums, and 37 high.
Whoa. A vein?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
know they actually had veins of emeralds in here.
I may or may not have introduced those. Where's Stop staring at me, cat. It's unnerving. Oh, chin scritches. Oh. Those are some crazy. Look at the size of that oak tree. Why can't I grow trees like freaking huge. Ah, frustrating. Wish I knew.
How, right? Hey, where am I now?
On another cathedral.
Nice.
This one is made out of slate.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Be a heck of a way to get building materials. Find
Yep.
one of those.
Yeah, the sheer number of shingles is a lot.
Did I make a mistake?
Very cool. See that last one. Easy,
I
cool.
think I did. I did. Well, it's a good thing I didn't go too far. Mistake. Glad I didn't complete it and go, darn it! I miscounted.
Oops.
Miss like doing what it's supposed to.
I'm working under the cathedral to fill the terrain.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's been on my to-do list for a while. I've just been dreading that whole process.
Yeah. I might have to just cut a big swath under it because I found a little pocket of area that was behind some sand.
Now that's some peridot. Holy, or some olivine. Holy crap! I found the mother load of olivine.
Nice.
Very nice.
God dang it! I just put my torch out.
Did you jump in water?
Yeah, I'm in water. Yeah.
Happens to me all the time.
The build to me function has some glitches.
We went from 1,000 to 9,000 olivine, by the way.
Nice.
Wow.
That was a big
Yeah.
thing. That was...
Once you get the world eater, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you're not hurting for materials. And that's by design. The problem then becomes like storage.
Right.
I hear you. Don't know where you are, but I hear you. As you might. Can't get me. I'm too high. Yeah, if I didn't have Angel Belt, I would not be able to build what I'm building.
Yeah.
There is no way.
It opens up a lot.
This makes things a whole lot easier.
Yeah, the cathedral, oh man, that would have been a nightmare. And yeah, Buggy said that a million times. Like literally a million.
Yeah. Wow, is the freaking... What? My stream delay on my little preview window over there was way behind. Like,
Huh.
10 minutes maybe? Like, way
Jeez.
behind.
I know every now and then if I want to keep it current, I have to turn it to increase speed. Because even though it says it's live, it's not. And yeah, it can be off by like 10 minutes even then.
Cheddar cheese pie. I just couldn't imagine.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Imagine how rich that would be.
Oh,
Yeah.
I might as well just eat one of those logs of Velveeta. Just like,
Oh man, that sounds so disgusting.
oh man.
It does. It does. It does.
Roper.
I think at some point I'm going to make a thatch farm as well.
What are you using that for?
Why?
The roofing, the thatch roofing. It looks nice on the barn I made over here.
Okay.
The farm.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. It does look nice.
right now a drain fluid feature would be quite handy. I'm working under the cathedral, and I'm getting pushed around by water, and there's areas that are inaccessible because they're 1 block high. And
Yeah, I was planning on just going under there, grabbing all that
Messed up.
gravel, and just like sweeping all that gravel away and then just building it up. Like I could craft if you build with construction paste, we can craft a metric ton of that, and low fertility soil uses the least amount of construction paste per block, and you can place a crap ton of it with that building gadget. As long as it's working.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
it's a little glitchy, but it seems to it works.
it works just enough.
Yeah, the build to me is a little fiddly.
Yeah, I just don't have enough time in the day to do
Yeah,
all of the coding that I need. But beginning the building, I mean, the building gadget was a good project to really teach me a lot of the client server stuff, because one of the things I learned with the building gadget was that the client, you can't place blocks with the client, right? So when you right click with that building gadget to build something, there's a function that runs that places all the blocks in all the appropriate places. So when I first made that gadget, I just assumed that placing the block was placing the block. So I just ran through the list, placed all the blocks, et cetera, and well, good, Bob's your uncle. But there were times when you'd place blocks and you'd like turn around and then you turn back and the blocks would have disappeared.
Huh.
And it was like, what the hell? Well, it turns out that I was iterating through the basically array of blocks to place, because all that highlight does is just build an array. But I was doing it on the client, not the server. Something about the server wasn't running. And it was like
I'll be right back.
I was running into a massive problem with syncing client and server. So when I recoded it this last time, I kind of used my more modern design tenets and stripped out any block placing on the client. So it all happens on the server.
Nice. And scratch that, I got AFK because the puppy needs out.
Okay.
Let's follow right. Oh, there's still so much more ore to process. Yeah, we definitely need a machine to process ore chunks. I can't put it into a pulverizer. The pulverizer will turn it into crushed,
Yeah.
which can still smelt. I mean, technically you could get away with that, but I prefer having the nuggets.
Trying to figure out what that is over there, but it looks like it's the sun. Is the sun coming up there? To the east? Can't tell.
Alright, I think that processed everything. And I'm almost, my second world leader's over half dead. Crazy how much durability.
Yep. And this will work.
Right. That. Now I just need a crap ton of candles, but we haven't been really harvesting at all the bees. Harvest the bees. Hey, leave my night watcher alone, bees.
They're attacking it.
They're attacking with a night watcher. That's a first. I don't think
Huh.
it has any health. I'm not sure what the I'm honestly not sure what the bees could do to the night watcher. It is technically an entity.
Yep.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. It's gonna work too, so.
Right. Roughly 2.5 stacks of Is meat meat is a thing. Honey makes meat. But honey is not perishable. Meat is. So yeah. Fresh
Yeah,
for
it's
14
weird.
days. So yeah, we could have just an entire room of honey. Just barrel after barrel after barrel. I really want to do a tank. But oh, so much.
That's not gonna work either. Aha. Nice try there, buddy.
All right. So what I'm going to do now. I'm going to put this cheese pie away so something else can eat.
Where are you? I hear you. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. How'd you get way over there?
'Cause I want to put out the vintage engineering. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quit this. Reconnoiter my directories
left.
again. Yeah, we're getting close to ending the stream, and I wanted to fix this bug before I put out the thing, and I thought, well, that's a good idea to do it on camera. That way people get a little bit of
You want me out?
no, you're I don't need the server. I'm gonna be
Oh, okay.
so let's pull up
6,
you
7.
here. Desktop.
Wow. I brought back. Let's see, how much is this? About 3,500 bismuth nuggets.
Nice. Sweet. Okay, so basically when the craft gets done, and I don't know if I can increase the font size. This is the metal press block entity. That's all the tessellation stuff. A lot of stuff that entire block is just like all of the mold mesh, like putting the mold into the mesh, like it's just crazy. On SimTick, okay, when the recipe progress is done, this entire block runs. When it gets all done, this is what damages the mold. This takes out the ingredient. And then this find matching recipe, if this returns false, which it should if it's out of thing, the state change goes back to sleeping. So if we go to state change is my kind of my master function. The animation util should stop that animation. So let's put a breakpoint there. And now when I boot it up, it should be my development environment.
Oh, no, I did it again. Darn it.
And I need to shrink the window because if I have a crash, it's so funny. If I have like an exception or a crash while the window is full size, it is a nightmare. Oh, that must be F9, F8, F7, F11. There we go. F11 does it. It's a nightmare trying to get the window back because Vintage does not like giving away. So if we put a thing in here to craft, it will craft it. And once it's done, it should trigger that breakpoint. Pop. There it is. So let's look. API.side. We are currently in the server. So the problem here. Okay. Problem here is
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
animator equals null. Animutil. And what I'm looking at, if I'm looking over here, guys, is this. This is my watch list. So these are all the variables in memory right now. This is part of debugging, which is phenomenal. So this right now the game is paused in the background, right? I'm literally looking at the state of the game in this exact moment. So it's paused, and now I'm looking at all the variables involved. The active animation codes is yeah. See, this is weird. the animator is null, right? But the active animations by anim code is actually active. Drag that
And-
away. So, okay. I can actually look at a different variable.
I'm back, by the way.
Active
Welcome,
animations
boss.
by anim code. So, rather than look at .animator, which I don't know why. I think the server, yeah, see, since I'm on the server, the animator, okay, now I understand. The server is not animating it, right? The server is not rendering it, but it is tracking what animations are running, which is really, really nice. So I can stop. So that just killed the process. So now I'm back in code. So now, if I do, as long as anim does not, okay, this is important, not equal null. That is important. But this, anim util dot active animations dot code dot count is greater than 0. And, well, yeah, I'll just do that. So this starts the animation. This stops the animation. So this should be my if statement instead of that other one. So let me go to block entities. We'll go to the extruder. Jump into state change.
One more.
Okay. And then again, a lot of this code is just like copy and paste it. So that one, do the same on the log splitter. Let's go to state change. Like that. And the generator doesn't have currently
Oh
an animation.
wow, there's one like right above my head.
There's nothing going on right there. So, so this should fix that bug. Fingers crossed. Which I wonder where that superstition came from. Okay, so back in here, let's put another one in here.
Which one?
Fingers crossed for luck.
Oh. Oh.
All right, that animation stopped. Now, big test. The one that I really was broken. Do I have a metal rod? I do. Put it. Oh, I don't have a gauge.
Here I am building, and a gate just opened. A rift just opened up right behind me.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
I'm like,
Yes.
building here.
Okay, so that works. Now, there's one other bug that I found last night at like 1 in the morning, and I was just like, so when you run the wire, right? So taking from there to there, and now it actually snaps. You notice how it snapped? Run, and then as soon as you look at it, it snaps to the thing. That was another feature I wanted working. So you can see I have 31 wires in my inventory, but magically now I have 42. Because for some reason, when you run the wire, it doesn't actually take out that from the slot, even though it's there. So I can show you exactly where that code is. We go to electrical systems, catenary mod. Then we go to on interact. This is the function that actually starts the wire connection process. I'm not going to go into detail and explain. This was 5 months of work. So I cannot summarize it in 10 minutes. Like, it is a mountain of stuff that happens in this function. But right here, take out and then mark dirty. This is what should be taking out the stuff out of that slot. So it passes in the slot, which is the hotbar slot. It passes it in, and it should take it out. I don't know. We have the entity. I could possibly and then the rest, this is just building the connection. This is actually what fires the event. So the client channel, take out. Because most of this function actually runs on the client. So this might be this is probably a client server sync issue. I might have to figure out a way to send an inventory packet. Let me peek really quick to see any given GUI. So these are the GUIs that when you right click a machine, this is what builds the GUI. This setup dialog. This is the code that sets all that up. So when it builds, add item slot grid. When you change the slot, it runs this. It runs send inventory packet. Because this, again, the GUIs only run on the client. So this send inventory packet is a built-in system. This is vanilla code to send block entity packet. The problem is, what does the server do with that packet? How does it build the packet? It's kind of an enigma right now, because you can see it's a generic object. I know I've done this before. Let's put a breakpoint here and start it up. So when I run that wire and I connect it to a second point, boom, that breakpoint is going to hit, and then I'll get a snapshot of what all the variables look like. I'll be able to go through and figure out like how I can get into it and change things, because it's changing on the client, right? That's why visually the wire goes down. What it's not doing is sending that update to the server. So I need to actually send it to the server. So let's break those. So now, there, and now watch. Poink, there it is. So, you can see 51, block ID 15,008, which is the catenary ALV power. My block IDs, this is my test world, and let me tell you, my block IDs are messed up because I accidentally loaded the world with all of my stream mods, right? So it literally, get this, guys, the difference between the stream game that we have and the mods that I have on my, I have a small subset of mods. I pretty much have all of mine, and I have the backpack mod because it's useful having those giant backpacks for testing, and maybe one or two other mods, minor mods for testing. So I accidentally loaded the world with all of the mods that we have for streaming.
Yeah.
And then I was like, crap, right? So I reverted back to my test mods. The number of missing items, like blocks, over 6,000.
Oof.
Wow.
That's how many more shit that gets added. And most of that is bricklayers. I can guarantee you most of that is bricklayers. So
Right.
one mod is like 6,000 more types of blocks. It's insane and this goes back to my talking about other mods that add tons and tons of variants and tons of recipes and stuff. When it causes an enormous amount of server overhead, like the amount of RAM that you need on a server that store all that, it's obscene. So be very careful for server owners having mods that add hundreds and hundreds of variants, because every one of those, when you iterate through a recipe to check ingredients, it literally iterates through everything, right? If it's a type of block, like if an ingredient is a block, it iterates through all of the blocks until it finds a matching code. That's how the game works. And when that list is 6,000 long, that adds a huge amount of overhead to a recipe check that runs every time a slot is changed. Oh, getting back to what I was doing, here's my watch list again. So if I look at slot, which is what I'm highlighting, this tells me this is the item slot survival, blah, 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 blah. It gives me all the things and all of the stuff. Okay, so the problem is this is on the client. So if I do API.side, this should be client. Okay. Now, if I do by entity, this should be me, entity player, active hand item slot. That should be the slot that we are connecting. That's fine. Yeah, iCore client. How do I send that notification to the server? And this is where I go to. Oh yeah, I've still got this running. Where's my? There it is. So what I can do, I'm just gonna hit F5. That'll run it. It will take it out, but again, boink, there's 51 again. So it's not actually taking them out. So I like to exit gracefully as often as I can, because that test world is so full of garbage code, like garbage data. Like there are certain block spaces, right? Like a coordinate, like a block position that I can't even use anymore, because anything I place in there has really corrupted data, because I'm in the middle of programming this stuff. So it's like I'm gonna have weird data sometimes. So yeah, it's really funny when I run into issues like that. Okay. So something like, what is a good example of something you place in the world support beams is the support beam system, support beam placer. So I modeled the catenary mod and how the catenary mod functions off of the support beam system in the game, because it's almost identical in functionality. It is so close to identical. So I modeled the whole thing off of the support beam placer, which was good because it's good to have a set of code that was programmed by a master to actually learn from and replicate. So this is DN Spy. The entire code base for the game is available. You can go to GitHub and you can look at it. You can even download it and open it up in Visual Studio if you want, and browse the code that way. But it's really hard to drill in and analyze things, sort of like what DN Spy does, and I'll get into that in a second. So DN Spy, if you're interested in modding and figuring out how things are done in the base game, don't just go to the GitHub and look at the code there, because while it's a good thing to reference and have a code base there, DN Spy is really the tool that I use to do this, and it's completely free. So again, here's the on interact. Wow, this is a lot shorter than it used to be. He must have really reprogrammed this a lot. WS now building begin place, complete place. Yeah, he has completely rewritten this. I'm a little frustrated now, damn it. So complete place, code that all runs. So yeah, I have all this code. I don't know why you split it off into two different things, but it is what it is. So again, this is all running on the client. So again, the workspace, like I'm modeled exactly off of this. So, so this now building, blah, blah, blah. This is actually what happens when you click, the second thing, right? So you click one place to put a beam and you drag it over and you click the next one. This is what runs. So how does, I'm just looking for player to inventory manager. Okay. Current game mode, not creative. You need so many items. So this is a block that checks to make sure you have enough items to build, which is something I do with wires. This actually sets the behavior because the way that the beams work is it actually uses block behaviors. I don't do that for the wires. I need more control over wire connections. Once the support beams are placed, they're literally like just blocks in the game that you can break. It's not something you can further interact with like wires. Yeah, look, he does slot.takeout mark dirty. Not creative. I do. This is exactly what I do. He's not sending this to the server. So I'm guessing the server is not actually running it at all. Do I have a check overriding that? Okay. This again, workspace, like I mentioned before, like I modeled it off of that. I'm just checking to see if API side because the catenary mod does run on the client too, because it's what renders all the wires. That's what renders all the wires in the game. Not seeing anything in here. Takeout.markdirty. Takeout.markdirty. He does mark the block entity dirty, but I think I do that. No, I don't do that. And I don't really mess with block entities very much. Entity player. Stack size. So this check. This is how much wire you have. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, and then do condition API dot side equals server. So I just put a condition on that breakpoint, which will only run if the side equals server. That's why I do that. I have a feeling that this is not running on the server. Which is why there's a disconnect between the client and server. This is kind of a low-level bug, which is why I'm trying to fix it now. Okay, let's break that. Yeah, it's not running on the server. Why isn't it running on the server? The fact that it didn't break out and go into my code means that this code is not running on the server. So why is mine not running on the server, but the base game's is? We look at on interact. This is why I like the InSpy, right? It's like what calls this on interact? What calls this? We can analyze it, and we can see it's used by the block support beam on held interact start. Okay, so you can see this now. What calls that on my code? Well, let's get out of here. We look at one reference here. You can see wired block. On wire interaction start. World doesn't even know by player. These are a bunch of sanity checks, right? World can't be null. Player can't be null. Player hotbar can't be empty. Block selection can't be null. The block that we are selecting can't. It has to be an iWire anchor block. By player stacked out block. Why is this not running? So we look at electric block. This is my base class. Electric block is my base class for all of my machines. For blocks, not block entities. Block. There's nothing before this line that prevents it. Aha. If you return false, the interaction will not be synced to the server. Is there something in here returning false? But this only fires if we don't have access. So if based on start return true, I'm going to put a breakpoint on this. Conditions. Let's see if this line of code is running on the server. This is weird. This is a weird problem. Usually the client and server run exactly the same code. And there are checks you can do to see which side you're on, and there are different things you can do to make sure, but never really add. So we're on the server here, which is fine. Right? Oh, yeah. it's kind of in an infinite loop now. I need to take this, okay. Any interaction like that is kind of gnarly. When you try to do it in real time, it's there we go. Oops. So we are on the server. This is api.side equals server. Okay. So we need to do F11, which brings us in. All of these, that, block selection dot block equals null. That should be impossible. What are we looking at? Block selection. Server player. Current block selection. Block selection. What is going on? This is so weird. This is very bizarre. This is why it's returning false here. Block selection.block is not wire anchor. That statement is true, which means it's going to return false. Watch, yeah. So back in here, what is block selection? How is my block selection null? I'm getting this call from the game. It's saying the block is null. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Oh my god. Stop trying to attach it. So this is the block selection. This is what I'm passing it in. And it's saying the block is null. It's saying I'm looking at the west face, which is weird because how am I looking at a face if it's null?
Nullface. That sounds like a supervillain name.
Null face.
Yeah. Huh. Well, that worked out.
It's weird that it's connecting at all. This might be a source of some of my headache. Is this one null? Block select. Let's look again. Block selection. Block. How is that null? How is that null? Now I'm looking at the south face, but the block is null. How is that block null? Oh. We're actually looking at the wire relay, which is the thing, the keyword this, the context of that changes depending on where you are in the code. This references whatever you're in, right? Like if you're sitting in your car, this refers to your car. If you get out of your car, this refers to the world at large. If you get into another car, this refers to that other car. So this is just like, what is the context? So this is the wire relay. That is what's firing this event. So this event, on block interact start, the relay is what's firing it. Okay, which makes sense in my brain. So the block selection is the wire relay. That's what's triggering it. I honestly thought, for reasons of passing understanding, I thought it was the wire that we're holding. So it's kind of amazing this actually worked at all. So I'm going to F5. So yeah, this is run over and over and over again. Because it's like because I'm debugging, it's really confused. Time set morning. Time set. Why do I have a metal rod die cast? Yeah, this is what everybody wants to see. All the machines all wired together. I still have to debug that. That bugs me that connection count is wrong. It might be related to this problem. Like this is a really fundamental problem that I ran into here. I did not expect to find this. So how do we fix that? Should really turn the music off in my dev environment. I really should customize my dev environment to be better, but it's worked so far. I try not to mess with it. So that is why the block selection is wrong, because on block interact, when a player does a right click while targeting this placed block, what's funny is the block selection is the block. I honestly thought that the blocks, because the block selection is an object that holds like what face you're looking at, blah 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 blah. So I can do like block selection dot block equals this, right? Since this is the block, right? And then when I pass this in, the actual block is this electric block. What other things? Block selection dot. Yeah, because the face was right, the position was right. It was just the block that wasn't set. Okay, so let's do again. Wired block. Here, F9. Conditions. API.side equals in a server. So let's try this again. So the block selection now it should be better. You can see all the recipes and stuff that VE log splitter, VE sawmill, VE extruder. I loaded a lot of recipes. There's a lot more to do too. Big plan. One little move at a time. All right, so this is now, thankfully, a block, and it is an iWire anchor. And this is in the way. So if we F10, check it, should be the block that we're holding. This is the wire, catenary LV power. That's the wire, catenary. That double checks to make sure it's wire. And then if we F11 into this, Now remember, we are on the server this time. So API.side should be server. And what happened to my other thingy McDougal? My watch list. Locals. Where did my watch list go? Window. Debug. Oh, good lord. Quick watch? No. There's too many options. I don't know what happened to it. This window had another window on it that I was able to type things in. And I don't know what happened to it. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. It's not down here. Anyway. So API.side is, yep, server. Yep, API. So we go down to F5. This should actually trigger now. F9, F5. What? Oh, the other one doesn't trigger until we connect a wire. So this one, then boom. Now we're here. So now we're in the server. This is actually running on the server fine. We should have plenty there. Take out and mark dirty and good to go. An exception thrown. Why? Connection. What is the object? View details. What is the object that's not referenced? Block selection. View. 435. Oh, it's one. It's just all in one line. Doesn't help me at all. What is null? New connection is fine. By entity is not null. It's something there. Player.user ID. By entity. Player.user ID. Is it that? Where is my watch list? Where did that window go? This is really confusing. Window. Watch. Oh. My entity dot player as entity player dot player. That's Okay, so this is valid. New connection was just built up here. That can't be null. Client. Oh, client channel. I didn't run into this before because it was only running on the client. Now it's actually running on the server. Bam, client channel blasted. It very interesting. We're gonna bomb out of that. How do we? Let's to the Batmobile. Let's look at how the support beam placer does it. Although this we've wildly diverged from the support beams to the wiring system because there's a whole lot. So all this does is mark it dirty. The block entity that it edits. So the block that you click on to put a beam, what this system actually does is it inserts a block entity behavior into that block. It just forces it in, and that's what saves the support beam. So what this does is it block entity behavior, this adds the beam, and then in block entity, it marks it dirty. So it does that on both the client and server, but it doesn't really need to do that on the client because what this mark dirty does is it pushes the data to the client, and the client updates itself in that call. It basically sends a packet, the client unpacks it, and refreshes its local copy with the servers. So there's really no reason to run this stuff on the client because the server updates it anyway, right? You're just bogging down the client by also doing everything on the client twice because you do it, it processes all this code, and then the server just updates it anyway, right? That's one of the efficiencies that I've sort of started eking out. So what we can do is and the reason I was running all of this on the client is because this is when you're interacting with blocks and stuff, that only happens on the client. And up till now it was working, but now it would crash every single time because it's trying to run it on the server and the client channel doesn't exist. And there's no point in adding a server packet because marking it dirty would do it anyway. But there's a whole lot of code that happens when you send that packet. That's what fires the event. So if I look at I think it's on receive, on data from client. So this is the packet, right? So the server, that client channel call, it builds that wire connection packet, and this is what the server then runs, which does all of the heavy lifting. This is what adds the connection. This is what fires that event. This is what removes connection and fires that event. And this is what cancels everything as well. So I think what I'm going to do on Interact, I've already updated the slot and marked it dirty. So that should take it out. So here, if API.side equals .client, only run this section of code if we're on the client. Okay. Because all that does, I know it's kind of weird, all that does is inform the server to run its thing. We could, if we're on the server, just directly call it on, where was it? On data from client. I could just automatically do this, but let's look at see if then I'll compile a fresh version for everybody's enjoyment. But this should fix the desynced inventory wire count. So I'm gonna put all but 5 away. I'm just gonna dump. I've got so many wires because of this bug. No. 5. Make sure our inventory is empty. Because it should only it should only give me 4 or take 4. It should be actually a little bit of a loss because when you create the wire, it rounds up because it figures out the distance between here and here. It calculates that distance and it rounds up, and that's what takes the wire from your inventory. When you break the wire connection, it takes that distance and rounds down. The important distinction. So right click on that. Now this should take 4 out of it. And let's just run it. Okay. So you can see I've got 1 left. And hey, I've only got 1 left. How about that? It's not desynced anymore. Glorious. Now if I break it, it should pop me up to 4. Boink. There it is. Because I round down. So it's a little bit of a loss. And y'all can yell at me for that. I could round it up on both times, but making and breaking wires constantly, you could probably find a weird combination of blocks that give you a little edge, that give you it gives you more. So I just round it down on the second. When you break a wire, I round it down to ensure that it's not giving you more than what it gave before or what it took. But yeah, that actually works. And I believe I have fixed the wire. So if I grab a rod and I put a rod in here. This should run and then stop. Boink. Yep. Let's do that one more time. Why is this not working? It just doesn't, the bugs just don't stop. Why is this not reporting? I'm gonna break this. I'm gonna break it. And then build it. And then wire it back up.
Yeah, Coffee. I think that was his thinking as well.
Oh, I forgot to look it. Because you would be losing some wire when you... Yeah. I mean, it's a way to ensure that people aren't completely cheesing the system. That's just kind of where I'm going with that. I just wanted to make sure, because one of the people testing actually cheesed it, and he figured out a way to, cheese it, and it caused me, a 4-hour rabbit hole of coding to fix. Because if you stand away, see, I can still look at that node, my pick distance is super far, right? So I'm able to connect to that wire from standing out here. And he found a way that it was only the code was only calculating the wire position in front of the player. It was not actually calculating it at the position that you're looking at. So that was a fun little bug to fix. So breaking and replacing that does this. Okay, there it is. Whew. Now, does it break on the second one? Is that what? Okay, it's working again. It was just an issue with again, the mod is in super early days yet, so you know, expect bugs like that. The fact that this works at all, you have no idea how much code it took. How much time it took to get all that stuff communicating. This is the only other thing that I'm concerned with. So what I'm going to do, because I'm already debugging and all the things, we're going to go in and go here and go get place block info. This is what's running when I look at that block, right? So when I look at that wired block, it's calling this function. This is what that HUD up in the top is. So electric block is pulling wired block.get network info. So if I go to wired block, which is a catenary base block, so you have the catenary mod, you have the wired block. Under that is the electric block, and the electric block has additional information other than the wires. But yeah, this pulls more information. Get wire connections, blah 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 blah. That must be under electric block. iWire network. Oh yeah, wired electric block is the iWired block. Wired block. iWire anchor. Sometimes I even get lost in my own mod. iWire
It's not
network.
museum.
iWire network is what I'm looking at. That precious thing is the electric block entity. iWire network. So this electric BE is the base block entity object. This uses GUIs. This is an openable container, which is why all my machines have GUIs. The relays are not electric BE. They're a different base block entity. Which actually I should do that instead, because we're looking at a wire relay. So that is electric BE, no GUI. Kind of self-explanatory. A lot of repeated code. I was really hoping to find a way to not repeat so much code, because a bug in here is also a bug in the other one. So if I fix a bug in the electric BE, I have to also fix it in the no GUI version. But they're vastly different base classes, and I have to inherit from block entity openable container, because that is a reference block. There's no interface that gives me that functionality. So it's kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. I just make do. So this get network info. This is what I'm actually looking at. I moused over. Go away. I hate how often I'm stop it. Okay. That's what happens when you like your cursor goes over something, because the game is essentially paused, the cursor never leaves. So it's just constantly fires, and it's like super frustrating. Do that. Put that back. Go down here. Go up here. Back, and then boink. There we go. Okay, so now let me go to my watch list again. So we're essentially looking at the wire relay. We're looking at that wire. This is the wire relay. That's what we're looking at. All that. So this is the electric. It's the electric block entity relay. And we are looking. Don't stop trying to dock this thing. Electric connections is what we're looking at. So the way that this works is,
Okay, another storm.
I save a list of connections per node, right? So a node is an individual thing that you connect a wire to, and they can have more than one connection. So there's a whole infrastructure behind the scenes that's managing this. But something quirky happened here. And you can see the positions. These are all block positions. 51,093, right? That's X. The block position of the actual relay is 51,092, which doesn't obviously match what you're looking at in the UI, because the block position you see in the UI is not the block position in the world. So you, as a coder, as a modder, you get used to that. It's very hard to map where all these block positions are, but I was looking for a duplicate entry, which I find one. So there's a duplicate entry in here. For some reason, 51092 connected 5402 is in here twice. Now where that is and what that is, like you could do api.world.blockaccessor.getBlock at position X 51, which one? 092 135 50 5402. So that is another wire relay. That's what that block is. This one right here. 51092 35 50 402 is a wire relay. So for some reason, it was probably, again, this happens when you're debugging, is I had a massive corruption in my network one time, and I had, like, every one of my network IDs was different on every single node. And I was just like, oh my God. That's why so many block entities are, like, positions are corrupted in the game. I really should refresh my test world. I really, really should. But yeah, okay, so I don't know exactly where that is. I just have no idea what block position that actually is. But I can just not F9 there. I want to F9 there and hit F5 there, and that should run it. But yeah, that. So it's either that one or that one, right? So if I disconnect this one, God only knows what this is going to do. So this, it should go down by 1 if I disconnect this one, right? It should go down from 6 to 5. Okay, so disconnecting this one, so it's obviously this one that's the culprit. So let's see. It should go from 5 to 3. Right, so you see 4. So if I disconnect this one, now it's 3. Disconnect this one. Now it's 2. Disconnect this one. It's still showing me 1. So there was probably a corrupted piece in there somewhere. All you need to do is break and replace it, and it resets it. So now you see no network. Now if I wire everything up, this one to there, there to there. Now it's 1 connection, 2 connections, 3 connections, 4 connections, 5 connections, and this one goes down to here, and there it is. Now it's at 5. So yeah, sometimes that happens, which is why I have that debug stuff printed out, because God only knows, like, so it was ticking one of those things twice. It wasn't actually because it was a relay, but if it would have been a machine, it would have ticked it twice, which would have been weird. But yeah, breaking and replacing usually fixes it. So you can get up to some wiring shenanigans if you really want to. You can certainly break it. Like, if you really wanted to, you could break this mod into a million pieces. But the fact that it works at all is just impressive to me. Anyway, all right, those are all fixed. So I am going to eat some supper because I'm hungry and it's 9 o'clock, and if I eat too late, I'm going to be miserable tonight. But I'm going to try to get a build up on the ModDB for this very, very early version of the mod, so you guys can play with it. Do not use it on a mission critical big server. Like, it is not ready for prime time. It's ready for you to tinker with. You have to use give block, give item. You have to use all of that, but the recipes for the machines are all in there. You can take a look at the recipes. And speaking of recipes, let's just run down a list of which ones I started building. So we have done extruder, log splitter, metal press, sawmill. And yeah, those are the ones that are done and loaded. Alloy oven, CNC, coke oven, crusher, grinder, kiln, mixer are to do, right? Those will be recipes. I even have, like, if you look at mixer, you can even see, like, mixer will have 4 input items, 2 fluid input, 1 item, and 1 fluid output. So I just sort of, each of my recipes sort of mix and match. It's not obviously final if there are other things, like CNC is basically going to be a shape copier, basically like a clay former. You'll be able to put in an object to copy, and then you put that into a slot, and it'll use up material. As a way to get that, and then obviously kiln and grinder and crusher. Those are pretty straightforward, but those aren't in yet. But those will all be recipes. And if you want access to weekly builds, every week there's going to be more machines, more features. Like there's a lot of momentum right now, and I was able to put in 2 machines this week. Get 2 machines in and loaded and working. If you want access to future builds other than the early community version, I ask that you be a patron or a channel member and support the channel. And because it's a full-time job. I mean, it's a full-time job programming in this. It's amazing amount of hours. So just help me out there, get a little support. Will just let me know that the work is being appreciated. So anyway, look for that on the ModDB. I also have the very first part of this stream. I have a recording of that. I'm gonna cut down and post as a video, and that will be the basically the announcement of the mod having some community availability on the ModDB. So if you want a more in-depth look at the mod as it works, take a peek at that the start of the stream, and then I'll be posting that video probably tomorrow. But anyway, thank you all for coming by. That is going to do it for the stream, everybody. Come back on Wednesday where we continue this lovely journey of building and progressing. And I'm enjoying the game, even though there's not much else to do as far as tech-wise in the game. I'm still enjoying it. We still have the Resonance Archives to go visit. And we can always cruise around and explore. But I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. So, being a channel member or patron also allows you to join us on the server. So good times. If you're a builder or something, you're more than welcome. So anyway, I'll see everybody on Wednesday.